corners. I know this much. I've driven the Porsche around here a few times, and it's a really good car that has some stability through like mid-speed corners. Of course, I think under the current BOP, it's not the best car on the straights. It used to be, I think, about like 3 or 4 seasons ago. The best car in the straights compared to, let's just say, a Lamborghini or something like that within the GT scenario. But like I said before, it's good to see a good variations of cars. Normally you would see like on top split event like the Petit Le Mans or something like that, like the majority of the cars being McLarens or would be the Lamborghinis. And over here you have kind of like a wide spread of cars. You have your BMWs, you have your Corvettes. Basically every car is being featured right here in this event, which is good for us to watch and commentate on.
It also means that there's no true understanding of what the form book is, and so everyone's just, I would say, defaulting to what they feel comfortable driving, and that's something that often goes underrated in terms of picking for events like this. It's a little bit different, say, for example, to the real world where you're stuck to manufactured teams and you can only choose the one car that's available to you for the season, so you're stuck with a BMW all year. You've basically got the ability to choose what you want on a race-by-race basis, so there is a lot of scrutiny about what each car does in different places, and it's going to be a case of, at the moment, different horses for different courses at the moment, it seems.
Yeah, of sorts. And not only that, it's because so many people get the tendency of, I'm just going to use the best car. Just because that car is being the OP car, we're going to use that car throughout it. And this is a trend that I really don't like, you know. Of course, you have to stay competitive, but you have to try something different, as there's an overtake being made by Parnell Racing, which is good to see Parnell Racing being featured on a top split event once again.
Oh, it very much is, and they are proving that they are going to be in for this because they've just moved now to +1 on their day after a not amazing start to the race. They've now been able to recover back, and now they are making progress in 12th. Philip Ansel now down 2 with the fiercely forward blue team into 13th place. A little bit of work to get to Aiden Young, who's just been passed on this lap by Thomas Ronhart, who has now moved himself up and gained an extra place. That puts him inside the top 10 with Lesse back in the Hedern car, which is just in front. And look at that, it's got Go Faster Flames on it. I love it already.
Yeah. I know people complain this McLaren doesn't have the flamethrower that the MP4-12C car had, but hey, still has some flames around at the back. It still retains the double exhaust pipe on the middle of the rear bumper, so it has that going. I think people are crying way too much about things, in my opinion.
Well, it might not have flames, but what it does lack in flame, it does bring back in a little bit of style out there at the moment, and you can see going through the gears there, that little bit of flick out of the exhaust there from Thomas Ronhard, just proving that he's got a little bit of pace and he's trying to use it as much as he possibly can, going along this very long front stretch here around the Fuji Speedway and over towards the opening corners once again. Aiden Young we go on board with, and keeping an eye out here on this group. Now, they find themselves at about 10 to 11 seconds off, and you've got to be keeping an eye out on how long these pit stops are, because the longer that it goes, the more likely you're going to find a bit of traffic. The big group that I think the leaders are going to want to try and avoid by the time they get to the end of their stint is the likes of the group which is currently being led right now by, I would say, Lucas Perez, who's in the middle of it, Panos Kirkos for the Greek Freaks Racing 77, Zachary Rivar, Gonçalo Ferreira there for Genes Vincia GT3. They're all there, and that group right now at about, I would say, 35th to 40th is what they're going to try and avoid in the pit stop, because if you have to deal with getting through a few drivers here and there, it's not going to be a case where you hit lap traffic easy. It's all the same category, which means it's the most difficult type to try and overtake when it comes to lap traffic battling.
But at the same, I think I bring a counterpoint. Eventually, if you're at the front, you want to stretch it out as much as you can. Eventually, you're going to find yourself in the middle of potentially a clustered pack of cars, like from 25th all the way at the back, right? So the one thing you just kind of have to keep your mindset is you're not battling them. You don't have to be aggressive towards them. The pace is relatively the same. Maybe potentially you might lose a few tenths here and there. I would say, what would be acceptable, Jake? About half a second? let's just say in a gap of 2 to 3 laps?
I would say if you can lose half a second a lap, you're still going to be in the main group, so you're not going to necessarily have too much worry on that front. Yeah. It's just a case of if you lose a little bit more than that, 4, 5, 6, 7 tenths of a second, you're going to be starting to look around and going, well, hang on a minute, I've just lost complete contact with the group, and it's very easy to lose that time if you're not paying attention and you drop further back and you find out that you're not quite got everything that is needed. So there's always going to be a point of call that all of those drivers are going to be looking at. Their teams will be working together going, can you put me in a place where I can go out there and basically do what I can out there to keep myself safe and out of trouble. That's the first thing that they'll be looking at, is where do I get out that's safe. Now, you look at the group and how it's composed here, the front 6 going all the way back to the Mag Performance SRT car in 6th. It's been very quiet at the front, and I would say being very quiet at the front has been quite clever, because you've got the WSI Esports butt kicker 23 car with Antoine Lecharité there. You've got Lorenzo Manfredotti for Apex Racing Academy and Gabriel Streitmatter for gridandgo.com VC003. You've not really done anything in this race, but they're thinking long game. I don't have to make moves. I don't have to be flashy in the early stage of this race. There is still a long way to go, and they are probably best sat and best poised because they know that the Falcon car, if it pits earlier, is going to be a little bit more aggressive. It's going to stay out of trouble. They just need a car in front of them, and if they're pitting every hour or a little bit further than that, there's roughly about 6, 7 stops that's there. I would quite like to be P6 in this group right now.
I agree. I think you can even go to Andrea Bristo at the back, right, in the Mag Performance Racing, as we see a look over here on his McLaren 720S. Being within this group, you're not moving up and down way too much. I think the biggest mover, if you want to call it the biggest mover of this group, is Bristo, right? He's just 2 places up. Well, 2 places up, but it's still key spots because you're right within this group. You're 2 seconds in front of the leader. Everybody's maintaining the same pace. Everybody clocking around 39.8, 39.8. So it's very important to keep within that, though. If you go like 1 lap extra than everybody else, is 1 lap less that you're saving, probably have to save around the final pit stop or the final 2 pit stops, where you can kind of like play a little bit more with the strategy right here. And of course, we haven't talked about how this track is going to perform, and the cars will perform throughout the sim whenever the track heat picks up, because of course right in the middle Japanese fall, right, it's not going to be scorching hot laps like you would have around the Golden Week, where the Super GT 500 kilometer race usually happens. It is scorching hot, but it's still going to be, I think, warm enough for example, a car like the Audi to drop off its pace a little bit, you know.
Yeah, we're certainly seeing it already. The track has warmed up by about 3 degrees now to 22 degrees Celsius at this point. The winds continuing to be as they are, but we are expecting the wind to just fly itself up a little bit here, and it just to stay get a little bit warmer as we head towards midday. I think that's going to be the next point where we've got to really keep an eye on that track. So that'll be in about 2 to 3 hours time. It's going to be at about the hottest that we expect it. Now, you can build a car basically out there to be really, really quick in the really cold conditions, but you know, the more that you start playing about with it, there's not really too much they can do once they put the car into perspective really here, Lorenzo, for them to change from a strategy. So if they're quick early, you know, if this track really heats up, they might not have a car that likes working when you start putting more and more understeer through, because you can't turn in as much.
Yeah, and because of that, it's hard for you to find, you know, the right balance. It's so complicated, especially with tracks like this, where it's so twisty. You have the elevation, a big elevation change going downhill and uphill every single lap that you go on. So you're putting stress in the car, so you have to find the right things. You kind of have to find the middle ground that, okay, it might not perform well early in the morning. It's kind of like when we're talking about Bathurst, right? Whenever we go into the Bathurst 12 hours for special events, you had the M4s, right? The BMW M4, great on a hot track, but it usually didn't perform as well on a cold track like the Ferrari used to do, or something like that, right? Where you have to find the proper balance. So this is why teams put so many hours, not just doing official series, but like private practice training sessions to try to find that perfect setup for the car.
Yeah, and the amount of hours that get put into events like this is actually quite staggering when you consider how much time and effort at the top level is put to be so consistent hour after hour, minute after minute. And you look at this team in second position, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Williams Esports as a team have pretty much been ringing the bell saying we are kings of the castle when it comes to special events out there. They're pretty much in everything. They've got a finger in every pie, and they are looking around and saying, well, there's only been one real challenger to us over the course of the year, and that's been Team Redline. So I think Williams right now are sitting up and saying, we've had an amazing 2024, and we only want to continue it.
Yeah, they're continuing at a really good stride, right? You know, having really good performances. If I remember correctly, they had Parker up to like battling for the NASCAR, you know, championship. So it's good to have that, you know, in terms of performance. And I think one of the few teams that have really brought, I think, on iRacing a constant battle to Redline, especially on the multi-class events, right? Whenever they had the Glen 6 hours, they had the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12 hours. They were usually putting up battles throughout the track the entire time, pressure the entire time, and this is why they always called them one of the pinnacle teams of sim racing nowadays.
Yeah, they certainly have been, and they've been one of the few teams that have looked at what they've had to do, and it was the work that was done initially out there, which has set the groundwork for them being super duper successful. You've got to give a lot of credit to Williams' success, to Javi Guerra, and what he was able to do with them. But looking back through, this isn't out of the realms of possibility for all of these teams. It is very, very aggressive. Look at the pack behind Philip Ansel at the moment, which stretches about 6-7 cars back right now. They're all looking to try and get through, and here comes the Dürr Esports car, Paul Lunger, down to the inside at TGR corner and gets it done on the brakes, gets power down the hill and fights back, and the Ferrari now can officially say it's up 17 places in the opening stint.
I'm gonna call out Paul later in Discord and check out what's the mojo to get 17 places in a race like this. What a job.
It's an incredible job. There is simply put nothing better than it. A bit of side-by-side behind it, as you can see off the exit there. That is Feniosa in the Drago Racing 069. Sven Horsa in the gridandgo.com BC001. Wrong side of the road, trying to hold it together here, and that's a lot of confidence there from Sven to get it sorted. There's a lot of lifting there from Feniosa, who's realising, I don't have to fight this right now. That's a case of, you've got the pace, you want to be aggressive, you go.
Yeah, playing, you know, cerebral playing, right? You know your car might not be the best in terms of corners and re-acceleration, right? I think the Corvette has a little bit of an upper edge on the Lamborghini Huracan in this track. But, you know, keeping strides with the Toad. You need to be within that Toad, and that's what Feniosa is doing, you know, playing the long game.
All but bumping at the front of the field between Falcon and Williams, as now here comes Yannick Latchin for Live Sim Racing Arnage, trying to find that overtake button and say, you know what, I'll get a little bit more. Porsche versus Porsche along the front stretch, and Latchin chucks it into the corner. And I tell you what, this is a worrying trend for Philip Ansel at the moment, seeing car after car just streamline away through at turn one. Something's got to change, got to reverse the polarity, so to speak, in order to get that rhythm back into play, because Philip Ansel and co at fiercely forward, well, they're going fiercely backwards.
You were holding that one for quite a while, didn't you?
No, that's just top of the head.
That just came out. Oh. I usually used to talk about them sometimes going fiercely backwards on some other events. They had the streak of a bad luck, so to speak. But yeah, not the best first hour for Fiercely 4 right there. But that's a team that I think knows how to play with strategy and has I think a good rebuilding lineup. They lost a few guys like the likes of Manini, the likes of Williams. If I remember, there was also one guy that went to Apex as well. So it's a team that is ever rebuilding and has a good core lineup of drivers.
Very nearly there for Sven Early Horser. A case of troubles up there at the GR Supra corner. That could have been very troublesome because you've got to climb the hill and then turn up to a plateau. As he got in, he pretty much lost the back end, had to jam on the binders, and just about kept it from, one, clipping the back of the fiercely forward blue car, two, keeping his position against the Drago Racing 069. It's only cost him about half a second, all things said and considered. And as they head along the front stretch, no harm, no foul. But it shows how much they're pushing, even in the mid-pack right now, to try and keep themselves in range of these drivers. And they are already sat in a group right now, which is 17 seconds off your race leaders.
Yeah, but like 17 seconds, it's still a manageable gap if you're considering how this first hour of racing has kind of like gone through. It's a considerable gap, of course, but 17 seconds is not like the end of the world. They're kind of like doing the same pace of laps. Everybody doing 39. They're just doing, I think, 39 highs to 40 lows, whereas the mid-pack is doing 35 mids to high. So it's good pace for everybody, like I would say up until the top 25, the low ends of the top 25, they're like doing 40 lows to mids.
So that just gives you the pace disparity out there. We're looking at about a second's worth of pace out there being the big differences as they look to climb. But we have had a few drivers out there and a few teams in trouble through the early stages of the race, and it does include the likes of the Frick Racing team, Williams Esports Pit Fit. That was Parker White's team that's out of the race early. The WSR Esports Butt Kicker 223, SimRacing.School we saw get into troubles early. They're out of the race at the moment, and I believe that we got the cars a lap down now for the first time. Peter Brett for ST Racing Esports Pink, and they've been in the pits 5 laps and come back out. Lucas Perez for Simify Esports back out there on the track in 44th position currently. Back onto the front stretch then, and this is Peter Brett in that said 43rd position, looking to try and make some progress back through, but being a lap down early. I'd rather be a lap down early losing all that time than a lap down late losing that time. You've got much more time to gather it back up again.
I agree. It's not the end of the world yet. But the only thing which is a downfall for them is the fact they don't have like live race control, right? They don't have a race control that could throw a yellow flag or do something like we would see in private series like the IVRA Endurance Series or at the IMSA Global Esports Championship, right, where you can have that kind of stuff. But you kind of have to put it on the track. Because this is an 8-hour race, it's still manageable for you to get your lap back and be within the same lead lap as everybody else in the track. Like the paint, though.
I do like the paint. It is very good. So too is the Project Valorous car. That looks absolutely stunning out there on circuit. But you can't go any better than traditional, as we do take a look at that Project Valorous machine out there, which is in the 20s at the moment, 26th position currently sat at the moment. Erwin Lucas Liskovic behind the wheel, and at least for the moment you've got that lovely combination of white, of the very, very hot pinky purple colour, and then the yellow. I think it really does look striking compared to a lot, and you see quite a lot of it at the moment, the black and the yellow, which seems to be very in at the moment, whereas we said about a decade ago, also 2011, everyone was in red and black.
I was going to mention that. I think that you could say like some people used to call like the orange the new black, or the red it was the new black back in the old days here in sim racing. But then again, air quotes, Jake, my team runs in red and black, so my team might fall under that spectrum. But then again,
old school.
Old school, yeah. But it's kind of like, oh, we are the arm of a real racing team that kind of like runs the same colors. But anyway, back to the point. I like the Project Valorous colors. I don't think they have like the sponsors and everything on that McLaren, but I know from like the few teams that have come around and gone here in sim racing, I think this is one of the teams that I gotta give them props. Their liveries, when we see them around flourishing in events, is always good looking and always a joy to take a look at.
It's clean, I think that's the important thing, and their 551 car it has been trying to stay as clean as possible through this race. They're actually now down to 29th position after losing about 4 places over the last lap or so. It's Magnus Nielsen who is there in front in the fiercely forward gold car there, and oh, there goes the STE Racing Esports pink car spinning to the inside. A very weird place to see that go. It was caught on the exit of the corner, hit the anti-cut curbs on the outside, and that completely threw the car in for a loop. So the Porsche of Peter Brett, you'll get a look at this here. This is how much they are having to fight, and look at it, it's only the tiniest little bump that unsettles the rear.
At least you're thankful that that anti-cut curb hasn't done something that I've seen already happening on a M4, I think on a event that I commentated on, that launched the M4 nearly to the first man-made mission into Mars.
We did have 6 at the front. It's very soon about to be 7 because the work that has been done by Cody Deeth in the 002 grid and Go.com BC002 has been nothing short of sensational. He's been doing 39 5s just consistently, and he's been whittling away, a 10th here, a 10th there. It's been a 50-minute challenge for him to get himself back onto this group. He's been running through the pack, and he's up 7 places, and that's why Cody Deeth is part of the 10K club out there, because he just quietly pulls in gaps that other drivers just simply put can't. And at the moment, with them all looking around at each other at the front, no one's wanting to take the race, at least at this stage, by the horns. And Cody Deeth, I think, will be looking to try and give a little bit of help out there to the 003 car there of Gabriel Streitmatter. And that's going to be key, having 2 Grid and Go.com cars who can react to anything. Now you've got Cody Deeth on the back who can decide, well, I'm going to cover this driver up in front, so I'm on the same strategy as them.
Every help that you can get is going to be vital to this race. So sometimes a race like this, you kind of have to take it as a tag team match perspective of sorts. Of course, there can only be one winner, but you can have one too. Why not have best of the both worlds of sorts? So one thing I really would like to have a look of is look at Lassie Bag's laps as well. So he can kind of reach Daniel Lafuente and kind of help the Spaniard to push themselves around and try to get closer to that group as well and make it a 9-car train of sorts. But despite the gap being nearly 3 seconds between Lafuente and Cody Deeth right now.
Well, looking at the leaders right now, Nicholas Laubish did a 39.6 on that last lap. Let's say back by comparison in the Hedern car was a 39.4, 2 tenths quicker, but I'd say that the 2 cars looking behind at the 3 car, because Thomas Ronhaar is very much matching the same pace, and they're looking around at Lafuente, 39.7 on that last lap. 3 seconds to reel back. They're 10 seconds off the lead, but they are going quicker than the leaders at the moment. So Ronhaar and Let's Say Back definitely not out of this race in the early stages. They might be looking at 9th and 10th at the moment, but they've definitely still got a chance to go out there and get first position. The only issue they've got here, though, going to have to keep bringing it up. It's the fuel. They're going to be burning a lot of fuel to get there, and their strategy is going to be a little bit off by comparison.
Don't worry. It's not like Yuri Kasdorp has been doing non-stop attempts in his official GT Sprint series in his streams. He's not going to be concerned. That is not a concern, Jake Sperry. Don't worry about it. Whenever Yuri's in the car, it's all safe. No, I'm just joking. But talking about Thomas Ronhaar real quickly, it's funny to see his uprising into iRacing, of course. Mainly a mainstay in other simulators. Normally you would see, oh, it's one thing driving that simulator, then coming to iRacing is a whole different beast. You're normally going to take a little while to get yourself accommodated. But Thomas, I think, just had a massive skyrocket of iRating surge. So one of the few drivers within the 10K, and I think just deservedly so to be within that 10K conversation. Funnily enough, not within one of the top teams like we normally would see, like Redline Coenda or something like that. But I would say give him a year or two before he's being considered within that conversation, in my opinion.
Well, I'd say he's got about as much hype as Bono House did once upon a time when he made the jump over here, and I think he's very much of that same ilk, both, of course, being absolutely incredible in their respective platforms, and over to here, now starting to prove that they are the real deal, and seeing Ronha's rise has been something special to behold, and it will only go up and up from where he is at the moment through the GR Supra corner, and now firmly situated onto the back of Lesse back. And Lesse, someone who has been up at the highest level and has been a difference maker at the highest level. I've taken a look at his Porsche Super Cup results that he's been pulling together, and he's certainly someone who on any given day can go up and really go and challenge some of the mainstay establishment here in a GT setting. Certainly having a good running so far.
Yeah, and it's also interesting, kind of like he's being with a driver like Yuri Kazdorp from the Mouse Esports. Normally we would see, like, it's funny, we don't see like Yuri driving a top split event unless he like feels like it, either him or Morris Loina, which is his teammate in Mouse Esports as well. So maybe this could be the first of maybe the surge of, let's just say, lock in Thomas Ronhari Mouse, the surge of Mouse Esports for next year into the Daytona 24 and then further into iRacing events. I don't know, it's just like he's speculating right now.
Well, they've got some great drivers. Of course, they've got Max Benecke, who is someone who is a one-of-one style driver. He is a luxury of luxuries in terms of how they go about. So keep an eye on them, as they might decide that 2025 is their big push into more than just what they have on their plate currently, and is a bit of an expansion. So there are a lot of things to look at. And of course, the sim racing season, there's always a silly season here and there, but I think there's a lot to be said about stability now over the course of the sim racing scene, when you consider, especially at the top level, a championship going on like IMSA, for example, is going to start staggering that season of when are you going to have that realm. We're now going to be starting to look at it and say, well, when is silly season? Is it February now? Because it used to be October, November, December. That's where all the changes happen.
Yeah, but I think we saw a lot of changes, I think, right before August of sorts, when the Porsche Esports Super Cup Contender Series or the qualification series used to come, right? Because basically that was the road season of sorts. But now you have the iRacing, the IndyCar iRacing, the IndyCar Bucket Car iRacing Pro Series. You have the Porsche Esports Super Cup. You have the IMSA Global Esports Championship. So you have a lot of series for you to go on in iRacing where you can kind of like have a good lineup of drivers, and I think this might be the case of maybe, like we were talking, I just said, Mouse expanding. That could be it. They're not going to miss the opportunity of being featured in so many series like that.
Luciano Wittwer in the BMW, just about into line. René Lenz making the move that jumps him up into 25th position. Wittwer looks behind. Daniel Antunes still there in the fiercely forward pink car, which is just sat behind, which we are on board with at this stage. So 25th on back, starting to get a little bit spicy here at the moment. Someone's poured a little bit of something over the top of it and said, you know what, we're in for a good battle. That's a big throw down the inside. Room given by Wittwer in the WRX JSM Motorsport car, pretty much door to door, as they now crest the rise for the next right-hander. It's off camber here, but there's the turn. Didn't want to yield, and ultimately it's around. Antunes goes, and he'll drop 1, 2, 3. He'll drop 4.
Oof. I really want to look on a replay perspective. There was a little bit of a pinch from Antunes coming out of the corner on Wittwer. Because judging from that angle, Jake, that looked like it, right? I think Antunes forced the issue a little bit and didn't give Luciano too much room on the outside where the anti-cut curbs were to, you know, race together.
Yeah, I think those anti-cut curbs certainly did play a factor, and we have seen them happen there off the exit of the corner before. So this is the scrap, stuck on the inside, and everyone's trying to get to that one line. It does funnel to one line suits all off the exit of the corner, but if you've not got clearance, you do have to leave that room, and Oh, it's clumsy, but you know that he's not going to lift when he's going to try and fight on that outside. He'll feel that with the amount of difference there on the outside, he's entitled to have all of the room, but he's still there. He never gets clearance.
Yeah, the nose is there, though. Therefore, there is overlap for him to try to work on. Maybe he's not going to get at the exit of the corner if they work together coming in into the left-hander, right? But there is room. There is still room for you to fight on, and I think just a driver mistake there that you know could have been fatal, but it just cost him about 4 positions.
It definitely might have done there, and it's certainly done a lot of time. We're almost an hour clear into this race. We're about 2 minutes short of that. Falcon Sim Racing team have led every single lap of this race so far with the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. It's 7 cars at the front of this field who are all looking to try and prove that they've got what it takes. And then you look behind, the second group is about 5 seconds further back of that. This is the 4th pack out on circuit. Francis Pekin's Parnell Racing car looks behind and sees Sven-Ole Horsa making his recovery back through the field after early drama sent them back about 12 places in the opening laps. And as such, a move being lovely and made there puts the gridandgo.com VC001 through on Dirt Esports and Paul Lunger, who's been the biggest mover in the field, or one of the biggest movers, up 16 in the early stages of this race. For those waking up on the US East Coast, good morning as you get yourself all nicely situated. It's lunchtime in GMT where I am at the moment, so let us know. What's your breakfast? What's your lunch? It is a classic sim racing endurance staple. What are you eating?
Yeah, I'm eating like some cheese balls, like we say pão de queijo in Brazil, right? And over here in Portugal as well. So it's kind of like cheese bread balls. Sorry, they are delicious. They're like one of my favorite foods. That was my breakfast, and a little bit of cup of water. I think we're past midday in Japan, so I think you can say konnichiwa right now instead of ohayo gozaimasu, minasan. So I just hope everybody's enjoying the race.
I hope everyone is as well. I think it's pretty much set up for everybody just waiting for the powder keg to light, as everyone is just getting their ducks in a row at this moment in time. I think it's the best way to say it with the way that they've all been going about. You can definitely get a sense on this long front stretch. It'll be the long pivot to the right that's going to be the big teller of who's going to be diving into the pits or not. We don't see any massive defenses out there through this stage, but Lunger happy to keep himself then just tucked in behind Sven-Ole Horsa, who is now looking around at Francis McGinn thinking, another one. I'd like one more, as they now run through the beautiful middle sector, untamed, unchanged, as they rush on through. You need to get all the power off the exit of the corner over to the right-hand side for the Advan corner there out of 100R. And this Advan corner, another one of those corners where you can throw it in a lot quicker than you think you can.
Yeah, normally it's kind of interesting. You mentioned Advent Corner, right? I think some other people call it the hairpin, right? Because I know I think got renamed Advent Corner recently, if I remember correctly. But still, it's one of those corners that is easy for you to make a mistake on. I wonder, of all this track, Jake, which corner do you think is the hardest? I think it's this one for me the hardest, because you're coming uphill and you kind of have to find a way to brake straight and then throw the car to the left and still retain grip, in my opinion. That's the corner that is easiest for you to make a mistake, in my opinion.
You say GR Super, I say the one before it, because that is off camber and it pretty much sets up your run through there. And we've seen 2 incidents there with the anti-cut curbs being as they are on the outside. It's very difficult. We've got moves in the front group now. They're starting to get a little bit dicey. Andrea Bristow has had enough of waiting. He gets the pass done on Antoine Le Charité, the Canadian. So for WSR Esports butt kicker, they'll drop 1 to 6. The Mag Performance, who have been whittling away in terms of their endurance efforts. They've been a tier 2 team for a very long time, and now we're just seeing in the last couple of years here, Lorenzo, that Mag Performance are starting to make some headway, and they are starting to get the performances.
Yeah, this Italian team, I think, is just quietly trying to get into the fold. Has some top-level Italian drivers. Of course, I think if I remember correctly, Bristow might be their you know, tipping the spear for the Italians, regardless of, you know, his antics sometimes in terms of aggressiveness driving that the community doesn't often appreciate. But then again, it's up-level racing. The aggressiveness rate is going to be really high regardless if it is going to be him or some other driver. But it's good to see Mag slowly going to the frame. I think since mid-2023 when I started to properly see the performance.
Oh, that's excited.
Yeah, I retained the position though.
They might do, but look at the speed here, and it'll be straight back. This is exactly what they didn't want to happen here, these three. Right now, Le Charité will look to try and get this back, but now you're going to see a brilliant top speed comparison as they run along the stretch here, because Cody Death might want them both. It's going to be McLaren on the outside, Audi in the middle, which just backs out of it, and the Corvette of Cody Death flies on in. They had Facundo Rago to deal with the Voracious, who was coming out of the pits. Is this 2-for-1 for Cody Death? I'll tell you what, Bristow is not giving this one up, and that is very nicely held. But look at what it's cost them here. It's 1.5 seconds that they've dropped to Manfredotti in the Apex Academy car. So it's going to be a case of 1.5 seconds to try and gather back up, and that will take time.
Yeah, and I think, again, like I said before, talking about the 24-hour esports series I was going to bring up, right? I think that's where I started to see Mag as a proper threat to other teams, especially in GT3. But then again, it's kind of like sometimes the aggressiveness, you need to race with your head a little bit. I think having this fight, I know you're fighting for track position officers coming into the pit lane because now the pit window is open. Do you really want to defend your position that much over the point that you're going to lose nearly 2 seconds to the group in front?
Well, this is important for them because they'll be looking at how long they can extend here. They are looking towards almost 5 minutes full of extending, as that's another missed apex there through the middle from Bristow, who is really under the cosh here from Cody Death, who is trying to do everything in his power to go and get the move that he wants. 5 minutes over the course of these pit stops. You're going to have about a half an hour stop at the end. You're looking a little bit further back around at it. It's going to be a bit more, but now we're starting to think of, do we have takers? Bristow, I think, has had enough, and so too has your race leader, Laubish. We are fully in the pit window. We've got more drivers in there, like Jonathan de Clapel, for example. Casper Rihoy Anderson is in there. Buizanis is in there as well. So we got a lot of drivers now deciding we are fully in pit window territory. It's the first time that Williams take the lead.
But I think what's impressive for me is the fact that Laubish actually lasted about an hour and a half of his stint, right, Shane? Because normally we think, okay, the lead car is the one that is wasting the more fuel, is burning more because he's leading the group, as he's going to give way to Andre Castro in the Falcon Sim Racing team car. That's the normal expectation. He would go maybe a lap less than everybody else, right? He would be the first one to pit, and he kind of like pit alone. But in that instance, good headsway by Laubish. He kind of like pit with the first small group of GT3 cars in the lead, and kind of like he's gonna have people to trade draft with and maybe save a little bit of fuel as he goes on.
Well, that will be his hope, that he's got someone to work with when he comes out of the pits, because he'll know he'll have to be aggressive, because all of these drivers up on the top of your screen, led by Beckham Jassia and Gabriel Streitmatter, they'll be looking out and away. Goes then at the Ferrari, and that will be off and away, and quite happy by what they've done. Bristow hasn't really lost too much out. He was about 2.5 back. He's 2.5 back still as he comes out of the pit. So that's going to be quite telling here. The difference is almost the lap between them, and they're all starting to pivot now down into the lane. So one in, one out. Oh, they're starting to throw dummies here. Manfredotti wasn't going to move, but Cody Death will come in, and he'll come in with Gabriel Streitmatter, who's decided I can only go that long. So 2 laps difference is huge.
And Apex staying out is huge in my opinion as well. WSR in that Antoine Charry car is also out a little bit. Is kind of big, you know, extending 2 laps over the first cars within that leading group is going to be huge, you know. Every lap that you save right here, I'm saying it's important for you to get that track position if you still retain that gap between everybody in the final 2 hours of this race. 2 laps makes a whole lot of difference. I think it is what, about 5-6 seconds in the pit lane for you to refill the properly 2 laps, so this is going to be huge.
Well, they driver changed in the Falcon Sim Racing team. Damon Woods has got in behind the wheel, so very, I would say, strange to see a driver change on the opening stint. Normally what you'd see is that You get a chance to see them go about 2 stints with the double stacking of the tyres, which often becomes the case, but I know there's a lot to do around that. Still stuck in the lane now, waiting to get that launch to go. Thrustmaster will keep a focus on. Now he leaves the pits. Watch out, because you'll see flying through on your screen here, this is going to be where you get close. Watch out for the merge, and he's going to stay ahead. So that's an important pit stop that's worked, but it's a case of it's not worked maybe as much as they would want at Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, or I would say, sorry, over with gridandgo.com, because they've got exactly what they want. They're there, but it's going to be Falcon who aren't too happy, because if that's how close it was with the 3rd place car, Beckham just see it might have a great chance, and in they come now to make their stops, and they might almost find a whole pit stop and a bit more.
Yeah, and I think another thing that is kind of like important for me of Beckham just zero sorts, right? I was taking a quick look, having that Manini car right in that McLaren right in front, I think it helped them save a little bit of more fuel in his Ferrari 296. But I think his last lap was about 142 when coming into the pit lane. That wasn't really good, you know. Not the optimal pit-in strategy, because you have a car that is slightly slower over the pit entry compared to what Labish is, kind of like Labish now Andre Castro in this issue had basically a clear track for you to run on, and just cars right behind following you.
Well, coming out now the final corner, this is where you see the top 6, 7 all down in the pits, all looking to make their calls known. But now Damon Woods, who's trying to run right up to the inside of the circuit here, is trying to look around and say, well, can I break Thrustmaster not playing that game. Bristow behind, not playing that game. Where are they going to come out by comparison? And you take a look, and that is the jump by Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. They've got the race lead, and they've got it quite handsomely there by comparison. Manfredotti remains in 4th position with Andrea Bristow. He did well with his pit stop. He's managed to close it right back up to the group, so they've expanded out a bit. The big losers, WSR Esports butt kicker, I would say, who are back there in 7th place, but they have strung out the group after the pit window.
Yeah, it could be sort of like you know, taking a little bit longer time in the lane, and the fact that the Audi is not the best car for you to go outside. The cold tires, I think, have got affected a little bit more throughout the early portions of the stint, so that could be a little bit of a detriment for the WSR Esports butt kicker. But let's see now Bristow on the offense against Manfredotti. Italy versus Italy battle.
It will be an interesting battle, just to keep in mind with how close that they're all going about there and trying to throw it together out there at this point. So it's been a tough hour to start in terms of their racing. 002 and 003 feel happy with what they've done at the moment in Grid and Go, but at the moment it's Andrea Bristow in the Mag Performance SRT machine that's now looking to be the most aggressive out there. They've got their eyes set on Lorenzo Manfredotti and the Apex Racing Academy number 99 car out there. Alex Gall will be due in there, and so too Guillaume Levesque will be trying to get himself into play as well. So Guy will look to try and get himself in behind the wheel. That's going to be worth keeping an eye out on towards the 2nd and 3rd stages of this 8-hour race. But at least for the moment, Bristow will be quite happy that he remains close, but he just does that. He doesn't want to make the move yet on Manfredotti.
Yeah, first lap from what it looks like right here, I think he's a 40.097 from Bristow. I'll say it's not a red alert yet, but look at the gap between the guys. We're gonna look what happened to Sven. Oh, don't tell me he actually sped on the pit lane.
Oh, looks like speeding. And we can confirm it was speeding for Sven Erle-Horsa, and for him and the gridandgo.com 001, it will mean that from where they were, they're now back in about 35th position or so after those dramas. Definitely not what the doctor was ordering for Grid and Go's 001. It's been a horrid start to the race for them, as they will look to try and now climb back through the field the difficult way, as they now look to continue on with that. Slightly different lines being taken here between Manfredotti and Bristow, Manfredotti taking a bit of a wider entry into some of these corners, just trying to ease the car in through and try and get as much drive off the exit as possible. Bristow, I think, is happy with the pace that he's carrying through the corners, and as such can sacrifice a bit of track to try and take a more optimal line.
But as a as a question that I have, right? Let's just say Manfredotti's pace is not up to the same pace that Thrustmaster is doing right now. We're gonna look at the lap. They're basically doing 39.7 for the leader, 39.6 for Damon Woods. Thrustmaster doing 39.6, and Manfredotti actually a little bit faster. So let's just say Manfredotti was like 2/10 slower on the lap, right? Bristow, I think, is not gonna wait for like losing 2/10 per lap. Right, on a pace like this, he's probably gonna have to pound, and whenever he does, he's gonna be like heavily aggressive towards it. It's still like not out of the reaches for them just yet. 3 seconds back from back Garcia and Damon Woods, but you wanna try to keep within the leader's touch of sorts. And 3 seconds on a strategy-based race like this can be a pain in the rear. Let's just say halfway through the race is done.
Yeah, they'll be looking at around halfway, and they don't want to feel like they've lost 2/10 here and 2/10 there, and suddenly a gap becomes unmanageable. They definitely don't want that. What they will want, though, is the ability to say, well, can we work together at this phase of the race to get what we want out there? That's going to be very important. In terms of driver changes, only 2 inside the top 10 have actually changed their drivers. So Damon Woods has got in behind the wheel. Thomas Ronhaar as well has jumped out. And there is Yuri Kazdor behind the wheel, who is also, with the way that the stops have worked out, the number 3 car, it's a Ford McLaren, has got through on the Hedern car out there in second position, in car number 2. So let's say back has lost one in the stops. Still though, we sit here with 6 hours and 45 minutes remaining. Andrea Bristow throws it down the inside, blocks the apex perfectly, and it's not much that the Apex Racing Academy car could do about that. They are a fantastic team, arguably, I would say, the innovators of the Academy system in motorsport or in sim racing at this moment in time. And the number 99 out there can't quite be 100 because Andrea Bristow has found a wonderful pass, and that will move Mac Performance SRT up into 4th position with that pass. And now that puts them 1.2 seconds behind Gabriel Streitmatter, who sits there in the 003 car, the gridandgo.com VC 003 in 3rd place. So that's what they've got set up at the moment. Top 2 clear of 3rd at this stage, but they will be all sitting and saying what they want. But Lorenzo, that was a great move by Andrea Bristow. Had to be aggressive into turn 1, and he blocked the apex perfectly to stop any counterplay.
Yeah, and I think Manfredotti just knew that it wasn't worth to fight this position as well, right? He had a little bit of a gap, could have worked on, but I think at the point of the situation, I think leading a heavily aggressive group with Deeth right behind, and then La Charite is already approaching them, right? He's not far behind, can be a little bit problematic. It puts a little pressure on your shoulders, so it's kind of like have Bristow lead the group. You know he's way more aggressive, pushing his McLaren 720S. So let's just say, who knows?
Lead.
Oh.
And that's the move. That is Beckham Jasiah saying, I do not want to be leading this race. Go on, Falcon Sim Racing team. Have more laps at the front.
Okay.
Moved over to the left-hand side. As comfy as that, Beckham Jasiah is not going to sit by idly. I think he's definitely playing a long game here with his strategy, and Falcon are very happily singing to their tune at the moment.
I think it's a good thing of sorts. It's kind of like let the other car lead, and they know now it's a 2-car matter. So it's like, you know you have a lap advantage. You're probably going to have 2 at the end of your stint if Beck Jasiah just keeps at the back of Damon Woods moving forward. The problem is they cannot allow Grid and Go to get closer, and they cannot allow Mac Performance and the 3rd group of cars to get closer. If that ever happens, then it can become quite problematic for Williams. But for now, it's the perfect situation for them right now to manage.
Yeah, they've got the 2-lap advantage, of course, over Falcon Sim Racing team. They've got a lap's advantage over some of the cars behind. And I think they'll be quite happy with what they've achieved here, and they've still been able to build that gap. And the Grid and Go car at 1.9 seconds behind there, I don't think is out of the realms of possibility. There has been a change back there for 9th position, so the Hedern team have laissé back through on Yuri Kasdorp and have moved up to get the place. They are slowly encroaching in on Daniel Lafuente as we look in towards turn number 1, and once more Beckham Jasiah will have the happiest place in the world, staring at the back of the Ferrari in front right now, the dark blue there just in front of them through the Coca-Cola corner. But we are seeing some movement here, and some important movement at that, which has to be noted. We do have to note we do have one car in trouble, and that is the 114 Team PGZ car, which looks like it's in the wrong place at the wrong time. So that was the team of Govan Keeney, Kevin De Noia, and Pablo Araujo. And that is what happened to De Noia there through 300 right, and that is a hefty, hefty shunt.
That is odd looking of sorts from that angle. Just got
caught the rear. That's what happened, caught the rear, did the BMW there, and it looks like a horrible bit of contact, just pitches the car around. There's not much that De Noia could do about that in the middle of the pit stop cycle. Very easy to miss, but that is enough damage to put them down in the pits and in trouble. And speaking of which, that Mag Performance SRT car has got a slowdown penalty.
Easy for you to get depending on the corner that you actually take right here. And it's a hefty one of sorts.
So they've got about 40 seconds to serve this, and they'll try and play it with the increment so they slow it down as much as they possibly can. So this is going to be interesting on the brakes to see how they serve this penalty. Watch out on the brake. Look at how much it's checked them up. Oh my goodness me, that's created a lot of drama trying to serve the penalty. Bristow still trying to get rid of it here, finally does. But now look along the straight. They've lost the place to Manfredotti, and that could have been calamitous.
Not only they lost a place to Manfredotti, but they could have got into contact with Cody Deeth right behind. The good avoidance and awareness by Cody Deeth. You know, like you see the cars being checked up, keep that outside lane and kind of like give room to Manfredotti to wiggle around Bristow on the inside. But then again, I don't like you basically breaking the car into turn number 1 and kind of like mid-parking it of sorts. You could have lifted in the straights, let them go around. You take about 1 or 2 tenths of your time, and you still would be able to retain a little bit of a gap towards the other places. Slowing down this pack just because you want to take as much seconds away or tenths of seconds away from your slowdown is not a good thing. It's suboptimal.
Well, that was the worry always, is how much you slowing it down on the apex and how much you're going to cause dramas, because if it wasn't for the lightning reflexes of Cody Deeth, there would have been a 3-car pile-up quicker than you could say 3-car pile-up. So at that point, you look around at Cody Deeth and what he's looking at, he realizes that Andrea Bristow is going to take the race in his own hands, and Deeth, who is sat there and trying to get his Corvette to motor and move, go over 250 kilometers an hour at the moment on this straight, 260, and we'll see how quick he hits the brakes. 267 diving to the inside, not going to have anything else but the move down the inside line, and he perfectly plants it over the apex exit. That is wonderfully done. Cody Deeth now making sure that hubris is there for Mag Performance, who were up in 4th position once upon a time. 2 laps later, they're down to 6th.
Yeah, I think in my opinion, Cody did the right move. You know, he's not going to expect like Bristow to defend way too much. He's going to find the right opportunity to pounce, block the exit of turn number 1. A little bit of a skid for the Australian outside of the corner on that Corvette, but keeps it in the track. Most importantly, there's a lot of touch to Manfredotti. But also, luckily for all these 3, now 4 cars, because La Charita has reached them because of the slowdown. Strymauer wasn't that quick as well on the lap afterwards, right? On that slow down lap, he was just slower by a tenth of a second on them. So it's still a 5-car train of sorts, despite the gaps being relatively okay-ish between one car to the other.
Yeah, Antoine Lecharité then for WSR Esports butt kicker is on the back of this group, and he'll be happy he's on the back of this group as they all look to set and get themselves ready into this second stint of the race. They are just on the fringes of Gabriel Streitmatter there, you can see in 3rd place, but there's your top 2. Falcon Sim Racing team currently leading in the number 44 car, with Williams Esports Racing Prodigy looking to try and hold a little bit of roughshod on the fuel game. Now, we know it's 2 laps on the opening stint. They did spend a little bit longer on the front, though, did the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team. So I reckon they can only get, at best, 1 lap out of them compared to the Falcon Sim Racing team if they've done this absolutely perfectly, which would indicate to me over the strategy call that they've got, that they'll have a 3-lap advantage by the time that they come into the pits, which would roughly be in about an hour's time.
Yeah, the question will be if the teammates can actually retain a really good advantage, right, or keep up the pace that Beckham just here is kind of like putting, despite saving fuel, a little bit of fuel, as we're looking to another group led by Paul. That would be Paul Lung and I think Lapshin and Francis McGinn, just outside the realms of the top 10. Actually, it's the first places outside of the top 10. I think that's P11, 12, and 13, and 14 eventually. In 15, with the last car being the car driven by Aiden Young.
Yep, so they're having a good run here, about 20 seconds off the race lead. Paul Langer up 19 spots in this race, leading Lapchin there and Francis McGinn into play. They've also got Fenayosa there for Drago Racing, the Polish-based team, and Aiden Young in the WSR Esports butt kicker, number 10 car out there. They are trying to masquerade as the 323, but I don't think they've been able to get what they want there. But Aiden Young, happy there on the back of this group, but these 5 are looking around at each other thinking, what can they do and how do they get themselves involved? Aiden Young, of course, was caught up a little bit earlier on in the incident with Sven Horser in the Grid and Go car. So for Aiden Young, they just about scampered away from it. Their sister car there, the other of the WSI Sport butt kicker cars, retired from the race. So Aiden Young, who is trying to keep himself in play, I think has come off best off of that 3-car incident we saw in the opening minutes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Ethan was just the innocent bystander of sorts, right? There is nothing much that Ethan could have done right there except getting contacted in the rear, and I think he got a broken toe link or a broken suspension on his Audi. Unfortunate to see that, but luckily for Aiden, he kind of like got away unscathed. Not too much damage on his Ferrari 296 if there wasn't any damage at all for that car, which for them is a good thing. Keep within that top 20. I think that's important for them, despite in the initial fractions of this race that they probably want to be a little bit closer.
Well, it's 2 Ferraris front and rear of this group, and then you've got the 3 which are there in the middle, which I think are rather interesting. You've got the Lamborghini there for Drago, you've got the McLaren for Parnell, and we got the Porsche for Live Sim Racing Arnage. I do want to talk about that Lamborghini because we haven't really seen too much of it out there and the roar that it's able to produce. That Lamborghini, would you say that maybe it's a little bit of a choice car? It's not one that necessarily everybody goes to, but one that if you do master it, it's certainly one that rewards you?
It is. It's not an easy car. It's a car that I think takes a little bit of patience for you to get the right setup on it. It was my main car on IMSA and IMSA base events last season. I think the car has a really good balance, and I think on IMSA events was the best car. That was a little bit weird. On open setups for IMSA official series in iRacing, it was the best, well, probably one of the best cars, if not the best car. For GT, I think it was a McLaren, so there was a little bit of a differentiation. It's not the fastest car on the straight, but the grip you have around the corners, and especially with the high wing on high wing setup tracks, it is just really good. I think it's if not one of the best, the best in GT3 racing, but it's not an easy car for you to find the right balance because it shares a few similarities with the Audis. Not the best car around the curbs, so you kind of have to go around with the setup that minimizes the impact that you would have around bumpy setups or bumpy portions of the racetrack like you would have around here in Fuji with the anti-curbs, for example.
Yeah, so there's certainly elements of it where it can be good, but you do have to be a little bit, I would say, trepidatious around with it, and the Drago Racing 069 is certainly looking to try and make some progress through in the early phases of this race, heading towards 1/4 distance in about half an hour's time here at the moment, with Dua Esports leading this tertiary group out there at the moment, trying to do what they can at 19 seconds adrift here in this race. At the moment, they have caught up here to 3rd position, so for Gabriel Streitmatter, he'll be leading a train rather than being isolated at this point, and the top 2 are able now to necessarily make that break. But on the front stretch, we'll take a look at Ferrari versus Porsche on this front run. We'll see what Live Sim Racing Arnage want to do there. You can see a little bit of scuffing there on the left-hand side there of the Porsche. You've got to be a little bit cautious about that on the white paint, but here as they close that gap down to about 2 car lengths here, 260 kilometers an hour on the straight for the 788, not really wanting to push the boat out, throws it into the corner. We know that the Porsche is a little bit better through that final sector. That's where it puts most of its pride through.
Yeah, using the flat 6 a little bit to its advantage. That's good to see. But more importantly, it's good to see the calmness of Yannick Lapchen, you know, having a guy that has so many years of experience in GT racing, right? Also one of the VRS virtual racing school coaches, and I used to do setups for GT3 cars, having this calm going around a massive group of cars like this and navigate the Porsche so nimbly, just smoothly as well, is good to look at. The caliber of a high, one of the best drivers in France, in my opinion. I was going to say high caliber, but then again, I would be repeating myself.
He certainly is doing well out there at the moment, is Yannick Lapchen. He's pretty much dead even for where he wants to be, and he'll want to give a good car over to Florian Dinard, who will be next behind the wheel for them over at Live Sim Racing Arnage. So there is certainly that element of it, but they are settling back down once more into that rhythm, finding out that this pack is going to have to do a bit of work if it wants to claw on back to where they want to be. And they'll constantly be sitting around thinking, well, what can we do to make the margins up that we need? Speaking of which, there's the move down the inside by Lorenzo Manfredotti, as there goes the Apex Racing Academy car to the front in 3rd position. They've had enough of waiting. The gap's now 4 seconds to your race leaders here in the chase group, and it's going to be a case where I think Gabriel Streitmatter is starting to struggle a little bit by comparison, and he's going to need a little bit of injection into this group, a little bit of pace, and we've seen the pace of the Apex Racing Academy car and what it's been able to produce. I wonder now whether they'll put Cody Death onto the back now as a better push to go forward in this phase of the race.
I was going to mention that I think the switch needs to happen eventually. I think Gabriel is probably going to give way to Cody because he knows Cody's pace on a regular basis has been a little bit better, and they cannot afford to lose a lot of time. They're losing a little bit of ground. They lost about 1/10 average per lap, but then again, every 1/10 per lap, if you accrue that over the longevity of an 8-hour race, is going to be quite a lot, right, Jake? So for them, they got to find ways for them to keep within relative contact with those 2 cars in front. And I think having Manfredotti lead the pack, get a little bit closer, might do a little bit of wonders for them. But now you can see Cody blinking the headlights. We know the switch is going to happen. The question is Bristow going to follow through as well?
Too far back. You can see that gap. It's about half a second here along the front stretch, and Andrea Bristow is not in a position to capitalise here on this. The way you can tell the difference between the grid and go cars, look at the wing mirrors and look at the accents on the front fender as D throws it down to the inside. It's all black when it comes to the 002. Out there at the moment, yes, and it's the red highlights on the 003. That's how you can tell the difference between the 2 Corvettes, as Cody Death has now made his charge from 14th up to 4th position, a gain of 10 over the course of this race, and very much in the wheelhouse here to try and get what is wanted. That 002 will have David Bojka going into it at some point, and then Ganoso Tazdilin there for the 003 team. So they've certainly got a lot of talent there, sat and waiting to be used at Grid and Go, but at least at this moment in time, it's Cody Deeth who finds himself now P4 and looking to harry up here, one Mr. Lorenzo Manfredotti.
Yeah, because Manfredotti's last lap was just 3.2 on average slower than Batchasir and Damon Wood. So I think I'm not going to say patience out of the Australian would be running out against the Apex Academy driver, right? But I think at a certain point, it's like, is it even worth for me to stay behind this Corvette and lose ground to the guys in front? Those two Ferraris are pushing each other and they're being faster than us, so we have to do something different. Maybe I should lead the group and push the car a little bit more so we can stay closer to all these guys up in the front.
Well, it's about how close they want to be and how much they got to push. At 4 seconds, they've given a little bit of a leash, is the right way to say it, and you don't want to be doing too much of that. Andrea Bristow fires it into the corner and somehow gets a move for his troubles. How did he pull that off? He looked like he was sailing.
I thought he was going to make contact with Cody Deeth's car right in the front. A little bit of what happened to Sven Ole Hasse and the WSR Audi and Ferrari eventually a little bit earlier on within the first hour. Replay is on.
He throws it in. He's got no right to make that corner and take a place from it. And he's just mega from Andrea Bristow. Accidents happen and he's profiteered from it. Yeah, look, he very nearly clips Cody Deeth. You're absolutely right. And that is some great heads-up driving by Thrustmaster there, just to keep his car preserved. It's cost him a place, but Andrea Bristow, he was soaring towards the corner without any way of stopping.
It shows, like I said before, some of the, I'm not going to say antics, but the aggressiveness out of Bristow sometimes going into the corners, right? And for sometimes for the glory or detriment of his driving. I know he's a very fast driver sometimes, but that could have gone so wrong. Let's just say, had Cody lifted a little bit earlier, right, and it was a little bit slower in the corner, what were the chances of him making contact with Cody on turn number 1, right? That could have been disastrous for them if somehow, some way it worked, despite losing touch to those two guys in front.
Well, I did want to touch on the fact that this group is starting to coalesce together now with the 3 that are behind. Daniel Lafuente, Laissez Back, and Yuri Kazdorp. They are all looking to try and jump onto this, and it's not that far between Lafuente and La Charité, who are there, the 86 and 23. So Team 86 might be thinking about a podium battle here, because that gap is only, and I say this tentatively, only 2 seconds. Difference on that last lap, about 4/10 between Lafuente and La Charité.
Thanks to Bristow's move of sorts, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because they had to get on the binders and leave the space, didn't they?
Yeah, but still got really close to one another. It was kind of like a NASCAR-esque checkup of cars, if you think about it.
It's pretty much a case of these drivers having to leave that little bit of room. This is a very wide and expansive circuit by comparisons to a lot of other circuits that you find around the world. So there is a lot of room to get yourself out of trouble, but by that sort of measure of metric, it does lure you in, and sometimes there's a lot of places where you can get into trouble around this circuit.
Yeah, and whenever you find yourself into trouble, normally is a race-ending situation, especially in the most critical corners like this one right here. You go and then probably Daiichi as well. Daiichi has so much runoff, but if you get it within contact to one another, you spin each one car around, normally it causes a lot of issues to the cars that might be behind, because there's usually a pack of cars that you're following through. Well, that I'm saying from the perspective of being a Super GT follower of races, so normally it can get a little bit dramatic. But still, anyway, it's one. I think. Can you argue this might be one of the tracks that could be tied with Coda, with so much runoff area?
Oh, there's a lot of it here, and it was designed in 2005 with a lot of runoff in mind, because there's just got to be a lot of space to go out there and give as much safety as possible to these drivers, as much time to go through. Because you look at a lot of these corners here to make it FIA Grade 1 safety standard to host Formula Racing, which it did in 2007 and 2008. To give all that space, to have all that space, yes, it would be nice if it had a lot of gravel here, there, and everywhere, but all of those corners through the opening 2 sectors are massively quick, and it does have the unfortunateness from time to time of looking a little bit like a concrete paradise.
Yeah, and for better or worse, right? It looks like that, but I think it's funny that people don't like Fuji quite a lot, right? I think they say it's a boring track, it's not easy for you to drive, or the anti-cut curves make it a little bit boring to drive, especially this last sector. It's not easy for you to go around, right? And it's not easy to set your car around a track like this. But I like Fuji. For better or worse, this might be one of the decent rebuilds that Herman Tilke has done throughout his career, making tracks or rebuilding tracks in for F1 or automobile circuits in general.
Yeah, this is the sort of circuit that you look at, and especially keeping the character of the first section of the circuit, I think, has been rather important. That second section has added a little bit of an extra challenge, and I think that's what drivers don't like, how much of a challenge it is in the second sector, or the final sector, so to speak. But you've got to climb the hill, and it's all off camber, and you've got to wait, and it feels slow as they go around. Le Charité currently there in 7th position, keeping his eyes firmly peeled in front, with the likes, of course, of Thrustmaster, who is there in front, Bristow there, Cody Deeth and Lorenzo Manfredotti. The group now keeping the gap stable at about 4.5 seconds to the leaders. They were able to close down about 100th of a second there or thereabouts on that last lap. Doesn't sound like much here. And something I'm noticing there that you just saw in the background, Cody Deeth is attacking Advan corner more than anybody else. He is the driver going the widest of anybody in that group, and I think that's just telling you the mindset of Cody Deeth. He wants to go out there and be aggro.
As far as I've been following Cody's career, ever since he was back in Williams Academy and then eventually got features within Williams, so the main team, I think there wasn't a word out of his driving style that shrieks of conservative. He's always been aggressive, for better or worse. I think that as the years have gone by, I think he's refined his aggressiveness drive style of sorts, which for me is a little bit good, because sometimes Cody used to get it within very unnecessary context with other drivers. I think the fact that he's matured as a driver, I would say especially this last 2 to 3 years, have said a lot about Cody's career in sim racing, how much maturity has put up to now face against guys like his former Williams teammates and rivals that are nowadays in the Falcons and the Coendas and Red Lions of sorts as well.
I think Cody is an absolutely fantastic driver fighting from behind, but I think his true skill set will shine if he gets a chance to lead at the front, because I think he can drive a really consummate race over at the front of fields, and I think he'll look to try and prove that time and time again when he gets in with a great opportunity. He has unlocked the opportunity to battle in the Ferrari HP Esports Series Grand Final as well, so Cody Deeth is certainly picking up accolade upon accolade upon accolade out there in the world. And you take a look at the top 10, and simply put, nobody has had a bigger gain in this race so far inside the top 10 than him in the 002. He'll know he'll have to hand over the car at some point for fair share rules, but he's looked at it. Plus 10, of course, Deux are plus 18. They have lost a place down to Live Sim Racing Arnage, but you know, you're looking around at it. There have been big movers, there have been big losers in this race, but at the moment the big movers are there. You know, you look at Drago up 15 spots. You don't just entirely lose this race by having a poor qualifying. Drivers like Cody Deeth and Feniosa, and you're looking around at Paul Longer. They're all drivers who are proving you can make overtakes around this circuit, you can gain places around this track.
If you're consistent, you're running really good laps, it's kind of like you get rewarded with being at the right place at the right time, and I think so much has come into right timing of Cody, right? those issues early on. I think he found himself always avoiding those incidents, moving up into top tier spots. But then again, we know his pace. He's able to make moves without breaking too much of a sweat, right? And I think that's really good. Same thing for Paul. I think Paul is developing as a GT driver. I've followed Paul and I've raced with and against Paul a few times, and I know he's ever developing in GT. I think he's truly finding now his true strides in a GT3 car more so, and I think he's getting a little level of confidence I can attest to being 18 places up. And Fenalosa just, you know, making usage of being also at the right place at the right time in his experience, not just driving in top tier GT racing, but also as a former Porsche Esports Super Cup driver.
Oh, hello. We got battling going on here, and that's trouble for Thomas Ambor, who goes around in the Dulatrar automotive machine. That is not what he wanted. Rapucci goes through, but that is David Nush, who goes around in the Manatee Racing red, and contact with Ambor, sorry, is what has gone and put that. So the number 8 Ford Mustang. We haven't seen many Mustangs out here today. It might be the only one. Look at the rear now. Absolutely not what the doctor ordered. And suddenly it's going to be a long run back to home. Rear clip gone. Noish on the inside. Ambor trying to get some overlap, and there just wasn't there. It's the secondary contact that comes through by the fiercely forward pink car that does the damage, and there goes the bumper.
And I think fiercely forward right here is just the collateral, right? I think Imborg just contacts, trying to force a little bit towards the outside. We knew that the M80 car was going to wash out to the outside, but we didn't know how much that would be. And unfortunate to see that contact happen. But then again, it's just racing stuff, right? That normally happens in how hard you race, and sometimes it doesn't pan out your way. As Fenalosa goes up one spot.
Yeah, Feniosa through on Paul Lunger there, so Dora Esports drop another one, and that one quite comfy off the exit of 1, down the hill at 2, and over to the Coca-Cola corner at turn 3. There's a little look at the last laps there on the left-hand side of your screen. Cody D, one of the fastest of the lot, let's say back, maybe the quickest on a 39.5, but all of them within about half a second of each other proves that it is a very, very closely congested field at this moment, and by no stretch of the imagination are we saying that everybody is clear right now here in this race. It's a tough race, and a number of these teams haven't yet had their driver swaps, and the pace of those drivers on the driver swaps, I think, is going to be critical to work out who's got success and who hasn't.
Yeah, because this is a team effort overall. You're not going to have just one driver. For example, I'm going to go back to Daytona, and for example, when Team PGZ had Go and Kitty drive 12 hours out of 24, basically pushing the car in retaining the GT3 lead of sorts back in that race, and then handling the car to Pablo Araujo, and unfortunately the Spaniard had a few issues and couldn't keep up what Govan has kind of like done in the race. So it's not easy. You need to have a certain readiness level to get ready to, you know, maintain what your teammate has done. And can you say there's a little bit of pressure effect as well adding into the mix, depending on how well your teammate did and where your car is in the grid compared to the other teams? Like,
there always is. There's always pressure. You've always got the pressure of my teammate's done well, I've got to try and match that, or my teammate hasn't done well, I've now got to step up. There is the Dulatrar Automotive number 8. There was the black and orange mechanical flag for the Manatee Racing red car, so they're going to be down in the pits having to serve that damage before they are allowed to go back out and racing again. No move on Ambor there by Daniel Antunes there to make that move. Facundo Rago for Voracious Racing team sits back there behind. Very difficult to distinguish between a fiercely forward and a voracious car, both in black, both in yellow, looking to go through. And then you've got the 151 Mag Performance SRT car, Pier Paolo Rapucci, who is there trying to go through, and the Project Valorous car, that beautiful car there in the back of Erwin Lucas Lizkovic, who is there trying to get himself into play too. So Dulatrar Automotive here, holding themselves in station in 22nd position, about 45 seconds here off of the race lead, down on the brakes into the Dunlop hairpin, and then taking that very, very awkward left-hander about 100 kilometers an hour for running the power. And all those drivers attacking that anti-cut curb on the exit there. You get some that want to avoid it and some that want to attack it.
On the exit of the chicane, you can kind of like take that anti-cut curve because it's not gonna make your car jumpy. But one of the interesting aspects, I don't know if you noticed, Jake, is them driving under it. It's kind of like making sure that thing is just touching nearly the floor of the car, right? Let's just say if you were putting it into real life perspective. It's like playing with the millimeter margins that you can have on a car. Imagine if the car ride height was a little bit lower. That would have been disastrous for all of them.
Yeah, they are fortunate in that sense that they do have the ability to straddle that anti-cut curb, and we've seen a couple drivers who maybe are playing with a little bit of a lower ride height to try and get a little bit more of a something out there on track, have fallen foul of the anti-cut curbs around this circuit. So it is very much a game of give and take. It's a case of there will be a trade-off for running a lower ride height out there, which will be that you will hit the anti-cut curbs a little bit harder than some of the other drivers out there. Continuing on their scrap then, as they will run over towards Advan corner and know that their gap is starting to extend out to the Tatum Vesta car of Andre Castro and the number 7 Greeks Freaks Racing car of Harris Metropolis, who is driving out in front of them at this stage. So Daniel Antunes -1 so far for the day at the moment. So pretty much playing level par, just slightly over for what they're doing. They're looking to get back even, but the drives that they're in and around all started outside of the top 30.
Yeah, so making really good strides is always good, but also if you notice, Jake, you're seeing that Daniel is not pushing the car way too heavily, isn't he? He's kind of like lifting and coasting, especially when he goes around Dunlop. So he's not overly interested in trying to make an overtake work at this lap. Maybe whenever they go into the Daiichi corner at the end of the straight right here. But for what it looks like, that Fiercely Forward pink car is comfortable being the chaser for now in this group.
Well, being the chaser is fine. It certainly gives a chance to save a little bit of fuel, gain the advantage later on. It's just a case of how much time are you losing by doing that as they hit the brakes and enter the opening corner once again. We are now starting to hit a tiny bit of lap traffic at the front of the field, and I think it's being pretty highlighted then as through 2 cars already on this lap, or 2 have gone the duo at the front. We take a little look at what's next. That's going to be the Greek Freaks Racing number 77 of Kostas Bugianis, who is there right now, and that'll be in about 15 seconds or so, the gap. So it's not necessarily they're going to catch that immediately, but the cars that they're dealing with, like Gonzalo Ferreira, for example, and the Genis Vincia car, which is there, that's just letting through the secondary group right now, gaining any form of advantage, I think is really important. And watch Andrea Bristow, actually, at this moment in the background. He's gone really close to the lap traffic to get an advantage. As you can see, Ferrari 1, Ferrari 2, they're going there. But let's take advantage. Why not? Cody Deeds tired of waiting. A bit of traffic. I need a little bit of clean air. I'll take 3rd place as he gets a massive wiggle off the exit.
Yeah, just a little bit of overcommitment from the Australian, but managed to make it work. That's the most important thing right here, Jake. So let's see if he's going to be able to follow through with the fast pace that the guys are up in the front actually putting. They're like putting 39.76s, and I think none of these guys within the second pack of cars kind of like put up the same amount of pace. They've been about a 10th or 2 slower per lap. Let's just see if traffic is gonna play into their effect as well, and go into that conversation of traffic gives and traffic takes that normally sometimes happens, even though it is same class of cars for everybody.
Yeah, so you know that there will be times where drivers will look around and say, well, there's traffic, what can I do? But there are also other times where they'll look and say, oh, traffic, this is a great opportunity for me. And I think that's where Cody Deeds stood compared to Lorenzo Manfredotti in the number 99 machine, saying this is what we want to do. They've got some incredible quick drivers in the Apex Academy team there to go to, of course, a little bit later on. But you're looking back at what they've got sat and waiting behind them. They do have to keep this pace up because they don't want to allow Lafuente, Back and Kazdorp into this train. They don't want to turn a train of 5 into a train of 8 anytime soon. I think that's going to be what's in the back of the mind, and they've kept the gap steady about 1.7, 1.8 seconds, and on that lap, Le Charité a 10th quicker than Lafuente, gap now at 1.6.
Yeah, and you were talking about, like, for example, Kazdorp and Bach actually getting closer. I was looking at the lap times. The only guys that are doing the same thing as the leaders right now, Cody is the first, in the first long time, they actually kind of like done the same lap as the leader have done. Was actually Lassie Bach. Lassie did a 39.6, so the Danish is flying around the track, and the Spanish of Daniel Lafuente is not being able to put the same pace. He's putting 39, nearly 39.8. But I think at a certain point, if they reach this front group in front, if they get about 7/10 of a second, the Spaniard get about 7/10 of a second up in the front, I would say that would be the perfect opportunity for Bach to strike, switch the positions, and then probably have a little bit of a comfortable situation moving inside the top 5 maybe.
Your top 10 right now, after nearly 2 hours worth of racing, are split by 10 seconds, believe it or not, at the moment, which goes to show you that this is going to be a hotly contested race for 8 hours. If you can throw 10 within 10 seconds, at least at this stage, the 1/4 stage coming up of this race. They've pulled 10 seconds on the next chasing group, which is trying to keep itself in play, but is starting to splinter with the paces that each and every driver is trying to achieve at this stage. And so you're really getting a look at, well, how much are they going for it? It's a case of they are flying, and looking at Lasse Bach's time of 39.7s there. There's your leaders, 1 and 2 at the moment, as they have been for the majority of this race. Beckham Jasiah in the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car. This is just cruising for him at the moment. He knows that all he's doing is just taking a little bit of an easier time as he watches the 44 punch the hole in the air for him.
Yeah, and saving as much amount of fuel as he can possibly want, I think. But then again, I don't think the fall of Damon is all that fazed by it. Yeah, I don't think he minds pushing the car up in the front. They might have like a strategy right at the end of the race that could match Williams. The question is just not allowing that second group of cars coming close. The gap was actually coming down. Cody, I think, put one of the fastest laps in quite a while in this race. He put a 39.4. That was 0.3 of a second faster than these two guys in the front. And everybody following suit was actually faster than them, but I think traffic got in the way. So I'm really looking forward to see how that is going to continue moving forward in the next few laps, if the trend is going to continue, because they have a Mustang of the Hydro Race Geodesic car that's kind of like helping Cody D to push those whole train moving forward in the front.
Lights flashing by Cody D, getting the notice. Come on, you need to get out of the way for me, Spencer, and the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing team. I've got to get through. I've got to gain that place. And those two up there at the front of the field sat with 6 hours and 5 minutes remaining out there at this point. D quite happy with where he is. Manfredotti there, Bristow, Thrustmaster, Le Charité, all there, all hoping that they've got a chance to catch these two who have done well to break away at this point. There is a little look then at Antoine Le Charité, who's running the WSR Esports butt kicker Audi. Now, that Audi is often a marvel out there. There was a once upon a time where the Audi was one of the best cars out there to always go and choose in the limited supply pool that we had about 5-6 years ago. But you look at that Audi, and the one thing that strikes me is always that shorter wheelbase that it has compared to some of its opponents, and that can sometimes mean that it falls afoul sometimes through the higher speed corners.
Not only that, but also the wing, right? As I think,
oh, that's a geodesic car.
Yeah, I was looking. I think Bristol is getting aggressive. I think with the geodesic car around the chicane, but I really want to look at that on the replay.
Oh, the geodesic car gets stuck up on the curb there and basically right into the line of Andrea Bristow, nowhere to go. So basically he gets sent around for a spin for his troubles of being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, I think for at this specific occasion, I don't know if there was anything to do for
Oh,
for Bristow.
Tino Huyser getting himself in a massive slide and somehow avoiding the barriers there and keeping his race alive there by that little moment.
Yeah, but I think he was in the pit lane as Lasharid is not going to strike. This is the first time we've seen that Audi striking in this race, as I think Huyser had to put the car into the pit lane.
Yeah, I think Huyser has, but that's the move. So Thrustmaster now falls back to 7th place, and look at what that move's done there with Lasharite making the pass. It has brought Team 86 onto the group, which means it's brought the Hedemic team, the Heden team into play as well. So now you sit, and Yuri Kazdorp's the one that's got to now start finding a bit of pace. Otherwise, he'll just get dropped by the entire train. Yeah,
absolutely. And Yuri has a little bit of pace. He's doing 39. The last lap was a 39.6, tenths faster than the Danish of Lasse Bach right in front. But then again, one thing is finding yourself with clean air, running with the car without too much of a pressure. But imagine trying to find yourself catching a whole group in front of you that is just as fast as you are. It's not an easy feat. It's going to be a little bit complicated. So the Dutch has a little bit of work to do with to reach this 5-6 car train in front of them.
It's a lot. It's a very talented group of drivers in front of him. It's one that pretty much say it's a who's who at the moment in GT circles. So Yuri Kazdorp's got a lot to try and gather back on with. But as they launch themselves along the front stretch here on what will be their 72nd revolution of the circuit, or sorry, their 71st revolution of the circuit that they're going on to right now. It's all about jostling for position, because we're talking about it. That pit window opens in about 10 minutes time for these drivers. So they'll be looking around going, do I want it here? Do I want it there? Am I happy with what I'm sat with? Am I not happy with what I am attributing all of my pace to? That's pretty much where they're going to be sitting and smiling about. And you're looking around at the likes of Beckham Jasir, for example, who's there. He's had nothing to worry about. Damon Woods, only thing he's worrying about is, well, what's my fuel gauge doing in comparison? They're building a gap, and I think the Falcon Sim Racing team realised this on this second stint. They want a gap first and foremost, because if they've got a gap, they can go and play with it here. And that's Daniel Antunes in the fiercely forward pink car, which is down in the pit. So that looks like they've retired, they've going for a driver change, out there at the moment. So they've made the call, and that is an early one to go to Dalton Zavadil.
Yeah, one of the newest additions coming in from the SimCity Racing into the fiercely forward car. One of the guys that I've been talking about, I think, this past year and the late portion of last year as well. A guy that has been improving quite a lot in the Porsche Cup, has nearly featured a few races in the Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifying series, and also some some top tier Porsche Cup events that has done pretty good. He's been basically maining that car, but also doing really good transition to the GT3 Racing and doing well in there. So I think it was a logic, sound choice for Fiercely 4, which has a good international team, but basically mostly based in America, to bring an American driver into the fold.
Yep. Just strengthens their base in terms of what they're looking at. So Dalton Zavadil will be someone who will definitely be a boon to them in terms of how they go about their business and their racing currently. The push still very much there as we focus for the predominancy of this race on this main group, but it is starting to splinter now, and Andrea Bristow, who we did know was struggling a little bit late on in his first stint, might be doing exactly the same late on here in his second stint, and I wonder how much he's taking out of the rear tyres with his driving style. I wonder whether that's starting to play a little bit of a factor into the MAG Performance race, that they've not got a car that maybe does everything that he wants it to do over the course of an hour 5, an hour 10. I think it's very loose by the time they get to the end of the stint on low fuel.
Yeah, and not only, but also one other thing that I've been looking, like both Cody and Manfredotti, laps has been blistering, I think, these past 5-6 laps. So this just puts more pressure on Bristow to try to get closer, and I don't think he's able to keep up with them, right, in that McLaren. So he's just allowing the other cars, you know, maybe start thinking, oh, is this the way for us to go? You know, Bristow is not carrying us the job to get closer to these guys. So I think I might be able to overtake right here and not lose myself some track position in the meanwhile.
Well, you don't want to be losing that track position. I think that's very telling, but we are now starting to see pitters now diving in at this point, and I think we've just had one out of the top 10, and it's Yannick Lachin for Live Sim Racing Arnage, who is making the long trek down into the pits. They've pulled out a second over the group behind, being led by Fenayosa and co, so they will now make the driver change, and Florian Dinar will come in behind the wheel. First time we've really got to see that WSR Esports butt kicker number 23 car going out there and being aggressive in Antoine Le Charité, and it's nice to see him doing well. He's done fantastic in the Porsche Carrera Cup Canada out there. He's been wonderful in that series out there, and he's been really proving just how much of a talent he proves and continues to be in the WSR Esports car. But now as he rushes along and thinks about what do I want at the end of this stint, I think he'll be realizing there's a big gap that's starting to form at 1.7 seconds, and it's only going to be getting larger because it's now about 2 seconds to Lorenzo Manfredotti, and I don't think this group can wait around because they've just become a third group pretty quickly.
No, they don't. I think at this point, I think Lush Reed and Strimater and I would say even La Fuente, Lassie Bach, I think Lassie is going to start to bounce a little bit. You just don't want to afford to lose a lot of time and then allow Yuri to actually come in and battle against these guys, because Yuri, if he finds the opening, he's going to take advantage of it, even though he's actually fuel saving the car just like everybody else. But yeah, it's getting out of reach for these guys. But I would be concerned soon for, as Fenolosa comes into the pit lane, for maybe Damon Woods and back just here. Cody's actually catching them up. Slowly, but he's catching them.
39.4 compared to a 39.6, 0.2 of a second. There's the Lamborghini now making its long trek down pit lane. This is a surprisingly long pit lane for what it is, and it's surprisingly short at exactly the same time here for the monstrosity of a long straight that we've got here at Fuji. It is simply put a beast, and it's a pit lane that does a lot. In will come Alfonso Urrutia, who will go in behind the wheel. So Drago making a driver change.
Yeah, goes one Spaniard out of the car, another Spaniard into, I think, one of the newest additions also from into Drago Racing. Good to see Alfonso into the car. Let's see how he will do compared to his teammate in that Lamborghini, the only Lamborghini in the track, which for me is a good thing. I'm a fan of the Lamborghini.
Got to give a bit of Lamborghini love out there, and now you're starting to really look about, and I think they're starting to prod and poke here. Daniel Lafuente is trying to get a little bit busy here with Gabriel Strimater for position, so that's all there, and still no takers here along the front. This would be about the stage where they were looking at about 1 hour and 5 they were hoping to get to, so they've done about an hour, I would say, on this stint. So now anything from here, I'd say they're about 3 laps away. 5 minutes is what they're all looking for out there on the books, and close again into the opening corner. But the Audi there of Antoine Le Charité is not going to go and make that move. Strimater will sit and watch. So too will La Fuente. So too will Lessé back at the moment behind Andrea Bristow, as the group in front continues to make the slow wind in of the drivers they go through. And a big wide line taken by Bristow there, entering the 300. And I think that's, through the 100. And I think that's actually rather telling that he's having to extend out his entrances into the corners here right now, Lorenzo, because he needs to give that room for the car, which can't turn as tight anymore.
Yeah, I think he's pushing his car a little bit more than he potentially wants. He's trying to find grip in some places that are probably not there anymore for that McLaren with the tires that he probably have right now. Of course, we have to take into consideration that he did a very aggressive move earlier on Strimater, and it could have been basically a disastrous move for him. But I don't know if he wasted a lot of rubber in that car, of course. But other than that, it's interesting to see La Charité comfortable on not making a move. He probably had opportunities twice or thrice to try to make a move on on Bristol and get a better track position into the corner, into the straight to come to the pit stop. But the Canadian is just, you know, comfortable in that Audi R8 to stay behind the Italian.
Close, 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 but not close enough. Definitely very powerful on the brakes, but it's not really getting much more. You are starting to get a little bit of marble build-up now on the exits of some of these heavy braking zones, which I think is going to be rather telling. And we do see that quite a bit here, that you do get that marble runoff, which does effectively create a slippier part of the surface. It's not a huge aspect in terms of how they race, but these drivers are so on point that you're not necessarily going to see as much notice of it, and you really get that rubbing in line around this circuit. That's what I love about the iRacing dynamic track system, is that it does feel like a living, breathing circuit.
Yeah, and this is what makes me like Fuji, because it is a very characteristic, it's a unique circuit of sorts to have its ebbs and flows. Unlike some more of the flat circuits that you have around in the racing calendar worldwide, right? But then again, don't quote me on this, don't at me, people. I'm heavily biased towards any Japanese tracks. I think Japan has probably some of the best tracks in the whole world, and some of them are not even featured in iRacing. For example, like Sugo and Autopolis, which are not in the sim, but are phenomenal tracks for you to drive in. And I really wish in the future we could have those two tracks in iRacing.
Well, I think it would be lovely if we do see them, but of course that is down to the sole discretion of the iRacing team in terms of what tracks we get and what we don't. And there's obviously a wonderful amount of development work that goes into the iRacing system. You definitely want to keep a track on those as we take a look at another one of the grid and go cars, and that will be the 001, which will be looking like it's about to, and has done, made a move out on circuit. So that has certainly worked out for them, and Sven Horsa, who has now made the pass and has gone to 21st position now with that pass on the Mag Performance SRT machine. So Sven Horsa will be very happy. There is a black flag out there for Pedro Moreno in the Voracious Racing Team 314. I can only understand that to be a speeding penalty, Lorenzo.
Potentially. Unfortunate to see that for the Argentinians.
It happens, but sometimes, you know, you get the penalties, and the iRacing official system does not discriminate when it comes to penalties. If you get one, it hurts, and there's no way around it. But at least now for these drivers, as they sit in the middle of this group, Horsa leading here, for 20th position as we are in the middle of the cycle. Four-car train with Liskovic, who's there, Ambor, of course, and Rapucci, who is trying to get himself there into position. This long run through the middle sector, then dropping down now the hill. They will go to the lowest point of the circuit, which is here at the Dunlop corner, and then after the Dunlop hairpin, they will head up towards the highest point of the circuit, which is of course your front stretch. So here they are, lowest point. It's about 80 meters that they climb up through this section. It really is a long old slog.
Yeah, I really don't want to be doing that by foot. That would be such a whole workout on the legs, though. I think that would be basically your whole leg workout, if you think about it.
It's certainly a long, long climb, and you've got to be so switched on to this final sector because it's all about patience and how much you are able to put the power down and hold on to each and every section. 18 places gained for the Dulatrar Automotive by Majors Garage team as we sit in the middle of a pit stop cycle. Drivers looking at this, and the easy way to do it is, well, count an hour, but if you can extend it out to about an hour 7, an hour 8, you might be able to save a pit stop by the end of the race, and I think that's going to be where ideas are there. And you got drivers right now. Oh, hello, straight down the inside turn 1. There you go. Beautifully constructed move there. Project Valorous with, I would say, one of the most Valorant overtakes in this race.
Nice pun. Nice usage of the team name into an overtake. But yeah, just coming out of nowhere, like a little bit of an RKO moment, and made the overtake work. Imberg trying to find ways to go around, but I think he's just played a little bit of a spectator. Oh, having a wiggle outside of Evan corner right there. Luckily for him, got the car in the track though, as here comes the fucking car for his pit stop out in the lead.
Yeah, so the Falcon Sim Racing team, Damon Woods is in, Andrea Bristow in, Daniel Lafuente in. So you got 3 of your top 8 all deciding to make that call and dive into the pit in this early stage. You've got Fiercely Forward, both cars are in right now. The yellow car just leaving and the gold car will follow just behind that at nearly a lap adrift. But at least for the moment, Damon Woods in the pit right now making his stop, which leaves this driver on the bottom of your screen, your race leader, Beckham Jasia, who will be looking around thinking, well, I'm quite happy with what I've done at the moment, and I've been having to deal with the cars that are pitting earlier than us. There's a bit of traffic coming off of the pit, so that's going to be their one point of concern, and that concern now is, of course, that gap of 3.7 seconds, which Cody Deeth is trying to erase.
And he's actually erasing. It's insane the pace that Cody has been putting in these last few laps, getting like 1/10, 2/10 slower on these guys. So if it continues like this,
that's a long stop. That is a very long stop because Falcon's got a black flag for speeding on entry. They're going to be stuck in the pits for 40 seconds.
Ay, caramba, man.
Damon, wow, that was not what we were expecting on the board. The black flag for car 44 for being too aggressive into the pit, and Damon Woods would hang his head down as he knows he's double stinting the car, and they have taken the number 44 car pretty much out of contention with that one mistake. He finally leaves the pits now, and look at where he'll come out by comparison. Believe it or not, he'll be with Yuri Kasdorp, so he's there with Laissez back, and Streitmar, I think he may have just got away with one potentially as they went on through, but oh my goodness, car 44, how much time have they just lost by that strategy call being made? You see it there on replay. That's how quickly it goes wrong.
The problem is it's like you just said that he came in the same group as Yuri Kasdorp's group, right?
He's come out with Yuri Kasdorp's group.
Okay. The problem is they have yet to pit.
That's a lap.
Yeah. Man, that we saw that mistake happen first with Sven Haase when he came into the pit lane for the first pit stop, right? Despite everything that has gone wrong in the 001 car earlier on in the race. Basically, the lead battle is gone now. For now, because we have Cody Deeth and Lorenzo Manfredotti's catching back Jasir up. The question is, will they get penalties in the pit box whenever they come in, or any of the teammates coming in?
Well, Cody Deeth in, no dramas there as he makes his decision to make a stop. I know that you'll be off in about a couple minutes here, Lorenzo, but in terms of the first 2.25 hours of this race, it has pretty much set itself up quite nicely here. It's had a little bit of everything and a driver change as David Bojka gets in behind the wheel for Grid and Go 002.
It's been an interesting 2 hours and 15 minutes of racing, in my opinion. It has been quite strategic. We've seen these teams try to stretch it out as long as they can in the fuel range and fuel stint. So I think there's still a lot of uncertainty going on. We don't know how Bosga's pace is going to go. We know Cody's very fast. Baga, being his former teammate in Williams, now teammate in here in Grid and Go, is also really quick. So we don't know how that's gonna transpire in the race moving forward. So we still have a lot of things to break down, whether when Dara comes in with you and then eventually he commentates with you and goes on in this race, there's still a lot of breakdown, but good racing so far.
we are having some great racing in the middle of a pit stop cycle. This is Ricardo Bittencourt Silva getting himself caught up then. That's heading towards the GR Supra corner, and the embarrassing little launch up over the top of the hill that they wouldn't have been too pleased to receive out there as they all went on. So the 3 cars that are still out there at the moment, Beckham Jasia, Lorenzo Manfredotti, and then of course the WSR Esports butt kicker 23 of Antoine Lecharité. In comes Strijkmatter, and Strijkmatter's going to be followed in by Laissez back into the pit. So those two will be looking at where their stops will line themselves up. So they've got some wonderful battles out there. This time I'd like to bring in Dara Thacker into the commentary box here with us. Dara, you come at a very important time in the race where everyone's pretty much in the pit stop window, and this has been a race which has been pretty much set as being a clinical race on fuel game to start, but a lot of great drivers now are starting to throw themselves in and say, this is what I'm capable of.
Good afternoon, Jake. Afternoon, everybody else. Yeah, we're at this stage of the race where strategies are coming into play quite a bit. A lot of maths being involved with a lot of these teams, and some of these teams clearly trying to go a little bit longer now, take the pain early, benefit them later on in the race. Still a very long way to go. I mean, still nearly a quarter of a day left in this race. The drivers that have maybe settled themselves into a bit of a rhythm, have settled themselves into a group of cars. That can all change pretty quickly.
It certainly can, and we've seen that, of course, with the 44's penalty, which has come through and has thrown a lot. We focused there with the number 20 car out there at the moment. That is the Esports machine, which is currently piloting its way around and trying to get as much drive forward along the front stretch as we get a little bit of cycling going on through and everybody jumping in with the different driver changes. I do note that Team 86, for example, is there, as we see there in 13th position. That they're happy at the moment, but Rasmus Christensen in the Hedena car now has just jumped out ahead of Team 86. They'll be happy about that, and the Mag Performance SRT car is behind the 003 now, so Ganosa Tazdilen ahead of Emanuele Olivieri. So an important change as your top 3 have all jumped into the pits. Your leader in car number 5.
Yeah, critical stage in the race. One of a few as we see the top 3 come into the box, get up onto the tracks, change some tyres, get some fuel into that car, and then get themselves back out of the pit lane. Of course, we've seen how well William Esports have done so far in the race. The pit stops working to their advantage over the first stint, about just over an hour ago. Let's see if it works out for them this time round, though, as they will still sit in the box. It must feel like an age for these guys sitting for as long as they do, especially when you know that your rivals are going to be chasing their way through that final sector, trying to just G themselves through all that line as quickly as they can, knowing that an opportunity will arise, but we're still waiting, and it's going to be pretty close on the exit of the pit lane, I think.
It will do. They've all made driver changes. Alessandro Bico leaves the pits. He'll have Guy Levesque and he'll have Andrew Caron all leaving. But now as they get onto the power, that's how close it's going to be into turn 1. And the difference is the start-finish. So about 2 cars there. David Bojka, crucially, will get the jump ahead of Guy Levesque. They're the Canadian there just in front, so they're able to get that. But once more, it does open up a little bit more. That gap's certainly a lot larger there. WSR Esports have got the launch over grid and go, and everybody else in that group just a little bit further behind. But I think actually it's really telling here, the gaps that are there. Parnell Racing now take the race lead as one of the longest takers then out there at this moment in time, and they can see where they sit in the 177. They're looking at this race thinking, you know what, 25 seconds off the race lead, they might actually be able to take quite a bit of an advance as they will dive into the pits, followed very swiftly behind by nobody, as it looks like Delatrat and Project Valorous have their battle. So Parnell into the pits. We'll see if Impulse Racing by Volderart will jump in. It looks like Norbert Leitner is also following his way in, a 10-year veteran.
Yeah, and I think Parnell Racing actually on the final corner, we see McGinn get into that car now. A little bit of a mistake on the final corner, running over one of the sausage curbs just as they make their way into the pit lane, clearly changing a couple little bits before they make the stop. It's really easy to make a mistake. We've already seen it in the race. We see it again just there with drivers running wide, hitting those exit curbs. They can be so deadly. We saw a spin earlier, didn't we, down near Dunlop with a couple of the drivers getting pinched up onto the middle of the corner. No one wanted to go too far far wide, and it is a danger at Fuji, but drivers clearly making these little mistakes, and they can spiral. The slightest drop of concentration can really result in a big problem for a team over the course of hours.
It can do, especially when they got these curves which effectively act like a U, as Testelen is going to look behind. It's Emanuele Olivieri, who thought about a move there, did the Italian, but deciding against it into the opening corner and trying to resolve this group of 5 at the moment, tailed by Yuri Kasdorp, with Rasmus Christensen and Augustin Canapino there in the middle for Team 86 right now. The field cycled officially at this point. We can really get the big difference makers here on who's managed to gain, and you look at that gap, it is a second for Williams in that last pit stop over David Boschke. They'll be happy about that, but you're looking at those gaps. We were talking it was 10 seconds over the first 2 hours between the top 10. Look at that gap now, it's between about 11 and 12 for the majority of that group, 4th down to 9th.
Yeah, being gapped a little bit in a way that will be uncomfortable for quite a few, especially further back in this train, where a couple of drivers coming into the car now after their teammates will have done the opening couple of stints. They want to get a bit of a move on, get some of their mojo into the car, and stamp some authority onto the race, particularly in this train. And you can see Olivieri trying some different lines here, trying to look inside and out, and the 003 is not looking too comfortable running wide. We saw it last time round, running wide down there throughout the final sector, and it's not looking too comfortable. Augustin Canapino in that number 86 entry down for Team 86, that is. It's an easier team than I was expecting. But he's going to be looking for the move on Olivieri, but Olivieri himself cannot afford to make mistakes while looking for the move on the 003.
No, he can't afford to make mistakes, but we've seen that Mag Performance car over the stint be a little bit troublesome late in the stint, so I don't think it's something where they'll be looking at it going aggressive. I think they'll want to go easy and maybe even baby the throttle a little bit in the tyres for 5 to 10 minutes, give themselves a little bit of a platform and then go and attack. I think that's what they're hoping for, and they'll be hoping to reel in that number 23 car of Andrew Caron there for WSR Esports Butt Kicker, because they stayed out longer and they got the lot of them.
Clearly, it's worked a treat for them. May start to change a couple of the strategy theories for a couple of these teams if they can stretch out this stint a little bit longer. Of course, in the train, you're going to be saving a little bit more fuel. You're going to be saving a little bit more tyre for you in the car. If you wanted to do another couple of laps, of course, it's going to be tight regardless, because these fuel tanks don't necessarily give you a wide range of being able to save an extra couple of laps, extra 2-3 laps, with the stints being just over an hour. But even so, that could be part of the strategy theory for a couple of these guys. The likes of Rasmus Christensen in the number 2, the likes of Kasdorp in the number 3, at the back of this train, the likelihood of them working their way through, I mean, it's possible, but it's going to be difficult. We've seen moves have been tricky to make at this circuit, other than at turn 1 today, so maybe trying to think about doing something on the strategy, seeing what's worked for others, could be the key. Yeah.
That certainly is going to be the case. We've seen a lot of driver changes over the course of that last stint out there. Esports, for example, have gone to Jonas Vanna behind the wheel, and Vanna has helped to put that car up 20 spaces in the race, which is a huge boon for what they're hoping for. That Falcon Sim Racing team, though, where they've ended up in 17th position now after the penalty, considering that they were leading the race coming into it. They're now down 45 seconds on your race leaders. Bit of side-by-side. Elliot Norred is trying to get the IFR Esports car through at the Coca-Cola curve, and is hoping that that's going to work around the outside of 300 there, as Boots and VDS play undercut silver. Vince Scorsat behind the wheel, and then all of a sudden Voracious, who have had themselves a penalty to deal with over the course of this race. That's Pedro Moreno on the outside of Advan corner. Now they'll have the inside all the way down towards the Dunlop corner, and I think this one's going to be pretty plain sailing here by Pedro, as he will look down the inside. He'll get it sorted. Vote for Pedro. He gets a place.
Unlucky really to lose the position when fighting for it around the outside at a 300. It's so difficult to go around the outside. Of course, the radius of the corner, you've opened it up. The amount of distance that you have to travel in comparison to your rival, it may not look much on paper. It really will be a lot in the car, and losing the position eventually, it's gutting for that team back there. But it gives the 314 that little bit of impetus, almost a position that you weren't necessarily expecting. The impetus to go ahead and try and get through through on that Mercedes in front of you, because you may be able to unlock a little bit more pace if you do so.
Yeah, and they've also got the issue as well of they're trying to make these moves in the middle of leading cars trying to make their way forward. For them, it will feel a little bit like sometimes when you're driving a bus around here, when they get the tour buses going around with the GT3 cars, it will feel like, oh, I better stay out of the way so they don't run into me.
Yeah, and it's a circuit that, you know, I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, but it has a lot of pinch points on. I mean, a lot of these corners, you know, you can overtake, but on the exits particularly, you're going to find pinch points. If you don't make that move work for you, it's likely that you're going to get a very poor run off of the corner. You're going to open the door for drivers in behind you, and it's just a hazard of this circuit. It's why it works so well with this GT racing, because you have to be committed, you have to make the move, and that commitment can either work for you or really bite back at you, and it's why it's such a good place for us to go racing, because it really challenges the drivers in that aspect.
Yeah, it certainly has been challenging, and the 998 car of Vince Scorsad still trying to hold off Pedro Moreno as they jump into the Dunlop corner and look to charge back up the hill once again into this very technical final sector of the lap and really try and navigate your way through. And these dueling 180-degree left-hand corners, Toyota GR Supra over towards Panasonic, are two fantastic ideals of your weight transfer through the corner and the amount of throttle that you put in. You've got to use all of the circuit to give you that little bit of a boost onto the long straight. It really does have that flowing nature to it by just saying wait and then you can launch.
Yeah, the release point of the car is such a critical point in the lap. Towards turn one, of course, by far the longest straight, realistically. You think that the final corner and the first corner are the two ends of the circuit. The rest of the track happens in between, if you think about it in that way. Bit of a look to the inside, actually going for the move. I don't actually think that was intentional for the Ferrari in the 314. Almost looked like he committed and then uncommitted, then realised he was going in too late anyway. He's going to get the line through turn two as they're on their way up towards Coca-Cola. It's not going to work out around the outside there, I don't think. But I don't know if he was expecting to make the move there.
No, I think he woke up to the fact that he's making a move, and it's like, oh, I might as well continue on with it then if you're going to leave the door that wide open for me. So for Pedro Moreno, he's certainly proving that he's got a little bit of something here and there that's going, but you look at the caliber of drivers that they've got behind them. Kasdorp's been there, done it, he's read the book. Rasmus Christensen is looking in the Hedern car to be good. IndyCar fame for Agustin Canapino, who is there behind the wheel. So you got someone of real talent there at the moment. And then you got Olivieri and Tazdelen, who want to put themselves in the mix as well. And you just have to leave the room. And look how difficult it is. Elliot Norén is really proving that, because look how boxed up they're getting coming off of the chicane. That's going to put Canapino under a lot of pressure at the moment, because Rasmus Christensen, well, he's going to get Christmas by the time he gets to the front stretch.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult to defend for the 86 as they run through the final couple of corners towards Panasonic, but getting this release, I mean, we were talking about just a couple of minutes ago, the release is the important factor. If you can get the car off of the corner in the best shape, then you're going to have a good run towards turn one. If you struggle a little bit on the acceleration, you're going to find yourself under pressure. Here comes the two on the 86, a flashing of the lights as well. Kind of, you know, interesting to see that, but down the front straight, I'm not too sure if they're going to be close enough. It is such a long run, isn't it? You have a lot of time to think about the move. And the number two looking like it's going to sit in behind. We've seen some late dives, but not going to be happening this time around.
Nope, not yet. And so it's going to be patience for the likes of Andrew Caron and co. For example, Canapino will hold in the Team 86 car, up 2 over the course of today so far. The Hedern team behind, piloted by Rasmus Christensen. They had Lesse back in for the opening stint, up for 9 spots in this race, and they're looking to go double digits on their gains to be up 10 here as we are heading ourselves well over towards a third of the way through this race. So I think it's been rather telling, at least at the moment, as again that big wide line and that U-shaped curve that you get on the exit of the Advan corner, I think is rather telling. You can be very aggressive, but if you push a little bit too far over the top, it effectively, you get a curve that acts like a cliff edge, and it's very easy to lose the grip when you go and stray too far over the curve there.
Yeah, and very easy to do, isn't it? We've seen it time and time again in the opening 2.5 hours of this race as we approach that milestone now. But we're in this stage of the race where teams have changed drivers. I mean, the face of the race has changed. Of course, the order will stay the same as it was before the pit stops, or generally so. There may be a couple of undercuts, overcuts here and there. But generally, teams have changed their drivers. The pace will therefore change in the teams. And all of a sudden, we have a grid that is somewhat mixed up in terms of race pace. So this is where we're going to be seeing over the next stint particularly, a lot of the crossover, a lot of these moves attempted to be made as drivers are going to find themselves into positions where they may not be, you know, the number 2 car may not be the 8th fastest car on the circuit at the moment, but they have to work their way through because that's the position that they've been left in. Yeah, looking for it on the inside. It's just not happening at the moment, though, is it? Clearly, you can look towards the inside, but it's too much of a risk to really dive it.
I've just noticed that pass again by Voracious. Pedro Moreno has taken full advantage of Andrew Caron and has stolen the place away from Vince Scorsad and the Boots and VDS by undercut Silver car, or hashtag Silver, as it is. So they've done very well on the change, and this is the group that they come up. As you can see, Mount Fuji there in the background, and there's the little launches down the inside as they all look to run. This group continuing, and this is what they're running into right now. Canapino, with just the way that the traffic's worked, they're hoping there's going to be a little bit of a hold-up that brings them back, but there just never is.
Oh, the Argentinian driver is going to be getting a little bit frustrated, but you can see closing up towards Dunlop, arguably the tightest corner, or the sharpest corner, particularly for overtaking on the racetrack. You can close up there as the concertina in front really takes effect, and you can see he has closed up right towards the back of the cars in front, albeit those drivers aren't on the same lap as him. It's going to give him that little bit of a boost down the straight, may give him a little bit of cover with some slipstream, but he's going to be in that dirty air through the final corner, and a little bit of a tighter line, not necessarily going to be favourable for the exit. We'll have to see if Christensen can really get this run this time round.
Well, we'll see whether Rasmus Christensen's got enough here on the pace as he makes his way over towards the opening corner here of TGR. Has he got enough, as there's a massive amount of slipstream from the groups in front, as it's pretty much a 10-car train with lap traffic and current traffic all there. Let's take a listen in as the battle continues to close on with RaceBot TV Fan Immersion. they've certainly been experimenting here in terms of lines as Rasmus Christensen trying to find his way through on Augustin Canapino for position. Has not been able to manage that here as the group has pretty much stayed as you like it, but the way that they've been putting the work in, what they have been doing over the few laps we're in fan immersion is they have been reeling in the 4th place number 23 Audi out there, WSI Esports butt kicker and Andrew Caron, which they'll be very happy with the progress that they've been making in that regard. Even though they're not changing positions, they are reeling in quicker cars around, Dara.
Yeah, and it's going to create a little bit of a concertina, I reckon, between 4th and 9th. Of course, there is that big gap between the Ford car and the Dora Esports car. So realistically, I think we're looking at a battle between 4th and 9th for the time being, but even so has to tighten up a little bit more, and we're still not seeing moves. We did obviously see during that fan immersion how Christensen, as you kind of half mentioned there, how he's differing with the lines, but also how he's just making a couple of looks, trying to see where Canapino is, going a little bit slower, gaining a little bit of time, just to try and benefit himself. He can try and use that information to his advantage to try and make a move somewhere on the circuit, which A, could be unexpected, and B, will be effective and get him up into P7 and keep him away from Canapino, who at the moment looks like he's settled in pretty nicely.
Yeah, this is about intel, really. It's about trying to find a little bit of reconnaissance work. Can I find a little bit of a something here and there? And look at the movement as they now run along the straight. That was Pedro Moreno trying to stay out of the way of everybody, letting the entirety of the train fall outside of the way before looking to make that launch over and say, you know what? You go on, have your race. I don't really want to interfere too much longer. 5.5 seconds, the gap last time over the line. Difference between the leaders being Alessandro Bico, who did a 39.9, and a 39.9 of David Boschka in second position in the gridandgo.com VC 002. First time we've really seen Williams out there on their own. They've been playing a fuel strategy to get themselves into position, Dara. I would say they are now in that position, and I think they've just got to go and really charge forward. It's not quite a red number 5 on them, it's a white number 5, but it's still flying about as ever, the Williams team.
Yeah, and this is really where we're going to see what Alessandro Bico can do in that Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car. Let's see if he can start to pull that gap out and see if he can eke away an extra couple of seconds before we get into our next pit stops. Of course, that number 002 has been doing such a good job at the start of this race, one of the top movers inside this front group of 9, in fact the top mover inside the front group of 9, and doing an incredible job to work the way through the field. Only one more step on the ladder, and that is to get through an Alessandro Bico, but Bico doing a great job last time around. Their times pretty much match. We'll get another reading when they cross the start-finish line, but as they crossed the line last time, the difference was 45 thousandths of a second, and I can't see this time around being too much different than that.
No, I can't see that either, as it's a 39.839 this time for Alessandro Bico. In fact, it was a 7.59 for David Boschka, so he was able to pull 0.08 of a second on that last lap. So he's slowly doing the damage, but it's going to take him multiple stints at this rate for him to chase down the Ferrari that leads this field outright at the moment. So there will be work to do, that much we do know, but now we officially have the catch back there in 4th, 5th and 6th. We do have to remember there is a car in 3rd, of course, which is Guillaume Levesque, who's driving for Apex Racing Academy at the moment, but they've caught Andrew Caron in at 4th position. So for Ganoso Tazdilen and Emanuele Olivieri, they are going to be prime on the list of how they want to get through. But this has been a Williams team that has been doing what it has to, doing what it needs to, and proving itself to be potentially the best sim racing team in the world right now.
Yeah, and I mean, at the pace, if that pace was upheld for the 002, it would take 62 laps for them to be level pegging. So it's a very slow crawl, but it's such an impressive sight to see this Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team doing so well. A nice livery to go with it as well, with the slightly lighter blue on the front and the more classic that we've come used to in the last few years, Williams blue on the rear. And it's just the consistency that is keeping Bico exactly where he is and keeping him well and away from the rest. Only himself and Bojka are in the 39s inside the top 7 at the moment in the last couple of laps. And as we mentioned last time around, it was a 0.8 for Williams, a 0.7 for Grid and Go. This time around, it's a 0.9 and a 0.8, and Bojka, I could say, gaining just that extra 400th this lap. But the pace is incredibly similar. The problem for the 99 of Levesque is he's losing away, and that's a problem for Apex.
It will be for the Apex Academy. It's a 39.9 over that last lap for them. So, of course, they had Lorenzo Manfredotti behind the wheel. And now with Guillaume Levesque, they are trying to really find that emphasis. But, of course, not all drivers are exactly the same when you find them out there in a team. It's a very difficult effort, and all these drivers have to put it in together and say, well, I'm quick. And sometimes you do get the trade-offs when it comes to setup design. You can obviously design the fastest setup in the world for one driver, but if someone else can't drive it, then you can't really use it.
Yeah, it's the predicament that I think a few of these drivers will find themselves in, but really will show the steel of them as well to see if they can pull through. This is a little move ongoing. René Lenz trying to make his way past Herfjord, and we'll see if he can make his way through. Of course, through 300 I should say. Difficult to make anything happen here. You can maybe think about it down at Dunlop, but then again, you're looking at turn 1 again, the corners of the circuit, really where you've got to prioritise your overtaking.
Bit wide there from Øystein Herfjord, and that is going to open up the opportunity here for René Lenz in the 004, who's up 5 spots so far, and let's make that 6. Down on the inside of the WSR Esports butt kicker number 10 car, and getting the pass sorted without really any dramas at all. So René Lenz getting what he wants, and he will look down the field and say, what's my next challenge? Well, it's 4 seconds away, and it's Maldadinka who is there for Parnell Racing. That will be the next charge up for them, but the Ferrari having to let that one go, and there is not much more that can be said or done, except, you know what, you just have to accept sometimes you're gonna have to fall back a little bit to make some progress forward.
And Parnell have been kind of up and down the order a little bit so far today, making a couple of good moves into turn 1, then falling back a little bit. I mean, they are exactly where they started after 2 3/4 hours worth of racing, so we'll have to see if they can keep that up. But you know, for the Grid and Go VC004 team, are going to be trying to gain the pace, clearly there for the time being. Even making that overtake last time round, they were 4 tenths quicker than Parnell Racing on a 40.2, which is some very strong pace, particularly in this mid-pack. And Parnell are going to have to see what they can do in response, because Meldadinka is likely going to come under some pressure in the pretty near future.
Yeah, and when you consider as well in the qualifying efforts that the top 16 was split by 0.3 of a second, it was very much a case of everybody's got pace here today. It's just who's going to have the ability to use it. The Project Valorous 551, though, is going to be under a little bit of battle, as there goes Gabardelli to make the pass in the number 4 WSR Esports butt kicker team. Now, they were right down at the back on the start of this race, so they are on playing catch-up. It's taken them this long to get themselves this far further forward, and Alex Rassi couldn't really do anything about it. Gonzalo Ferreira is sat there for Genis Vincia and hoping to try and get into play as well, but Gab is someone who has got a wonderful amount of pace. I saw him once upon a time in a little touring car league about 8 years ago, where he really did start lighting the world up in terms of what he was able to do. But now you're starting to see what Gab's available to do with WSR, who are now looking pretty good at the moment in terms of the way they're going. But this is a case for the number 4 of how far can I climb, how quickly can I run through the ringer.
And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier with the this being the stage of the race where we are seeing some teams making some moves. I think Live Sim Racing Arnage may have picked off 2 positions, I think into number 10, judging by what I've just seen on the timing tower, and those 3 just outside the top 10, with Arnage just inside with Dory Sports and Drago Racing. Looked like they all swapped positions, and they're very close together on the circuit, so we may have to see if we can snap a quick replay of that. But as I was saying, this is the stage of the race where new drivers have come into the car. They have some fresh pace, they have a little bit more rhythm they can get back into the car. What can they do with it? Can they get ahead of some teams that maybe put their strongest driver out first, and therefore try and drag your team back into contention? And that's kind of what we're seeing here with the number 4.
Yeah, I think that is, and it's going to be a long race for them because they're going to have to continue climbing as it goes on. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Live Sim Racing Arnage have made the move up now inside the top 10 with that pass on Dua Esports they did into turn 1. There is the number 788 team right now, Florian Dinar behind the wheel, and looking behind Dinar, of course, you've got Jonas Vanna, who is there in the Dua Esports Ferrari, and I think we're just about to have a look at it now. Alfonso Urucha was looking in the background at it, but that's the throw down the inside. And did it get a little bit, oh, it did get a bit dicey. It was a bit of door-to-door as they went through, so I wouldn't say it was necessarily a clean overtake, but it was, in fact, an overtake.
Yeah, and effectively done as well. I don't think there's any much or too much that can be protested in that scenario, as we are also seeing the number 2 ahead of the 86. So, yeah, a couple of changes for positions at this stage of the race. I think if you're in the number 3 right now, of course, Thomas Ronha was in that car earlier. Now in the car is Kazdorp. Let's see if he can work his way through Augustin Canapino, because, you know, the number 86 car was running pretty well, now being overtaken. Got to come up with some different ideas. That can open the door.
Well, apparently Kazdorp's been dealing with a bit of a throttle spring issue. I'm not sure how much of it he's been struggling with, but that was word that we heard about an hour ago, that he was having a little bit of troubles in that regard. But he's seemingly doing okay at the moment, despite any issues he might potentially be having. But Canapino and Team 86 sees Rasmus Christensen go through, and the Hedern team are now looking up at Olivieri and co. And there's a lot of traffic for the group right now for Andrew Caron, and you can see there, that's Tino Hoyser that having to get by the Lion GP Fenster.com car, which they've been in the wars and is a couple laps down out there at the moment in time in 40th position. So for them, there's a lot that is pretty much time to wake up and see whether we can go through. Haven't really seen any retirements over the last 40 laps or so. We've still got 41 cars running here at Fuji, which is a great sight to see as we're heading towards the end of hour 3 out there at the moment. And Taz Delen here is going to be the one under pressure from Olivieri, who again is on the side of caution. You can see the different personalities between what we saw earlier from Andrea Bristow and here the little bit more patient personification of Emanuele Olivieri.
Yeah, just stalking his way through the opening sector for the time being. Drivers just trying to find a way. It's a difficult circuit, isn't it? I think that's what the bottom line is here at Fuji, to really make moves effectively. We've seen it done at Turn 1. We've seen it at Dunlop. For the rest of the circuit, particularly in these GT cars, so difficult to make a move somewhere and make it stick. I think that's the key. You can put a nose down the inside somewhere, you can try and fight something around the outside, but the likelihood of it actually coming off for you is slim. And then with the compactness of some of these groups, you're going to come under pressure from the drivers behind. So it's that risk versus reward that we're seeing from all of these drivers. Turn 1 and Dunlop being the main overtaking opportunities. If you can't do it there, I think drivers are happy to just sit and wait for the next chance.
I think they are. They know that they've got 5 hours if they want to make this move, that they can make it happen. And of course, this being endurance racing, the safest place surely here, Dara, to make an overtake is in the pit cycle.
Well, absolutely, and we're going to be approaching that in, what, 20 minutes time, give or take, especially with most of the teams trying to get themselves onto a 7-stint race, maybe a couple trying to push for a 6 if they're brave, but that is going to be a long way to go. We're going to have to try and do the maths on that when they come in this time, but I think anybody coming in within the next 15 minutes are going to be struggling to therefore get to the end on only 4 stints. They're going to be looking at another one to make it 5, but we're going to have to see how that pans out. Kazdorp, no issues with his throttle down the main straight at all. He threw, but Canapino didn't look like he fought that one too hard.
No, I don't think he did either. I think there was not much that he could do. Kazdorp can definitely have the foot to the floor. I think it's more of an aesthetic thing that's giving him a little bit of trouble. I don't think it's stopping him in terms of a straight line. I think it's just giving him a little bit of an issue. It's something like, oh, it's making a noise that I don't really like it. I've still got another spring that might be helpful, but it's not got the same feel as it should do as he puts down the power. But Kazdorp here through gaining the place on Canapino for position, and you now start looking around. Rasmus Christensen will be next, and they'll be trying to put themselves into a position. And they've done quite well actually with the way that they've put the it's the Ford McLaren into position. Yes, that is the team name. But ultimately, I think what they're looking at here is, well, how much can Kazdorp do to do those donkey work laps here in the middle of this race to give Thomas Ronha the platform to attack the end?
Yeah, but we are a long way out, of course, aren't we? I mean, a lot of these drivers and teams are still in a bit of a positioning phase, really from the end of hour 2 right up towards the end of hour 6. The teams are going to be looking at where they can get the car. They're not necessarily going to be forcing the issue too heavily. They don't want to make a big mistake that costs them either, their chance in the race by, crashing, getting too much damage on the car, and they don't want to find themselves dropping too far down the order. I think a bit of stagnation is ongoing in the race, and that's okay for some of the teams, particularly who are just looking to get themselves towards the end of the race and get themselves into a position where they can push on from there with only a couple of hours to go. A bit of a move to the inside for Kastrup on one of the lapped entries, and that lapped entry is currently down in P40. That is the Fencer.com with Tina Hauser in, and they are 2 laps down now. So they're not too far off the back, but a little bit too far off, I think, to say that already we can call them out of contention.
Yeah, I'd say they are out of contention here, Tino Hoyce. I think that the damage that they've sustained, and you can still see into the front of their machinery right now. It's not the greatest looking McLaren in the world. When you can open up the engine, it's got a little bit more air going to it. So for them, they are walking wounded, and they are just going to try and prioritise a finish. But they are looking at that finish, thinking, what can we do here? We're not even halfway through this race, but I have been keeping an eye on that front gap, and it has gone from about 5.5 now to 4.5 seconds. So David Boschke starts to make a little bit more of an inroad here as they go through. Now dancing here with Kastrup through the technical final sector of the lap, which is the hallmark of Herman Tilke, and one of the first efforts that he made in terms of his track design with the likes of Sepang, for example, one of his magnum opuses in terms of what he's designed. But it really does have that case of, well, we'll make it a little bit new, we'll definitely make it challenging, but it's not just a case of what it used to be around here, which was this long sweeping right-hand bend that went on for 3,000 years.
Yeah, it's such a classic circuit, and nice to have, so many tracks that are designed by Tilke have a couple of these key features. The likes of Sepang, the likes of Fuji, they all have little elements to them that make them work in ways that really do favour the likes of GT Racing, and that's why we keep coming back to Fuji. It really is a classic, particularly on the Asian circuit, Fuji, of track. I mean, you think of Japanese circuits in general, largely they're unchanged. You think of Suzuka, largely unchanged from what it was decades ago. This circuit, albeit it has changed relatively radically in the opening and the final sector, this part of the circuit, around 300 up towards the hairpin, largely unchanged. And it's nice to have that bit of history still woven into the circuit.
There's an element of, if it isn't broke, don't fix it, in terms of the culture of Japan, and so you see it quite a lot actually in terms of their circuit design. It's actually to the point where a lot of Japanese businesses still actually use fax machines, believe it or not, because there's no need to change onto systems that are still working. So the fax machine's still quite popular when it comes to Japanese business. But looking a little bit further down the order, there is the Esports car, hoping to try and find a way back through, getting quite close into Dunlop. Jonas Vanna against Florian Dinar, and they've got that bit of traffic, of course, the Greek Freak 77. That's Kostas Bouzianis, who is there hoping to try and stay out of the way, and they've already had to deal with the likes of Ryan Woodrow in the WORX JSM Motorsport car, and this is not exactly what Alfonso Arusha is hoping for at the moment. The Drago Racing 069 starting to lose a little bit of contact here with this group in front, with the gives and takes of the traffic.
Well, and riding over that curb with some effect on the exit, running through the final sector down at turns 14 and 15. But yeah, that is not the best of lines through there. It's keeping this little group close, though, with Live Sim Racing Arnage still in front and trying to get through on, I believe that is a lapped car. It is, as they make their way in towards turn 1 inside line. Both teams should be able to slot their way through, and indeed they will. It's now on Jaguar Racing to make sure they can get through, which we might see some side-by-side for P10, as Door Esports have had the door left open for them to go around the outside of Coca-Cola.
It's very difficult to do that, and it's trying to get a cut back here. You can hold around for the next 300R, and now throw the 100R, with 300R coming up on the horizon. Jonas Vanna throwing what he can at the works, defended on that inside line by Florian Dinar. And I think they realise this is the best they're getting at the race at the moment. They might as well put on a show. And for the top 10, Dirt Esports looking to get back to plus 20, searching for the inside. Vanna just backs out of it, doesn't really want to do too much to go out there and attack, and Florian Dinar in that Porsche is legitimately doing what he can to hold behind the driver of Jonas Vanna.
Doing a good job for the time being, but I don't think he'll be terribly pleased with the fact that he hasn't been able to pull away. Of course, made that move into turn one a good 10-15 minutes ago now, but hasn't been able to make that advantage pay so far through the final sector, eking away a tenth or two as they get towards Panasonic at the final turn, and they will get themselves onto the main straight with a relatively comfortable advantage for the live sim racing Arnage team. We're talking about 3/10, but when the slipstream isn't being terribly effective, that should be enough to keep them safe down in towards turn one. They look very close together on this front-facing camera at turn one, but they're not as close as it would lead you to believe. Into turn one, we're going to see them keep in behind. And Live Sim Racing Arnage doing a good job and alleviating some of that pressure by having a very, very good final sector at the moment.
Yeah, and it's that final sector which I think becomes important, because you look at the Porsche and you look at the Ferrari and you think they're cut from a very similar cloth, but when you talk about the differences in philosophy and design, it's radically different for the same effect.
It is, and you know, teams have gone one way, teams have gone another way for many reasons based off of how they want to drive the car, what their drivers feel comfortable in, and it's good to see the variation throughout the field. It's good to see that we've got a Ferrari, a Corvette, an Audi, a McLaren, and a Porsche all inside the top 10. It's great to see that variation.
It very much is, and you've got to remember the Lamborghini in 12th place as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's so many different machines for these drivers to choose from, and we covered them at the top of the broadcast. And it's nice to see that drivers have gone different ways. We've got BMWs, albeit they are further back. They're struggling a little bit more. But it's good to see that the split. We've got the Ford Mustang that is not being driven by it's the Ford car, which mystifies me a tiny bit. But either way, we've still got a Mustang in the race. Near the front, the Chevys are doing pretty good. Those Corvettes clearly providing a good enough source of A, speed down the front straight, B, downforce in the corners, and the track that demands both really in equal amounts. I think that's kind of why we're seeing such a split. Teams going different ways because they want to prioritise one element over another.
Yeah, they'll be certainly looking at it going, well, balance of performance is pretty similar, and you've got free choice on what car you can go with here for a race like this. So it's about unlocking what you want out there, as Dinar again continues to hold on in his battle out there right now in 10th place. Looking up through the field, it's now starting to segment just a little bit for the groups. Canapino in Team 86 is starting to get dropped, but then it's 2 by 2 by 2. So you've got Kasdorp and Christensen, Olivieri and Tazdelen. A bit of a gap now forming to Andrew Caron as he settles into the stint. And then Levesque is finding himself on his own, and Bojka had that gap at 4.1. A little mistake at turn one cost him about 0.4 of a second. So we are now starting to really note here that these drivers are starting to fall back into two-car battles here, little tandems that are going along, and you can see the aggressiveness of Tazdelen after he took the car over from Gabriel Streitmatter. That was a car that looked great in the opening stint, but by the time they got to the second stint, you know, the wheels were starting to fall off a little bit, so to speak.
How's that going to change when we get to our next pit stops in the next 10-15 minutes for all of these teams? We're going to have to see how that all shakes itself out. Can anybody gain a little bit in the pit lane? Clearly, with all these cars in the front stretch, a couple of seconds could be pretty important, particularly if you are Emanuele Olivieri down in towards turn one trying to get through for P5. You've got Andrew Caron in P4, then the gap up to P3. The first domino to fall is to get into P5, and then you therefore have the impetus. Get in front of the drivers ahead. You can use some of that pace that you know that you have in your back pocket. And even if, as a driver, you're sitting behind a car in front and you almost kind of know you're on the limit, you always feel like you've got a little bit more pace in the car. You always feel like you can go that extra 100th, 10th faster. And that's exactly what Olivieri is going to be thinking of. And I'm sure conversations are going to be happening within the team on how this strategy is going to pan out for them.
Yeah, Olivieri here, I think, has realised that he's got a car that's not the greatest late in a stint. It might just be the way that Andrea Bristow was driving as he throws the car in. Olivieri certainly looks like the sort of driver who's got a little bit of a safer pair of hands, has that different driving style. And that's what I love about these teams and how these drivers go about, because you get drivers who are outright quick, and you need anchor-style drivers who are going to basically just ground the team and say, right, you need a safe pair of hands for a couple hours with this car. Let's just get this car a little bit further forward. Pace, yeah, I can sacrifice a 10th here and a 10th there, but if it means that we've got a car and we're still in this race, that's great. That's what we're starting to see. Here's Arusha once again for Drago Racing here, trying to find his way. Alfonso close, but through Panasonic. It's such a wide entry in, but you know, Alfonso Arusha is another example of one of those drivers who maybe doesn't have the outright speed, maybe isn't the flashiest driver in the Drago lineup, but is certainly someone who you can look at on paper and go, he gets the job done.
And teams look for consistency, don't they? When they make lineups for these kind of events, they look for consistency, not necessarily the one-lap pace. Those drivers who are best at the one-lap pace, obviously, go into qualifying. But for a lot of the teams, getting a consistent driver and a driver who, as you said, maybe hasn't got the flashy top-end speed, isn't setting the timing pages alight like a Christmas tree, albeit a month or so early. A driver that can consistently get the lap times in, be dependable, be a driver that doesn't make too many mistakes is exactly what these teams are looking for. You know, many championships have been won, not by drivers who are necessarily the fastest, but by drivers who are most consistent. Particularly, my mind casts back to recently in the IndyCar series, of course, where Augustin Canapino has been from the last couple of years. Will Power, back in 2022, won, I believe, only one race out of 17. He won the championship. He just needs that consistency to keep yourself near the front. You don't need the poles. You don't necessarily need the purple flying laps every single stint. Just keeping the car in check, making sure that it's all under control, and handing off to a teammate in a better position from where you left it is exactly what these teams want.
Yeah, that's all you need, really, to finish first. First, you're going to have to finish a race here or there, so that's what we've been seeing on board a lap here with Alfonso Arusha, who has been really trying to find a way to put the pressure to Jonas Vanna, and hasn't necessarily been able to unlock anything much out there over the course of this. Now, we're expecting a lot of development here over the course of the circuit. We know we're late here, we're in November, and we're running a very accurate forecasted weather right now here for exactly the same day, albeit right now I would say about 6 or 7 hours behind what we've got out there at current. And it's a cold track. It's only 24 degrees out there at the moment, and the wind's been swirling about a little bit here at about 17, 18 kilometers an hour. It hasn't really been too much to say, but all it's been really is a case of this is a track that hasn't really got massive amounts of development in it in terms of the temperature, and as such, this might be one of the quickest in terms of distance, Fuji 8 hours, that we're going to get here in iRacing.
Yeah, I mean, the offset's pretty much, I think it's 12 hours even. It's past midnight now over in the land of the rising sun, which it will do, I'm sure, by the time we get towards the closing stages of this race. By the time the sun will still be up in the sim. So it is a bit of an offset, but it's always great to have the accurate weather forecasts on iRacing. Of course, bringing in rain over the last year really has added an element, hasn't it, to these special events. I think we had it first at the Sebring event earlier on in the year where rain appeared. I seem to remember Arjuna Kankapati standing in front of his own little weather map that he had created. So it has been a welcome addition, and it really does open the door. Of course, in years gone by, teams would just be thinking about, you know, how warm's the track going to get. You know, the variables are narrower. Now it's open. Rain can appear, rain can disappear over the course of 24 hours, particularly when we get back to Daytona, when we get back to Spa, the Nürburgring. These things can really change an outcome of a race, and even if we don't see any precipitation on the racetrack today, that risk is always going to be hanging over us.
It's the sort of thing that often when you find in sim racing, when you get rain and things like that, often it's lent on as a crutch a little bit from time to time. I don't think so here with your iRacing special events. I think that it's a case of when you've got the weather as it sits and you go, right, what's it going to do today? I think it's very lovely how they go through. Now, in comes Florian Denard to make his pit stop. So let's open up that cycle. Denard, very aggressive, and I think they're very committed there over at Live Sim Racing here to to make that a 7-stop race, all things considered, for what their strategy is. I think it's very, very telling that they want to jump on and say, this is what I want to do, or this is what the team wants to do. We don't want to go out there, be uber aggressive on it. We'll run a safe race and hopefully things will fall in our favor by the end. But you know, you're looking at it in and around and you're thinking, well, who's really going to be standing out to keep an eye out on? I'd say the 177 Parnell Racing might be able to find a little bit of a result here or there. They're down in 14th position at the moment, of course, with the 13th now with the pit stop, but they were the furthest to go in terms of their stint. And if Maldadinka can go and run exactly the same as what his teammate did a little bit earlier on, they might be one of those teams here who are looking at potentially 6 stop as an opportunity.
Well, definitely. I think even they could be pushing for, maybe even if they're really pushing it towards a 5-stop. We'll have to see how far they get, but they did get about 1 hour 10 on their first 2 stints. It would be very, very close, and I think it'd be unlikely to do, but let's see how far they push it again. If you're pitting at this point and you're almost fooling yourself into a 7-stop race, it's just, it doesn't seem like it's going to work. We've not seen anybody near the front go for it, and we're not seeing any teams that have gone for it be able to work their way through a field effectively enough to really make up for that lost time in the pit lane. We've seen how costly those pit stops can be. We are losing, you know, 2/3, 3/4 of a minute in the pit lane. That is a lot to make up, especially when we're seeing drivers and teams get stuck in trains. They can't quite find their way through. If they get stuck for 10 laps, that is 10 laps evaporating from the possible time that they can gain from this race, and we're expecting about 289, 290 laps over the course of the event. You're thinking about big chunks of the race where you can't make that work for you. I think 6 stops is going to be the consensus. A couple may push for 5, but that's going to be tricky.
It will be, as we focus here on the 003 gridandgo.com VC car, currently driven by Gnusa Tazdelen, who is hoping here that he's got a way through on Emanuele Olivieri in the Max Performance SRT machine. They have been dropped now by Andrew Caron, who has found a lovely second wind over the last 5 to 10 laps or so to pull away once more from this group, which has now started to coalesce up with Rasmus Christensen, who has done very well to close on up, and then Yuri Kasdorp, who's on the back of this one as well in 8th position in the it's the Ford McLaren. But on board with Kasdorp, getting a little bit of an idea, and you can see there just Tazdelen just trying to poke himself into the mirror, see if there's any way that a mistake can be formed, or even so, just trying to not get too close to the slipstream along the straight, just trying to give a little bit of room, a little bit of breather in case something happens with the rear end of the number 35 Mag Performance SRT car.
Yeah, and just keeping himself behind. Again, it's just this stage of the race where you're not going to be making mistakes. You can try and force your opponent into a mistake, but you're not going to take many risks yourself, especially if you are only 15 seconds off the lead. We have gone 3 hours into this race, and the top 9 are still split by only 16 seconds. It isn't a long time. It's basically the length of the front straight, if not less than that. So, I mean, for Yuri Kasdorp here, you know, especially if he's got a little issue with his spring, of course it's not going to be changing his performance, but it's going to be maybe affecting how comfortable he is, how much belief he has in the pedal. We'll have to see how he plays it. I'd suggest he's going to play this safe. I'd suggest that he's going to get to the pit stop and either really push on for an overcut or really push on that lap for an undercut. I can't see him coming in on the same lap as everybody else, but at the same time, that as a strategy works out quite nicely if you want to keep yourself in this kind of position and not losing too much time to the teams around you.
Well, he's going to be doing a good job of keeping himself pretty set up. He's only about 15 seconds off of the race lead currently, which that gap is now at about 4 seconds over the line now between the gridandgo.com VC002 and Williams Esports Prodigy. So it's looking like a very even keel race up at the front of the field, and one that might just go down to who's doing the best at the pits. Here comes Kasdorp though, searching up the inside, and he'll say, I'll have it right back from you, Rasmus. Not much that Christensen could do. The Hedern car is now going to fall a little bit further back here in the number 2 machine, and they now find themselves in 8th place. That was as decisive as it gets.
Making a bit of a change for positioning into this pit stop phase for Kasdorp. He's been biding his time, been twiddling his thumbs, and finally this is the time to pounce. Can he get through on the 003? We'll have to wait and see. But they, in that grid and go car, have fallen away a touch from Olivieri in the Mag Performance SRT, so a little bit more vulnerable in P6 for the time being. Kasdorp clearly, I mean, we know obviously by this point he has the racing now, so he knows exactly how to play these kind of scenarios. The real question for everybody else is, how can you counter that when you don't necessarily know exactly what the number 3 is going to do?
Well, I don't think these drivers have 100% knowledge of what everyone else is going to do. They just know that they've got to be very well set and put together out there in terms of how they go about it, and this group has been certainly fantastic. I do want to talk Apex Academy, though, for a little bit, because they've been very lonely over the course of this last hour, where they've been sat at about 8 to 9 seconds off of the race lead as of current. They've got Guy Levesque behind the wheel at this stage, but the Apex Academy model out there, which was set together by the Apex Racing team and of course Alex Simpson and his crew of fantastic drivers and talents, has certainly been a model that everyone looks at and tries to follow. It was something that was brought in and you looked at and you went, okay, that's going to be a great way for you to start jumping up, and you say it's going to be a case where drivers go through. But you look at the success that Apex Academy has had, it has certainly given a lot of drivers opportunities, as Levesque has a little bit of trouble with Panos Kyrkos in the Greek Freaks Racing 77. I love what they're doing with the Apex Academy, and you only just have to look at what Apex are doing as effectively the number 3 team in the world right now.
And it's nice to see the drivers that are making their way through the academy as well. I mean, the likes of Levesque, who is currently doing a very, very solid job. As we said, we haven't really talked about them much because they've been quietly going about their business. Not too close to the top 2, but safely enough away from the rest of the pack to be cruising their way through this stint. We'll have to see how they go on the strategy, but you're absolutely right. For Apex to have this kind of pedigree coming through for them really does create, well, creates a little bit of competition within the team for seats, but it also means that they have got a lot of talent to pick and choose from, which is a luxury that many other teams would love to have, especially in the quantity that we see Apex have it. So they really have positioned themselves into a great spot over the next couple of years, particularly. Going to be really interesting to see how Apex Racing can progress and see if they can be consistently fighting for these special event wins.
Guy Levesque, of course, a driver who has been very successful when it's come to sim racing. He'd been in and around with the Inex Esports days once upon a time, a team that was pretty much dominant 8 years ago with the team of Fabrice Cornelis and Koen Klopman once upon a time, but now find themselves in a position here where you look around at them no longer functioning as a team, and all those drivers have gone different ways. In the Apex Academy for Guy Levesque, I would say is for him a case of, I want to find a couple extra tenths and really make a next push, and I think we're starting to see that. There's your positions gained up there on your left-hand side. The big stark contrast of the +20 by Jonas Vanna and the +12 of David Bojka. It's proven that there are places to be made, and if you can start 14th position on the grid here in a race like this, and you can try and make a charge for the race lead, it does go to show you just how strong some of these drivers are and teams are when it comes to their race pace. Look at that, though, into the Dunlop hairpin. You can't fit that much of a gap between those 3 right now. Tasdalen, Kasdorp and Christensen, they're pretty much trying to share each other's real estate and saying, hey, follow us.
Yeah, and especially when you get down towards Dunlop, you cannot really be jostling too much over the amount of space that you have. The concertina effect is relatively severe. We see it time and time again. But as we run our way through the final corner, Christensen, he has got the real impetus now to go after Kasdorp, as he's not had the best of final sectors. Let's see if he can get the run out of the final corner. Didn't look like the smoothest of launches out towards the main straight and tumbling down the hill somewhat towards turn 1, but for the time being, Kasdorp, he was right on the back of the 003. He's now being attacked, you'd have to say, for P7. So the to and fro, there's a very fine line, especially when we're talking about a tenth or two being the difference between attack and defense.
Well, 1/10 it really isn't that much. But when you consider that 1/10 was about 7 places in qualifying, it does make a stark contrast and difference out there. Christensen now dropping through down at 100, right, and then looking over towards 300, which will be coming up just after the Advan corner, pivoting over to the right-hand side, using all of the circuit to flick the car in through left, and then attack off of the exit. Now, you see the lap times there on the left-hand side, that they are all slightly different. Yuri Kazdorp not effectively getting his lap time registered over that last lap, which I think is rather surprising out there in the way that they go, but they are trying to keep it all nice and calm together, and they can't afford necessarily to go too far off the road, because lest we forget, they've only got 40 incidents in the team to play with. So effectively, when you've got a race like this that's 8 hours long, you are allowed 1 iRacing incident point effectively every 12 minutes.
Which, you know, sounds somewhat easy to manage, but if you pick up a couple in a little battle with another driver, all of a sudden that becomes, well, I picked up my, you know, quote-unquote allowance for an hour. So it can become a problem pretty quickly. So drivers have to be conservative. And again, I think that's why we're seeing not too many drivers generally going conservative, sticking where they are, not forcing the issue. You can see there, P6, 7, 8, grid and go, but it's the Ford and the number 2 car there. You could see their lap times just a moment ago. The split between all 3 of them was less than 0.02 of a second. I mean, they really are just following each other. It's a case of follow the leader. They're not lapping slowly either. They just can't afford the mistakes, and that is the main element of this day for the race. 2 hours to go, teams are going to push on. Teams are going to look at what they've got and say, okay, we can try and force ourselves towards the front. We can really now be a little bit more aggressive with the moves that we make. Other teams may not be able to have that luxury, may have to concede positions if they're worried about hitting that incident limit. So it's just a big game of chess for the time being for these teams, and still with 4 hours 42 to go, you could feel like we're settling into a pattern towards the end. We're not halfway through yet.
In comes Team 86, Augustine Canapano into the pits. Damon Woods jumps in then for the Falcon Sim Racing team, the number 44. This time, it's a clean stop for them as they put Nicholas Laubish back behind the wheel there, who took the early stint. Canapano will get back behind the wheel and run off again in the Team 86 car and get off and away. And he will find himself just behind Alex Rassi in the Project Valorous machine, so that will put them net 21st out there when they exit the pit. So right now we are firmly going to say we're in the pit window.
We are, and no surprise considering that we are, you know, 3 hours 20 into the race. It's splitting up. That's, you know, about an hour 6, an hour 7 per stint. That's kind of what's going to get you through to the end of the race with 6 stops. So no surprise there. The later we go into this pit window, the later that we can see the likes of Parnell go is going to be telling. The issue for Parnell, if they want to try and take one pit stop off of their overall time, is that they're already 44 seconds behind the leader. So I'm not too sure whether it would matter in the grand scheme of things. The amount of fuel saving that would be required would take them out of contention anyway. So I really think we're looking at how these teams get through at the front, I mean, with 6 stops and 7 stints probably in the offing. It's going to be a case of who can give themselves the best chance at a short stop or B, an aggressive stint towards the end.
I don't think that Parnell are in this one for the victory. I think that's the one thing to keep in mind. I think they're more into this one for a different result, which is to try and guarantee themselves a top 10 and potentially a top 5. I think that they might be able to get themselves in. We've just had Mag Performance SRT jump down into the lane and make their stop. A good stint by Emanuele Olivieri without any drama, without any discourse there, and they'll be quite happy with that as we focus here in on one Mr. Yuri Kazdorp, who is looking now at Nicholas Laubish in front with Panos Kirkos, and this is lap traffic. But remember, Laubish has got a brand new car and is as quick as those drivers that he's managed to just pop out ahead of. So he won't have any understanding to try and move over, because it's not a mandatory effect here in the iRacing Fuji 8 hour for them to move on over. It is very much a case of they are advisory blue flag warnings. If you're quick enough, you may stay ahead.
But it does create the dilemma, doesn't it? Particularly for those teams and drivers who have been shown the blue flags. Yes, they probably should give up the positions if drivers are going to be coming through. But at the same time, it depends how what the situation has happened to get yourself into the position that you are nearly a lap down. I mean, is it your fault? Was there a spin? Was there collision with another car that they were, largely to blame? You might have the pace of these guys. You may not want to give up the position. It's not going to reduce the frustration of drivers trying to make their way through on lapped cars. So it all has to come into consideration. But it's not nice, is it, to be a lapped car, to have blue flags flying, to be into that situation where you're thinking, well, how do I let them pass? Or B, do I let them pass? It's not a fun position to be in. You want to be fighting with those leaders. You don't want to find yourself an entire tour of the circuit behind them. But when you do, you get flung into that position, and you have to make a choice. If you get it wrong, and you find yourself maybe causing a little bit of contact, the stewards are never going to look too kindly on that.
No, they really don't when you get right down to it. I think it's very tough. Oh, you can see how Liveries is struggling. He's having to really jam on the brakes because he's not getting much love against this BMW if he wants any way around. He takes a big wide line through the corner because he can now take a stab off of the exit, and this should be plain sailing now to clear it. Meanwhile, as that happens, in comes the gridandgo.com VC002. They just pulled that gap down to 2.5 seconds there over the last 5 laps or so, with a little bit of traffic not playing ball. But now here comes the case of 1 going through and 2 going through, and now here comes 3 that will look to try and go through. And look at this from Kasdorp. Oh, this is really opportunistic there. Backing off of it goes Tazdelen, and he caught himself napping behind Nicholas Liveries. Oh, it was beautifully done.
Yeah, just taking the opportunity when it arose there for Kasdorp, and that is exactly why he is one of the best drivers on this platform, no doubt about it. Kasdorp clearly picking his way through and showing exactly why he is to be feared by these drivers. He can appear in situations, he can read situations incredibly well, and Kasdorp now up into P4. He could push on towards Andrew Caron. Maybe he's had a little bit of pace in the back pocket that he hasn't been able to show in the train. Now he's got the opportunity to push on ahead and see if he can try and reel in that Apex Racing Academy car.
Well, he'd definitely love to do that. He'd definitely love to find that ability to say, you know what, I can jump up forward, I can get a little bit more out there. Boschke leaves the pits then, and he will be back out and away in 10th position behind the likes, of course, of the Greek Freaks number 7, which finds itself in 9th position. Then the Impulse Racing by Volderart car with Ricardo Ferreira in 8th position. But now there's a gap here in terms of the cars. Liveries then having to let through in terms of the efforts. What is going on then? It's the Ford team car and Yuri Kasdorp, but now it's about, well, what do they do here? How much do they chase? Because look at the time that they've lost by being stuck in that position. It's been about 5 seconds now. It's 11.7 compared to 16.5 behind the leader, so it's about 4.8 seconds they'll have to now start working here on an Andrew Caron who looked like he was going to get caught in the early part of the stint, but looked like he was going to be really aggressive in the second half of it, and he started to fly in this second half of the stint. And in fact, he is closing up here to the Apex Racing Academy car number 99. It's about 2 seconds.
Really is an interesting part of the race now as drivers are clearly going that bit longer, particularly on this strategy. You can see the time forever eking away for us. The sands are going down to the bottom, but for the time being, I mean, where do you go on the strategy when you're the likes of Caron, who's lost the P2 to the Apex Racing Academy car, Kasdorp, who has been able to gain away? All of a sudden, these two drivers who were, they were split by 4 positions about 10-15 minutes ago, they are now 3rd and 4th. How differing are they going to go? Are they going to go with the same strategy? How's that going to pan out? All questions soon to be answered. But we are getting towards the 3.5 hour point into the race. Drivers trying to eke out each of these stints to just over or around 1 hour 10 minutes, and that would be getting dangerously close to the range of you being able to be to only do 5 pit stops. We're going to have to see if that is even a possibility. It still looks unlikely, but clearly drivers going a little bit longer. Will that mean that drivers have a little bit of a shorter stop towards the end of the race? Are they going to then have to do a splash and dash? We're just going to have to wait and see, because teams are still deciding exactly how to run it to the end from here.
Well, in comes Andrew Caron then. He'll peel away and make it stop, and he'll be followed by Tasdalen, and Rasmus Christensen very nearly tagged the back of Gnoso Tasdalen heading into the pit. So that could have been something very dramatic as they entered through the single track pit lane. An early box for Christensen as well. Will look to try and get himself up, and look at the way he's lined up in that box there. He wants a very quick exit out.
Yeah, let's see how well will he be able to get himself out of the pit lane. Still up on those jacks. The pit stop time gaining more and more and more. Of course, it's been a good race for that number 2 car, but how is this pit stop going to change the face fit? Back off the jacks, about to get that going, making sure the car is topped up with all of the fuel that it requires for the next stint, and you'll see it peeling out in the next couple of seconds. Pit stop last time, as we've been mentioning, around that 50-second towards a minute. It's a long stop. It really offsets drivers on the circuit, and it takes us a bit of a while to see when they emerge who's got a bit of a march. It's difficult to read, but it's very easy to read at the fact that Christensen is out of the pit lane with a 41.8 second stop, a little bit slower than a couple of the teams around him.
Well, I'm looking around at these drivers and thinking, right, what can you do off the exit? Just beaten out by Gabriel Streitmatter, who's got back in behind the wheel once again. So ultimately he's just been able to lose out there in that regard. He thought he might be able to get a little something, but look at these for undercuts then that's gone on. That's the Team 86 car just in front that's leapfrogged them, and so too Mac Performance SRT.
The issue for Team 86 is that they're going to have to save a little bit more fuel somewhere, so they may have to do a little bit of a hold-up job, but we've seen it happen so far in this race. We've got Biko coming into the pit lane for his, or the team's third stop of the day, I should say, and the rest of the top 3 are following in suit as well, as we will make our way towards the end of the pit stop phase. I was just saying, I think the it's the forward team had a bit of a flick there. It's all okay. I was worried that they disconnected, but they're still in the pit lane.
It's a driver
and they'll
change.
emerge likely in P3.
It's a driver change. It's Thomas Ronha now who will get back in behind the wheel, and he's been given a platform now to go out there and attack. Biko here will be looking at how quickly he can go, because remember, you've still got that grid and go 002, which is making its way along the front stretch right now. Biko will now depart out of the box, and the Williams team have been quicker in the pit stops. They've been eking out a tiny advantage here and there, and they will continue with that leading margin in the Ferrari here against the Corvette of the 002 team piloted by David Bojka, and this is still an important margin, but you're looking around at it and you say, you know what, it's not bad what they're doing. All things considered, they are mastering the pit stop phase, and they've got that under lock and key in a way that a lot of other teams and drivers haven't been able to unlock as much, and it just goes to show you how much work they do at Williams Esports Racing Prodigy.
The fine margins can be so important, not just in endurance races, but particularly in shorter races. You know, if you have a couple of little issues on pit road, you know, you lose a second or two, you miss your pit box by just a touch, come back to bite you. It can change the face of your race. If you lose a couple of seconds and you find yourself behind another car, all of a sudden that means that you can't maybe use a little bit of pace that you were hoping to unlock in this particular stint. It then means that you've got to try and find a way through, but of course don't pick up the incident points. It does change things, so fine margins are critical, and often endurance races do come down to those fine margins. If teams would like to run it a little bit dangerous on the field, try and get it to the end on one less stop, they could find themselves pulling up a little bit short, but that's just how you have to race these events.
Well, I've just had a look over at Thomas Ronha, who has lost the position to Emanuele Olivieri into the Advan corner. I think Ronha had a slowdown penalty off the exit of turn 3, which has meant that Olivieri's been able to pick it up just through the next corner and gain the place. So a tiny mistake by Thomas Ronha, and Olivieri in the Mag Performance SRT car has now moved up an extra place, and an important extra place. There'll be an extra couple, because in come Impulse and Parnell, so they can only really go a lap or two further than some of their main rivals. So I think they're very firmly in the wheelhouse strategy of getting an extra pit stop not needed out there at the moment. So just the extra lap able to do, and Ronha again catching the curb slightly off the exit, can't put the power down as much as he would like to.
No, and we will see if he can make his way through for P5 again. But again, pit stops changing the face of the race. It's going to be the case all the way throughout towards our final stint. But let's just see how this one plays out. Ronha, of course, well known, not necessarily on iRacing, but well known in the sim racing community. Let's see if he can make his way through on Olivieri. The 35 and the 3 will be locking horns in the very near future, I have no doubt. For Ronha, though, to get through on Olivieri means that he's got a little bit of space to try and unlock a little bit of pace. He's now back into that car. He was in a great rhythm earlier on. He's now been landed back into a good spot in the race. He now really has to push on.
I've just taken a look at the weather forecast. We are looking here in sim time, ladies and gentlemen, of about 25 minutes past 12. I'm getting word at about 4 o'clock, so this would be, you're looking here with about 45 minutes to go in this race. I'm hearing light fog might come into play. It might get a little tough to see at the end of this race, and they'll just be getting it through on the radar here, which has come through, of what's it doing over the next, 2, 3, 4 hours. I'm hearing light fog might be on the way for the final hour of racing.
And that is a geographical risk with the location of the circuit. Of course, in Japan, we're on basically the central part of the main island of Honshu, in the mountains, but not too far away from the coast. So a combination of elevation, of winds, it can happen here at Fuji, where you create a little bit of fog around the circuit, and it is a bit of a risk. We'll have to see if it changes anything for the race. I think that it will probably be okay. A light fog, drivers will have become accustomed to it, especially if they've practiced at this circuit quite a bit over the last few weeks, but it may make visibility a little bit tougher, and if there's any kind of collision, it may make it a little bit more dangerous, albeit this is a very wide circuit. There's a lot of runoff to try and avoid.
There is, but knowing that they'll have limited visibility at the point where they've got to be the most aggressive is going to be something a little concerning to them, and they'll keep an eye on that weather radar the longer that this race goes on. So just keep that in mind as they continue on here. Ronha versus Olivieri, this for 5th position on the road as things stand. And meanwhile, it's also closed up quite nicely here for 3rd and 4th, with the WSR Esports butt kicker team finding themselves now onto the back of the Apex Racing Academy car. So there's certainly been places where changes have been able to be made, and now we might be seeing a change for the final spot on the podium if all things go the way that Andrew Caron and WSR Esports are hoping.
Yeah, a lot of work to do though. Still a few tenths behind. Got to get a couple of tenths closer out of the final corner to make any kind of send into turn 1. And Levesque isn't really under too much pressure for the time being, and he's not necessarily going to be losing too much time with a lapped car in front of him. So this battle, we'll have to see how it develops. Caron's had a good bit of pace, and the number 99 car has been a little bit up and down in the last half an hour, but let's see what the number 23 guys can do, because Olivieri and Ronha, you could just about see them in the back of that shot. They are tailing this duo, and if something happens between them, you can be rest assured that Olivieri and Ronha are going to find themselves on the scene in double quick time.
They will do, and they can't afford then to play about, so to speak, with their 5-second margin that they've got over them at this stage, or a 4-second margin, sorry, that they've got. So Andrew Caron realises that this isn't a time to play games, and they may be battling behind, but they won't be necessarily worrying. I am looking, though, at your winners and losers over that last pit stop cycle, and it is Grid and Go 003, who I think have lost out the most over the course of that stint. They've really dropped back off of the back of Rasmus Christensen, and they're going to have to really work hard to get back over to them. It's going to be a very, very tough run that they've got, but onto the front stretch they go. The Apex Academy car, I think, will be having a little bit of a smile right now, knowing that they've still got enough of a gap where that Audi isn't necessarily going to be able to throw itself as close as they want. 6 seconds now, your leading gap. It's starting to extend here as Alessandro Bico feels quite comfortable in the early stint.
Yeah, of course, no driver changes between the top two, so those drivers have stayed exactly as they were for the last stint. Oh, a little bit of a defensive line now going towards turn one. Andre De Silva looking for a move around the outside. It'd be bold, it'd be brave if he can make it, dancing his way through there. Let's see if he can get it on the stoppers. Oh. No, a little bit of contact in the middle of the corner, though, as the lines converge, and nothing's going to happen on the apex, but that fiercely forward car looking for a move, but clearly I think that's the hardest defense I've seen since I've been here, and I've been here an hour and a half here, Jake.
Yeah, it's been very tough to see overtakes out there or anyone really being aggressively defending. And James Ebram there in the Effect Simulations 909, maybe the first of those to really go out there and throw a defense. Andre De Silva trying to make it 3 fiercely forward cars in a row, 28th, 29th and 30th position. It goes to show you that the fiercely forward team, I think, is very consistent.
Yeah, and again, that's one of the elements to a team which is so critical in an event like this. You don't necessarily need the top-end paces I was talking about a little bit earlier, but the consistency can be really useful. Making a move would be useful, though, as well, and getting up into P30 would be absolutely ideal. I mean, these two, in the face of the race, are just over a lap down, so it's not going too incredibly well for the fiercely forward purple team, but Andre De Silva trying to rectify a little bit for the team out of the final corner. How will he be able to fare? Much better run, much better exit through the corner. This is going to get close towards turn one. Do not be surprised if we see some more defensive lines thrown by the 909.
Yeah, they've also got Christopher Severt in the ST Racing Esports blue car that's there. All the way to the pit wall. Why not? Trying to find himself a way to defend. Now you've got to start looking around and saying, what can you do? They've got the dueling battle then for 10th place behind them as well. De Silva still stuck on that outside line. He's going to have to try and attack down the hill. There's no drive through the middle of the corner trying to get the turn into Porsche. But you now start looking at Andre De Silva right now, and he has got that McLaren hooked up for turn 3 at Coca-Cola. He's got what he wants, but now there's going to be the up and unders that's starting to come back through 100 right and trying to lose out. Bit of understeer, caught out in the marbles slightly is Ebram. That brings Severt into play, and Dinar needs to work out, well, where am I going to go in this? Because I've got Alfonso Arusha in the Drago car. They dropped Dura Esports off, but they might bring them back here if they're going to wait for 5 seconds. Oh, you can't get much closer than that down the hill. Dinar looks at Ebram, who's lost 1 and potentially 2. It's Severt on the inside trying to get his Porsche through, and will they scrap through the long left-hander back up the hill? Oh, wonderfully done. 2 places gone, and now here comes Arusha around the outside.
Yeah, we saw Arusha go around the outside into Dunlop. It was a little bit in the background of the shot, but you could see him making the move, and he has gone through. Live Sim Racing Arnage losing the position. They were furiously flashing the lights all the way from turn 1 up towards Dunlop at the other corner of the circuit, basically. So gutting for them to lose the position, but very opportunistic there from Jaguar Racing. Could see the gap on the outside line, knew there would be a run all the way through, and were able to make it work. And Alfonso Arusha with a fantastic overtake. Can he get ahead of this train now? That's the key, because if he can't, he's going to come immediately back under pressure from the team he just gained from, which is, of course, that Live Sim Racing Arnage car.
Yeah, so it's a case of you can go make the moves, but you're going to have to make them stick, and you're going to have to make some hay while the sun shines, because you're not going to be making any once there is none. And look at this as they go through. James Ebram, lift off of it, buddy. That's cars that are quicker than you, mate. Florian Dinar now finding himself finally through, and now can concentrate once more on what is there in front. And there's a spin, and it's a Thrustmaster who's gone around in the 003. He's had a spin over at Advan Corner, which they've just gone over towards. So they will now start thinking about, okay, it's going to be a bit more aggressive. We just missed it on the cameras, but the 9th place gridandgo.com VC003 has just made its first real mistake of the race.
Yeah, and it's not been the best of hours, has it, for the 003? It's starting to fall back a little bit into the clutches of these guys fighting over the back end of the top 10. There's Stripe Matter getting it all wrong. Lucky enough, really, that the track basically turns at the same angle that he spun at, meaning that he could get going right away. There wasn't any kind of turning around that he had to do. But even so, a bit of a mistake that will not please him or the team
They've
at
had
all.
more contact.
All of a sudden.
they've just come together with the Hydro Desic racing car of Stephen Walker that spun over at the GR Supra corner. Not much really that could be done. It was a horrible rejoin by the Hydro Race car that was trying to get off of the circuit, and it really has brought the entire group back together again. Look at that gap now. We'll take a look here at the Hydro Race car just going for a slide through the middle of the corner and thinking, I've got to get off the circuit. Oh, and just that little bit of contact. It was too late for Stripe-Matter to change and deviate. He tried everything he could to get out of the way.
Did, but yeah, trying to get off the racing line. It's a horrible point on the circuit to be, one of the blinder corners on the racetrack, but Stripe-Matter getting caught up in it all. That's not going to be pleasing for him at all. Awful 5 minutes or so for Gabriel Stripe-Matter. We'll see it again on replay. This is the spin that we saw. How did it happen? Turning into the corner, back end going very early, getting itself into the corner, and then a case of trying to get off the racing line, almost going into it. Difficult for Stripe-Matter to go either way.
Well, it was very much middle of the road, and Stripe-Matter saw it as late as possible and needed a little bit of help to go through, and that might actually just put their top 10 at risk at the moment. A horrible lap by comparison, and we'll give you a lap difference in terms of what they did. So 140.1 for Alfonso Urrutia. You look by comparison at Stripe-Matter, that is a 147 flat with one spin and avoiding action. That is what you call the lap from pretty much nowhere they want to be anywhere near.
Yeah, now they've got Urrutia to deal with, but Urrutia having to fight his way through the lapped traffic as they make their way down towards turn one. That car up into P30, that fiercely forward purple car with Andre De Silva making the moves in his race a lap down and having to let through everybody else as he sneaks his way towards turn one. A flashing of the lights again. I think Denar is going to get a little bit sick of this lap traffic pretty quickly after he would argue they lost him the position for P10, but I think he's got to the inside at the opening turn, and yeah, you can see he emerges ahead of the lapped car and he can try and stay on the tail of the 069, and those two already on the tail of Stripe-Matter. So tightening up a little bit more at the back end of this top 10, but with all the incidents that we've seen Stripe-Matter have, it's let the top 8 really pull away from the rest now.
It has done now, and you look at that gap, it's half a minute here for Stripe-Matter to the race lead here, but you consider that it's now 10 seconds over to Rasmus Christensen. It is stark at the moment how much time's been lost by the gridandgo.com VC003, and then you look at what's going on in front of them. Of course, you got this on for what will be the battle here of 5th and 6th. Emanuele Olivieri about 5 laps ago losing the position in towards turn 1, now allowing Thomas Ronhart to do the work to try and chase down Andrew Caron, but ultimately was only able to pull about a half a tenth over that last lap. That's not going to quite get 4 seconds pulled down with any sort of urgency. So you're seeing here these drivers are up there at the best, and they are now finding that it is the tiny margins that do make the difference over races like these. It's not the case where you're going to have absolutely skyrocketing gaps like we used to have in the past. This is very much a case of you've got drivers right now who are pushing at levels which I would say are far beyond in terms of the talent that sometimes even you look at in the current GT fields of the world and say this is what they're doing. They have to practice to an nth degree that is higher than anybody else in the world.
Yeah, and it's good to see that we have some of the best sim racers in this race particularly, and that the gaps are so close. It's not nice necessarily when we have a big long sim race and the gaps open up over the first couple of hours, and then it's just a case of making sure that everybody can get to the end of the positions that they're in. But it is good to see how tight the field is. I think last lap round between the top two, it was a 40.041 for Alessandro Vico, 40.000 for David Bodska. So, 400ths in it again. Just the consistency between them is keeping them nice and close. But it's also interesting to see a couple of those teams come back. One of the fastest teams on the last lap was the Grid and Go VC001 with Jarno Koch in the car. He set a 39.7, 3/10 or so quicker than what we're seeing the front runners pull. We'll see what they can do. We'll keep a keen eye on them, albeit they're 48 seconds off the pack, but they're not too far behind Falcon Sim Racing for P14.
Yeah, and that Falcon Sim Racing team is trying to recover its way through the field with Nicholas Laubish at the moment. Jarno Cook is doing a great job here to bring themselves back in, because they're also trying to recover from a race where they were down as far as 31st position earlier on in this race, after having to take a drive-through penalty as well as being spun around early on in the race. It's the team of Sven Early-Horser and Jarno Cook have been doing a wonderful job to bring themselves back into any form of contention, hoping that they could get to a top 10 potentially by the end of the race. But for the moment, Mag Performance SRT continue to stare at the back, and then as they go through the Coca-Cola curve, and it looks like we just had a pass there for the top 10 as Drago now moved themselves to P9. The gridandgo.com VC003, Gabriel Streitmatter has to fall behind.
Yeah, and a move completely, lightly completed down at turn number 1, and Drago Racing can try and push themselves forward. 10 seconds is the gap up to the number 2 car. There's a lot of time for them to eat into, but still over half the race to do so. Good to see that we've still got the top 10 split by just about half a minute after nearly half of this event. So good to see that, but at the same time, it would be good to see the likes of Drago Racing coming back towards that top 8. The likes of Team 86 getting themselves back into the battle for P5. But all of these things will be happening over the next couple of hours. I think it's interesting on a base point to see the fact that we're seeing a lot of duos form over the circuit. P3 and 4, P4 and 5, sorry, P3 and 4, P5 and 6, P7 and 8, P9, 10, 11. Just a couple of little groups. They aren't really clumping together in big long trains, but they're not lonely out on the circuit at the moment.
No, very much not. It's a case of they found partners to tango with over the course of the racing. That much, I think, has been very stark in what they've been able to achieve. So when you've been looking around at, well, what have they got? It's not been a case of everything's been out of reach for all of these drivers and they've got lonely races. There are still lots of strategy and fuel save that can go in, and that's why I think we've got these groups that are coming together, and we've got these tiny little battle packs which are forming. It's a case of, what do you want? Speaking of what do you want, Florian Denard, straight down the inside. He went from a mile back there in the Porsche to get that one sorted. Streitmatter pretty much left him an arm, a leg. He left him everything there to go and get through.
I think the 7 and 8 is not going to be driving terribly pleased with how the last 15 minutes have gone. So if there's a gap, they're absolutely going to be going for it. And Denard walking into an open door and slamming it behind him. And all of a sudden, the 003 Grid and Go team, well, I say all of a sudden, it's just going from bad to worse at the moment for them. It's just not being the stint they were looking for. You know, you've got a feel for Gabriel Streitmatter at this stage of the race. A couple of little moments, an incident that wasn't even his fault, all contributing to the fact that he's now outside the top 10 for a car that was running comfortably inside the top 10 just 15 minutes ago.
And remember, at the start of this race, over the opening stint, this was a car that was very comfortably in P3 in this race, after the likes, of course, of Williams were able to jump up ahead of it through the opening lap. And then you consider as well the fact that they were running quite comfy with the lead that was being built by the Falcon Sim Racing team. So they were having a very good opening stint to the race. It's just fallen apart the longer that it's gone on. And I think this has been the stint that's broken the camel's back, so to speak, that they can't really do too much more than what they've been able to achieve at this moment. So for Gab Streitmatter here, who sits now in 11th position, you also have to wonder how much of a hit was copped on the front of the car, and whether maybe it's done something to the splitter or anything of the like. It looks all right from a surface level perspective, but you never truly know how bad any damage is until you're behind the wheel and you're getting a sense of it. So I think they're just looking for a few laps here just to cool off and give themselves a bit of room.
Yeah, before, of course, we get to our next pit stops, which we're kind of halfway through the stint now, so we're a little bit further away from, but still are going to be in the back of the minds of the teams and the drivers for the time being as we run our way towards half distance, not far away from that now. If you're in the number 35 car, though, if you're currently Emanuele Olivieri and trying to get through on Thomas Ronha, it's looking a little bit difficult. We're seeing moves to be made, and this story can be repeated through the field, mind you. moves are being difficult to be made, but I'm getting close. You know, I'm looking like I'm close enough to maybe have a lunge, but the risk of the incident points, the risk of spinning myself around from a good position, it's just a little bit too much for these drivers to be going for the time being. We'll see if he has a go down at turn 1, nearly pushing Thomas Ronha through the final corner at Panasonic. But towards turn 1 we go. Liveries doesn't look as close as he was as they made their way to the apex of the final turn. See if he can make any kind of move.
Well, 140-point flats is what they did over the last lap. Let's just compare them to the group in front. 40 flat from Guillaume Levesque, 40 flat from Andrew Caron, Ronha 40.1, and a 40 flat by Olivieri, who thinks about going close, but once more happy just to sit in the wheel tracks there of the Burt. It's the Ford McLaren, which is there in the number 3 with the Guy Fieri Go Faster Black Flames on the side of the Papaya McLaren, which is running its way through at this moment in time. Truly a product of its time at the moment as it makes that drive through. And this is why I love sim racing, because it's not just the fact that you get iRacing special events and you get all the best teams there. It's the fact that you get some wonderful team names that get created over the years. And this is another one of them where you go, wait, that's the team that we're trying to beat?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of these teams obviously get formed, you know, for some events particularly, don't they? So, you know, for the bigger events, you think of Daytona 24, the Nürburgring 24. We have so many teams, so many splits that are ongoing, and drivers and teams will form their own little groups and will make up a team name. And it is great to see how many different drivers, how many different teams do get involved. And it's also great to see the liveries, for me personally. I'm a spreadsheet guy, I like colours, so the liveries are very much something I look forward to seeing, and it's nice to see that, you know, when you have when you know, teams and drivers have that artistic control, they can go for something that looks pretty nice, and it can change event to event, which is great.
It really can. And you know, it's, for example, Beckham Jassia, who was running about in the Petit Le Mans, was running a Lightning McQueen livery, I believe it or not. So he was someone just worth keeping in mind as he went about his business. But at least here in the middle stages here, this is what you call the meat and potatoes of the race. It's your main course. It's where you got to do most of the work really to get things sorted. We've had a nice appetizer. We've gone through the starter. We're now here at the main, and of course they're trying to set up for the final hour or so, of course, which will be dessert in terms of this race. We are 4 hours and 8 minutes away and ticking down from the end of racing action here in the first half's worth of action. So that's all looking to try and bring it through. We're going to take this moment to just make a little change here when it comes to the commentary booth that we've got going on right now. Dara here is going to be staying with us, but taking over from me for your final 4 hours worth of racing is Ewan O'Leary. Ewan?
Thanks very much, Jake. Thanks very much for the first 4 hours of the broadcast. Indeed, I'll be taking you through to the end here of the Fuji 8 Hour in 2024. Glad to be along again for another iRacing special event. The last of this kind, I suppose, in 2024. 4 hours, 7 minutes to go. Specifically, it's myself, Ian Lear, and Dara Thacker who will be with you to the end. It's been a good race so far, Dara. It is close, I think, is the best thing we can say about the first 4 hours, because you do fear sometimes in endurance racing that it isn't. Last time around, last year, we had 11 finish on the lead lap at the very end of the day. Well, right now, we're looking on course to have way more than that. And we've currently still got 28 on the lead lap, even nearly 4 hours in. That's a good sign, and it shows, even though that is rather arbitrary, really, it shows that it's close, and that's the important thing here.
I mean, we're kind of on track, I think, for 16 or so to finish on the lead lap if gaps were to open up at the same rate to the end. But even so, I mean, it has been a pretty close race, all things considered. Of the cars that are a lap down, we have 37 cars that aren't 2 laps down. We have 28, as you said, on the lead lap. So we've got a lot of drivers and teams still heavily involved. We've had quite well a few teams. I think is that 9? Yes, 9 teams who are currently listed as not in the race from a starting of 48. So, you know, a few that have not, well, sadly not been able to get themselves towards the end. But even so, lots of teams, lots of drivers still ready to go. I suspect a couple of drivers are yet to get in the car as well.
Maybe. I think you were talking about it earlier on, though. I've seen a lot of 2-driver teams today, though. I think that is going to be the norm, very possibly, as well here. I mean, we're just looking at Thomas Ronhaar in the orange McLaren here, by the way. I know Jake was saying that this is one of the reasons why he loves sim racing. The team name, that's... Their team name's really annoying me. I can't lie. That's going to be something to get used to in the next 4 hours. I might be alone in that. But that's the 2-driver team, for example. Thomas Ronhaar and Yuri Kazdub. Saw Yuri tweeting last night, if that's what you still call it, about this race and just aiming to have fun. I think he's on his alternate account, actually, Yuri, unless that is his normal account. I don't know, but anyway, he is going to be getting back into that car later on, I would imagine. As these two make their way down in towards turn 1, I can't imagine there'll be a move this time from Emanuele Oliveri, because he needs to save a bit of fuel, as we'll talk about in a few moments' time as well. But Thomas Ronhaar is someone I ran into a very long time ago on the F1 games, if I can say that. A few years ago, he must have been very young at the time, because I was only 18, and he was a good few years younger than me, but he was extremely quick back in the day. Good to see that he's a little bit more refined, a little bit more consistent and so on, and able to drive at this real top level now inside the top 5 of an iRacing special event. He's done many other great things in sim racing as well, and at the moment is holding on to a good place in this race, and very much is acting like the driver blowing the wind out the way, if you like, for Mag Performance SRT, who, as I say, could do with a couple of more laps of fuel maybe in this next stint.
Thomas Ronhaar is just a name that is very well recognisable in the sim racing community. Nice to see him, as you said, in these iRacing special events. One of my proudest moments driving, which, as you can imagine, there aren't many, considering I'm up here in the booth rather than driving on the circuit, is during a charity event, I was ahead of Thomas Ronhaar for about a lap. And that was one of the proudest 90 seconds of my life, but it didn't last very long.
Would you like to explain why you were ahead? Maybe that'll add some context.
Well, he started last, and I defended for a lap. So, I
thought you
I mean, they're the details. I wasn't going to voluntarily give them away, but you are, so I thought it'd be rude not to. Yes.
Well, I thought there has to be a reason, because I know how quick he is. I've never driven against him, but as I say, I've commentated on him for about half a decade. And so, yes, I knew there could be, although I haven't seen you drive, to be fair, so, you know, there could be a surprise.
Don't want to, that's why.
I could be surprised one day. On board we go with Rasmus Christensen in the number 2, just in behind the number 86, Team 86, and Augustin Canapino just up ahead. So they're about 20 seconds off the lead at the moment. As you were saying a few moments ago, a lot of pairs going on in the circuit. I'm not talking about the fruit, I'm talking about the battle for 3rd place, 5th place, 7th place, and indeed 9th as well in the top 10, all of them covered by less than half a second, these groups, but they're very much groups born out of necessity, I seem to find. Rasmus Christensen, I wouldn't have thought has got much desire to make his way through, really.
No, Team 86 are doing a very good job at the moment, consistently getting those lap times in. Of course, now still being piloted by Augustin Canapino, as has been for the last couple of hours, but they're working together quite well. There's not really any risk for this stage of the race for following in tow, especially if lap times is similar. We're seeing up and down the field that generally the range in times is between a 39.9 really and a 40.2. I think there's a couple of teams going faster than that, namely Ronhaar in the number 3. We've got Florian Denard in the live sim racing Arnage going for a 39.7 at the moment, which is a little bit quicker, but particularly Alfonso Arusha in the Jaguar racing car, 39.6, going along very, very nicely indeed. Apart from that, everybody in the very low 40s, so sticking behind, following in the train isn't really hurting these drivers too much. We might see Christensen go for the move though, actually, and all of what I've just said makes no difference because he's gone up into P7.
Well, he has on this occasion. Maybe there's a bit of an agreement between teams here to exchange the fuel-saving measures, but we'll see about that. They are on their 19th and 24th stints respectively, so it's Team 86 who really need to save fuel. I don't know what you're looking at numbers-wise here, actually, but I've seen enough evidence to suggest so far, and I don't know whether you've already come to this conclusion yourself, that instead of a 7-stop race, which I would have expected before the race began, it's actually looking more like a 6-stop race to me. I think if they can make it to 3 hours 27 to go, maybe, then they might be able to make it home on just 2 more stops after the next one, which would, as I say, be a 6-stop race. I don't know whether you are seeing the same or whether I'm miscalculating something dramatically, but that's what I'm getting at the moment. We're not expecting pit stops anytime soon, put it that way, even though we're on the end of another hour very nearly.
Yeah, that is kind of, I think, the consensus strategy of what we're going for. I mean, we've seen drivers being able to do stints, Parnell Racing particularly, about 1 hour 10 per stint. Obviously 6 stints of that gets you to 7 hours, and then you have a little bit less for the 7th stint. So 6 stops is very clearly, I think, or 6 stops and 7 stints is very clearly the target for a lot of teams. I think there's a couple of teams that are settling on that, hitting around the hour mark every single hour. That's not really the consensus. I think we are seeing more teams go for that 6-stop race, and it may lead to a little bit of differential in the strategy towards the end, but I think it's going to be relatively monotone. This race not quite long enough. I think if it was a 10-hour race, we may see drivers try and maybe save a little bit more, go for 1 less pit stop, but it's just not enough in this 8-hour event.
Well, let's see. I'm not confident everyone's going to make it, by the way. I think there's some strugglers. Like I say, the Team 86 McLaren might be in a bit of bother. That is currently starting its 26th lap of this stint. Emanuele Liveries starting his 25th. It looks to me like Florian Denard and the Live Sim Racing Arnage team have almost given up. They're on lap 33 of their stint, 31 for Drago Racing. They're inside the top 10 as well, although they're on a very rare occasion. They're not in a Ferrari this time round. So I don't think it is universal that everyone's making it, and I think there has been a good deal of fuel saving to make it here. However, we are going to see the winning strategy, I would suggest, be a 6-stop one rather than 7 stops, and that's not sure whether it's down to the circuit or whether there has been a change to the GT3s, to be honest. But you know, in some special events gone past this season, like the Spa 24 Hours, struggling to even make 1 hour. So the fact they're able to go way past an hour, so much so that they can make an extra stop out of a 8-hour race, says to me that maybe these GT3s have got bigger tanks these days, or they're more fuel efficient, or indeed they are just not using quite as much fuel around Fuji. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems very different to Spa that we had in the summer.
I think the latter actually is a big element of that, generally this circuit, you're not at full throttle for as long as you are at Spa. Very straight line heavy circuit over at Spa-Francorchamps. A lot of the time your foot is pressed to the floor. Oh, as we see a bit of a dive from Denard, maybe he's just trying a bit of a dummy. Well, he dummied me at least in towards turn number 1. But generally, you know, you can save a little bit more fuel, particularly if you're sitting behind a car. That final sector, a lot of it is just on the brakes, on the feel of the car, and running it out as much as you dare. You're not full throttle really at all between Dunlop before you get up towards the exit at Panasonic. So I think it's a different challenge, and drivers are doing it differently on the fuel, and I think teams know that. They will have practiced the fuel save, and I think an element of that is what we're seeing throughout this race. Teams that can go a little bit longer at a good pace have clearly practiced that.
Yep, it seems that way. And as we said, the leaders right now are not those that are going longest in the entire field. We have seen, especially Parnell Racing and Impulse Racing, going quite a lot further than everybody else and actually getting into the lead most pit stop cycles, but that might come to an end at some point. They're around a minute off of the lead right now, so you can imagine that is only getting a gap that's only getting bigger, and a situation that is going to happen less, very possibly, with their strategy. As these two make their way out onto the front straight, we go way back in the pack here, because there might be actually some overtaking, maybe. Jaden Conwright versus Antonis Despotakis in the number 7 BMW. It was one of the lapped cars in front of the leaders not so long ago, this BMW, but now is looking to make the overtakes. In 21st position is from the top 10. Florian Denard comes in. They jump over the curbs, and as I say, I wonder whether on this tail end of the lead lap, whether they're not fighting for the race win. Maybe there's a little bit less strategy, maybe there's a willingness to try and make an overtake here for the number 7. We'll see.
Yeah, but I mean, Jaden Conwright, a wily operator in a GT3 car. We'll see if he can keep himself in front for the time being. But for Despotakis, this is the kind of fight that getting through would really benefit his race. Being able to get in front, pull away a little bit before the end of the stint, and maybe then handing over to another driver at about the half-distance mark would be a really, really good spot for the team to be in as they run their way back towards turn number 1 again. There's not really anything on the table. It's so difficult to make a move down into turn 1. It's not helped by the fact that, the track dips down a little bit, you're diving down the hill a touch. The brakes, there's not too much later you can go on the brakes without flying yourself off the road. If it was an uphill braking zone, if the track was reversed into the final corner, you may see a couple of more dives, but with the nature of the circuit, it's just a little bit too risky.
That was the long right-hander just there of 100R, switching right back on itself, of course, before the hairpin, which I guess does the same in a much sharper manner. And then that run down the hill towards turn 10 after a few kinks in the road that are counted for whatever reason. And then you get to this final sector as well, as the Drago Racing Lamborghini also comes into pit lane. By the way, there'll be changes inside the top 10, and one of those drivers who's gotten into the top 10 again as a result of the 2 pit stops in these last couple of laps is Gabriel Stratmatter there in the 003. That car was going well earlier on for Grid and Go, who have got 4 now in the top 12. However, it's, as you mentioned before, not a great stint for Gabriel Stratmatter. Probably still reeling from the spin he had at the hairpin turn number 6 a few minutes ago, and never really seems to recover from that in this stint. Speculating earlier about whether there was damage to this front end. I think the Corvette's a very weird shape, so it might just be that, but it does look crumpled in some way at the very front. Well, I'm not sure it actually is. Hard to tell, really, but he's definitely still thinking about that spin, or at least feeling the effects of it, because he's just lost time and lost positions, unfortunately, in this stint.
Yeah, I think the net loss is about 10-15 seconds over the course of the last half an hour for Stratmatter, which is a hefty chunk, considering that the leading 12 is split by 3/4 of a minute over the course of 4 hours. So it's quite a big chunk to lose. Difficult to regain quite a bit of that time, but he's doing his best to try and recuperate a couple of tenths here and there every single lap. But through the final corner we go. It is looking a little bit tricky, a little bit isolated on the circuit as well. And Door Esports not too far back. They'll be knocking. I wasn't trying to make the proverbial door, but they'll be knocking on the proverbial door in the not too distant future.
This is the battle for 5th again, with Mag Performance in behind the number 3 again. Now, Emanuele Oliveri, how long have you got left in the stint? 29 laps going to be complete at the end of this one. That's just 1 less than Agustin Carapino in the Team 86 McLaren, who's a couple of seconds further back. Just caught a very brief glimpse of him in the background. So Mag Performance are going to, as I say, still need some fuel, because they're a long way away from making it on 6 stops. They're far from that margin, but they are, I guess, past the hour, which is a positive for making it on 7. You definitely don't want to be making 8 today by the looks of things. So missed the apex slightly at turn number 10. I think this is a very good performance from them, though, if you consider the teams who are ahead of them. Obviously, Thomas Ronhaar and Yuri Kazdorp not really in a recognised team, but you get the point. In the McLaren just ahead, WSR Esports, Apex Academy, Grid and Go, and Williams Esports all ahead of Mag Performance SRT here, who I think are doing, I say, a fantastic job to be in amongst these kind of teams.
Yeah, I was kind of mentioning it just before Jake left us, that it's nice that we get lots of these different teams. Nice that a lot of drivers almost clump themselves together to create a team, just to get themselves involved in these iRacing special events. It's also nice to see that Grid and Go have got the 001, the 002, the 003 and the 004, so clearly have a lot of interest in the team. And it's also good to see a few of the academy teams racing as well, particularly Apex Racing, whereas we haven't quite got the top teams, the likes of Red Lion, Porsche Coanda, or just Coanda, and Apex Racing's main team. We've still got some big names, the drivers that we're likely to be seeing near the top for a very long time into the future, and it's good to kind of see them fight out for these special event wins, which are no mean feat. An 8 hours of Fuji with the calibre of drivers that we've got, if you can come out of it with a win, it really is quite a special result.
We haven't seen the battle for third for a little while, but not much has changed here between the Apex Racing Academy and the WSR Esports Bookkicker team. Guillaume Levesque and Andrew Caron in third and fourth at the moment. These two will know each other well. Would have been a relatively early start for them this morning, as I think the race began about 7:30 their time. So, a bit of an early wake-up call, I would imagine. However, I don't think either of them started the race either, so maybe they did get a short line, a more reasonable sort of lunchtime for them now. But as long as they are where I think they are. But it's a battle for third place, just ahead of that one we were watching for fifth earlier on. There they come in the two McLarens just in the background, and then you've got another couple of McLaren, or a McLaren and a Corvette I should say, out of the final corner just in the background as well. That's from third to eighth place, all covered by one camera shot, and all pairing up almost like the old NASCAR Super Speedway style racing back when they used to pair up a little bit about 20 years ago or so. They're paired up in the same manner, although for different reasons. Starting from third place, and they are seeing a growing gap to Williams Esports as well, who are still leading this race, although by a decreasing margin to Grid and Go, who are in second.
Yeah, Biko had a really good few laps out of the box, but now David Bosco is coming back just a touch, albeit last lap. Alessandro Biko was just a little bit quicker, but that gap has diminished by, about a second or so in the last 20 minutes. But again, we are really talking fine margins. That just could have been one little slide from Alessandro Biko that we didn't quite catch. It lost him a couple of tenths, and it, spiraled into a slow final sector. Something like that could be what is dropping a little bit of time for him, albeit Bosco will be hoping that it is a symptom of something a little more problematic for the Williams Esports Prodigy Racing team. But as it is, those two clearly have been, or the two teams have clearly been the glass of the field over the last couple of hours. Levesque and Caron, they've been jostling it out a little bit, but they've just been dropping back consistently. Thomas Ronhaar and Emanuele Olivieri have been staying relatively consistently in terms of distance away from the leaders. We'll see if that can stick, because if that is the case, then I think this battle for third will fall into the battle for fifth, and we'll have a four-car train for the podium.
Well, maybe. See if Ronald really wants to do that at the moment. Not sure whether that will be forefront of his mind or whether he will be thinking more long term about making it home. But it's a very tactical race, I've got to say. There won't be much in the way of overtaking, I wouldn't have thought, at this end of a stint for some time, maybe 3 hours time. We might start to see some proper fighting over places at the moment. If you want to go through, they'll probably let you as things stand, but later on the gloves will be off, and that's when things will get exciting. As have we got someone coming out the pit lane from a long way further down? No, it's just a timing screen thing at the moment. 8 teams, as we've mentioned, are officially out of the race, although we might be about to add a 9th. It looks like WSR, WOR and JSM Motorsports Ryan Woodrow is in pit lane at the moment and not going anywhere, so we'll try and get to the bottom of that maybe in a few moments time, but that could be our 9th retirement of the day. This is where Dragger Racing and Live Sim Racing have come out. They both of course made that pit stop way short of everybody else. They're doing 7 stops today, it's clear, but it's keeping them in traffic, as we're seeing here just in behind the Jazz Mustang in towards turn 1.
Yeah, and let's see if any moves can be made into turn 1. Dragger Racing knows that they can't get held up too much, and there goes the move. Inside line, claim the apex, claim the exit, and you'll be through, but keeping it around the outside is the number 20, or number 8 I should say, as they run their way in towards turn 2, but nicely done by Dragger Racing. A little bit more traffic if you are sitting behind that 788 car. It's been awful for traffic for the Live Sim Racing R&R car. They lost the position to Dragger Racing, they would argue, due to traffic, and now they've got another car between them and their competitors. They'll be looking to clear as quickly as they can, look for the send in towards Dunlop.
It's a curious battle because the Lamborghini and Porsche will be heavy on fuel, way heavier than the Mustang, but they will be on newer tyres likely as well, so it's a puzzling one. In towards turn 10 they go. Will Live Sim Racing and Yannick Lapchan just do the same? It looks like it. Brakes late. Oh no, he doesn't get down the inside. I thought he was really diving there, because the Lamborghini seemed to miss the apex slightly, almost as if they were expecting a Porsche to be firing down the inside there, but no, not quite. And the Delatraz car will stay in the middle here for what it's worth at this stage. They are currently down outside the top 20 in 24th now it is for Thomas Imborg, but it's just a bit of a thorn in the side of the Porsche. Now, the Mustang is pretty good in a straight line because of how powerful it is, and the Porsche not really, so we'll see if he's even close enough to have it going towards turn number 1.
Yeah, I think he is. You need to really be sitting on the rear wing, you know, a tenth or two back, and he's not there. Ascend maybe incoming, but the slipstream is being afforded to both cars behind in this train, so no advantage for the 788, and they're going to have to stay. The advantage that they will gain, though, is the fact that the 069 is not able to gain too far away. They're still right with the 788. The only issue, if you are sitting in the shoes of Yannick Lapchin, is the fact that he can't try and go after Carlos Fanilsa in the Drago racing car. So a little bit of frustration, I'm sure, but for the time being, not too much of a worry.
Yeah, at least the Lamborghini's not getting away. That would be the worst thing. Be interesting to see where they come out in relation to those that were around earlier on in the top 10, because it was it's these laps that will be crucial, and they are being executed under heavy fuel at the moment for these two cars. So will that be playing a role in this battle? Into the final sector they go with the very tall Mustang, or well, not particularly tall, but very long Mustang, very big, just in the middle of them. It's got the most power taken away from it as the Mustang in the BOP at the start of the day, which is, I guess, unsurprising, but I bet it's still pretty powerful considering what it starts off with. That engine's got to go somewhere, and that's exactly why it's why the car's so big. And there you can see the Porsche in the background, nowhere near strong enough in a straight line. In fact, the Lamborghini probably will be most concerned about getting dived here, but it wouldn't be smart for anybody's race to actually do that, so he won't. But this is proving to be a problem for the 788, and I think it speaks to something maybe a bit more fundamental with the Porsche, actually, is that it can struggle to get through and pass cars in these situations, especially on circuits like this where your big chance in towards turn 1. The car's just not good enough in a straight line, really, and so you need to be in the lead at all times, which is very difficult to achieve in an 8-hour race.
If you can lead for 8 hours, I mean, you wouldn't mind it, would you? If you can pull away at the front, put a couple of laps on everybody, that'd be nice, but that's not really going to happen, is it? So I think being realistic about your scenarios is important, and I'm sure Williams are doing that for the time being. Brewster Carvalho disappearing off the circuit. There's a bit of abracadabra going on there, but I don't think he'll be overly happy with what he's seeing. He's spinning as well. It's not a good sector for the 113.
No. Where has he found himself then? Because he's still up in 22nd place for Fiercely Forward Blue. And I'm glad that they've actually coloured the car blue this time. So they are living up to their name. But De Carvalho's still in that car. He's not disappeared completely, but he is clearly having connection problems. And then he's having a spin as well. So this is proving to be very tricky for him now. They are down 11 places from where they started, just outside the top 10 today. So one of those that has moved down and is still in the race. There's not many of them, but they are one of them, unfortunately. Brewster Carvalho trying to rectify that. As now, look at the risk that the oh, that was close. Wow. Look at the risk that the Porsche is having to take there in towards turn number 1. That, of course, was Yannick Lapchin trying to get himself down the inside and through on Thomas Imborg, but couldn't quite do it, and he came from a long way back. That was the closest he'd been, but he still came from a very long way back.
Yeah, very long way, but at the same time, not far enough away to make it absolutely apocalyptic in terms of ascend. It was going to be managed well anyway, but in the end, not really able to make any kind of progress in that 788 car. And the frustration is just going to be increasing, corner after corner, overtaking spot after overtaking spot, because Lapchin, he knows that he needs to get through. That Dragger racing car is eking itself away, a tenth or so a lap, and it is just disappearing a touch. He cannot afford to let that happen for too much longer. He needs to get through, preferably down towards turn 1. The power of the car in front, with the exit that we're able to be, that we're seeing Thomas Imborg able to achieve out of the final corner, it just means that for the time being, there's nothing that the Live Sim Racing Arnage team can do. But through the final corner we go. Bit of a wider line, looking for a better exit. Will that help? I'm not too sure. A little bit too far back, it seems, again.
Well, they get onto the straight, and he looks too far back at this stage. I can't see it getting any closer, really, either, in towards turn number 1. But let's see here. He's just not getting anywhere, and it's a real problem in the Porsche. Does he go for something like that? Again, I wouldn't have thought so. I think the bigger problem could be for him now now that he's sort of planted that seed inside Thomas Imborg's head, and that means he'll be sort of looking over his shoulder quite worried in the next few moments, and it's not like he's pitting in the next couple of moments, so I reckon he'll be going another 10 minutes here in the Mustangs. So if this goes on for too much longer, Lapchin could be losing the back of the Dragger Racing Lamborghini, but let's see about that, as we're probably close to pit stops inside the top 10, by the way. I think Agustin Canapino is only a couple of laps away, but he needs to go a lot further than this if he wants to make this race 6 stops long. Another 12 laps probably required for those who want to do that. Not 12 laps, sorry, 12 minutes, of course, I mean.
Yeah, that'd be a long way to go 12 more laps. I think that'd be an impressive feat. If you could do that on a fuel tank, I think bravo at that point, to be fair. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting little phase of the race. Definitely telling, I think, to see which way teams have gone around this half-distance mark. The fact that we are seeing the likes of Dragger Racing 069, the likes of Live Sim Racing Arnage come in around the hour mark means that they're likely to be going 7 stops throughout the rest of the race, but for the majority we are getting deeper and deeper into the 5th hour of this race, and we're not seeing pit stops just yet. They are waiting, they are holding on and holding out before they make their way down pit road, indicating that it's increasingly likely that they'll make it on 6, but I think we're waiting, like you said, about another 12 minutes for those drivers to come in. Parnell have gone longer than anybody else. Will that maintain itself this time around? We'll have to wait and see. Are they looking to try and get a short stint towards the end? We'll have to find out. As they make their way behind the pit buildings, they'll get themselves towards turn 1 and back towards the bottom of the race circuit as they get to the TGR turn 1.
Yeah, I think 12 minutes is about 7-8 laps or so, by the way. So that's what we're looking at. At least 7 for these drivers, and they should be okay. Of those who are at the front who can do that, they're probably on the edge, to be honest. Williams maybe could do it. Apex Academy probably. The Ford not Ford of Thomas Ronhart. I'm not even sure what to call that name in quick hand, to be honest. I don't really want to say all 5 words of the team name every time, but anyway, they're for 5th. They should make it as well, but it is going to be close. I think. Well, I hope I'm not overselling the amount of fuel saving they're doing, but I think it is significant here today, that's for sure. Just over 3.5 hours to go right now, and we'd be expecting maybe on a normal day to be about halfway through the 5th stint of the race, but we're certainly not. Things are a lot different today in the Fuji 8 hour, so we're going to see a new round of pit stops in the next 10 minutes or so. There is the battle for 3rd place again between Guillaume Levesque and Andrew Caron. Levesque relatively newly picked up into the Apex Racing Academy team, who are now really developing a significant amount of drivers, driving alongside another one of those recent newly added drivers, Beckham Jasir. He's no stranger to a Racepot TV broadcast, that's for sure. Is Beckham. He's been on plenty of times, and he will be again later as well. Hopefully he'll think from 3rd place when he gets into that Corvette. I believe they are the best placed of the Corvettes in the race today. Oh no, sorry, they're just behind Grid and Go, of course, who are ahead of them. But Corvette having a good run out today. Of course, the Corvette, it did exist, but sorry, it wasn't in the race last year, I should say, when we ran the Fuji 8 hour about this time last year. We ran it last weekend, if you want to think about it, of 1 year ago. It was McLaren taking the victory on that occasion, but not this McLaren. 3 of the top 4 taken by McLaren on that day, as Agustin Canapino does indeed come into pit lane. That's 39 laps on his stint, and he's now in, but Goodness me, 3 1 hour 12 stints doesn't sound particularly appetising, I've got to say.
It doesn't, but it's possible. Absolutely possible. We've seen it happen so far in this race. Just requires a little bit of fuel save. Impressive to go as long as he did, actually. I think that is nearly 1 hour 12, if not a little bit more than that, that has just been done in that stint. I mean, 39 laps. So let's call that about 40 laps at 1 minute 40. We're looking at about that being 68 minutes. So yeah, it could be uncomfortable, but I'd say it's possible. I don't think they're planning to do an extra 3 stops. I think they're planning to get to the end on 2. It might require a splash and dash, but I can't see them equating it in from now.
It's such a long pit lane. You can't afford splashes and dashes, surely. It's a humongous pit lane. To match the front straight, I suppose, really, but yeah, it's you cannot be doing splash and dashes, surely, and have any designs on the top 10 here. It's too close, and the pit lane's too long. It's by the way, 4,000 seconds, I think. is it 4,000 or 40,000?
I've just did that. Well, I did it 39 laps times 100 seconds, so that's 3,900, which equates to 1 hour and 5 minutes. So they're a little bit short of that. Let's see. I mean, you never know. I'm sure that they've got someone to do the maths for them that's probably doing it quicker than I am, but they'll know their numbers, and I'm sure they'll have ideas of how to get to the end. But it does look a little bit tight. For everybody pitting from now, though, I think 3 hours 30 to go. It's going to be a little bit easier. 1 hour 10 should be manageable just about. Sector 2 with these guys. I mean, we're at this stage of the race as well that I think a lot of the teams are going to be deciding on whether they do an extra stop, whether they go aggressive, whether they take a little bit of fuel off of the car this time round, or whether they really push on. But let's see. I'm interested to see how William Esports Racing Prodigy go. I've noticed on the timing page as well that Falcon Sim Racing with Nicholas Laubish have gone 40 laps, so they've extended that a little bit more. So there's definitely the options there for the teams, as we see Laubish in the pit lane, but there's definitely options for teams to go. I think it's going to be interesting to see which way they decide to go over the next 5-10 minutes. We will wait to see how they do work their way through the race. Interesting that Laubish is in the pit lane. Of course, they had a bad start to the race, Falcon, after a very good qualifying, it's fair to say. They were right at the end of the field, but getting themselves out of the pit lane now, back onto the circuit. Of course, they've got the front pit box by qualifying on pole, so there's not too much longer for them to sit in the pit lane while they get to the end. And that dark green and black car, very nice looking livery to my eyes anyway, gets them out of the pit lane, and Falcon will continue on, but still waiting for a lot of pit stops in this race. I think it's going to be telling to see how long William Esports Racing Prodigy go, whether they go a lap extra, whether they go a couple of laps extra, compared to the likes of Grid and Go Apex Racing Academy. They did pit 3 laps after the Grid and Go VC 002. Will that replicate itself? We'll wait and see, because Williams Esports may be able to, well, they've got themselves a little bit longer into the race. They may be able to play a little bit more of a game on the strategy, take a little bit out of their pit stops over the last few stints, but that is still to be decided as we run our way through the final corner with Williams Esports Racing Prodigy and Alessandro Bica. I would suggest that whenever he gets into the pit lane, he'll jump out of the car. He's had a very long stint. It's been at least the last 2 stints since I've got into the box anyway, about 2 and a bit hours ago now. But let's see how he goes as they run their way towards the opening turn. The race, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy comfortable out in front, 6 seconds in the lead. That gap has been pretty stagnant for a couple of hours now. It's eked out. It's come back a little bit, almost tidily, with the gap coming in and then coming back out again. Still sticking around, 5.5 to 6 seconds for the time being, and we'll have to see if that grows out a touch as we work our way throughout the next stint in this race. As we get towards this pit stop, before we get to the pit stops, we're going to have a quick little bit of RaceSpot TV immersion view to see how Thomas Imborg can go in the next couple of laps. Let's see, a little bit of onboard action with Thomas Imborg over the last couple of laps. He decides to dive into pit lane. Good time to pick it back up here on Racebot TV and, of course, on the iRacing YouTube and Twitch channels. Welcome in wherever you are watching from. My name is Dareth Acker. I am joined by Ewan O'Leary. He will be back very shortly, just having a couple of technical issues. We all have them, don't we? The drivers have them. We've seen a couple of throttle pedal issues, haven't we, throughout the race, so give him a couple of minutes to get himself back in. But for the time being, we're still in this pit stop window. We've passed 3.5 hours. We're seeing whether Biko can go ever further. Interesting to see that the Grid and Go 002 has come into the pit stop. Has had a pit stop and come into the pit lane. Cody Deeth in that car. And we'll have to see where they come out. Stints are getting outside of 40 laps at the moment. We're seeing drivers being able to push that limit just a little bit more. And we're going to see how far the likes of Biko can go. 39 laps on this current stint. The likes of the WSR Esports Bucket with Andrew Caron in P3, currently 40 laps on the stint. Same for the teams in P5 and P6. So we're really getting to that moment in the race where drivers are going to be deciding to come into the box. And at this point, going an hour 8 per stint towards the end, looking like it's a pretty good economical number to make sure that these drivers can get to the end without too many issues. Their way through the final corners. Alessandro Biko will be running up towards the pit lane if he's coming in this time around, as Levesque leads Caron through this part of the racetrack. Thomas Ronhaar has closed up to this train over the last couple of laps while we were having our couple of laps of fan immersion. Ronhaar really now starting to set his sights on the back of the top 3, as we do see a couple of cars indicating that they're moving towards the pit lane. Ronhaar may be giving it a little bit of a dummy, but albeit that is a lap car directly behind him, so it's not Rasmus Christiansen that he'd be fighting for position, but Andrew Caron did come into the box. He's going to be finding himself dropping down the order a touch, quite a bit actually. Rasmus Christiansen following him in. We're going to see how that compares to Cody Deeth, who is, of course, has made his pit stop out in P9 for the time being. We'll have to see how that translates. He's got Ricardo Ferreira not too far in front of him. But of course, that's not really for position with Ferreira. Not quite a lap down, but he's a pit stop down on the leading cars. Biko going out ever further. 41 laps was the stint in the end for the number 003 and the number 2, as those two cars are, of course, now on pit road. Likely to be the same stint length, 41 laps for Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, Apex Racing Academy, and it's the Ford, even though it's not the Ford, it's the McLaren. But anyway, I digress. Thomas Ronhaar, those 3 likely to be coming in at the end of this lap. We'll keep an eye as the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy come through the final sector. And let's see if Biko does decide this time to come into the pit lane. This is his chance to come into the box. Does he dive it in? Does he go towards the inside of the track? He's not doing it yet. He's not doing it yet. There he goes. Pulls to the inside. And Alessandro Biko's stint will end at 41 laps. Now, if we follow the same maths that we were using before, 41 laps at, about 100 seconds will have taken him to 4,020 seconds, which is roughly about 1 hour 8 minutes. How much does he need per stint to get to the end? 1 hour 8 minutes. So looking pretty good economically for Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Their fuel number looks like it's being hit, their target lap number being hit, and they look like they are heading towards about 2 hours 12 to go for their penultimate stop, about 1 hour 8 to go for their final stop. We'll have to see if that is the case, as they have a bit of a driver change. Not a surprise. Alessandro Biko getting out of that car. David Sobrero getting into that car for Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Will we see the same with the Apex Racing Academy? They've just stopped in the box right behind. There you go, disappearing off the circuit, changing the driver. Who's jumping into that car? It's Lorenzo Manfredotti coming into that Apex Racing Academy number 99 car. And with Thomas Ronhaar in the pit lane, I think Ronhaar is sticking in the car. This would be his second stint, of course. They changed drivers last time round, and you think that with 2 drivers in the team, they'd do 2 in terms of stints, but they're only doing 7 stints. We'll have to see how that pans out towards the end of the race. Either way, though, out of the pit lane comes Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Parnell Racing go through, and they will look to go another 41 laps. We work our way through towards the end of this pit cycle. 3 hours 20 are on the clock. And we're seeing Grid and Go VC 002 coming out about 9 seconds behind the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team. That is quite a big gap. We were seeing it settle around 6 seconds, but some great work done on the overcut there from the number 5 Williams Esports car. But I believe Ewan is now back, so we'll bring him in. Ewan, I hope everything's sorted for you now, but we're through the pit stop phase pretty much, with the exception of the likes of Parnell and Impulse, but Williams really building on that gap, and they're looking good at the moment.
Yeah, I've missed the most exciting part of the hour. Which is well timed. But anyway, hopefully that doesn't happen again, otherwise we're in for a very long few hours. Yes, look, it does look like Williams are building on an advantage just steadily over the course of the race now. It was, a few hours ago they came out 2 seconds in front. They've broken the slipstream. Last time around they were hovering around 5 seconds in front of Grid and Go. Now they're hovering, about 9 it is at the moment, although we're, as you say, waiting for Parnell Racing and Impulse Racing to get out the way and pit in. So it's a bit unclear at the moment, but yeah, they are certainly building on this advantage, and it certainly looks like their race to lose as things stand, but there is still a very long way to go. A lot of fuel to be saved, a lot of driving to be done. As Parnell Racing pit in, they are now the leaders of the race all over again, and it is a bigger margin than before. So all positive so far for Williams Esports in this pit stop cycle.
Yeah, and it's good to see how we are seeing these teams use the strategy either A, to their advantage, B, to try and play a couple of games with the teams around them, maybe think about going that little bit longer to maybe shorten the pit stops towards the end of the race. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. But stint length, 41 looks like a cap. We're seeing a lot of teams going 41 laps, so that seems like it's a target. According to our timing pages, we suggest that it's going to be about a 288 lap race, which is another 122 laps. And if we're going at 41 laps, I think that Williams Esports would have had exactly 123 or 124 to get to the end. So that's getting tight, but it's definitely doable. I think splashing and dashing may have to be an option for some of these teams who are pushing it, but maybe just going to fall a lap or two short.
But I would push back against the notion that this will be 288 laps. I think it's going to be less than that, a lot less actually. I think that prediction is made, and I can see the one you're looking at because I'm looking at the same. I think that prediction is made based on qualifying, which is pretty unrealistic as to how fast the race is going to be. I don't know what the pole time was, I can't remember now because it's a long time ago, but it was certainly not in the 140s that we are seeing for the majority of laps right now. So I would suggest it's probably close to 280. But that would be less than 120 laps to go. I think that's very doable for everybody who's pitted, certainly towards the late stage of that pit stop cycle. So we'll see, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to be 288 quite. I think we're going to see something a little bit shorter than that. We'll see though, as we go back to Thomas Ronhar here, who's looking up the inside of Lorenzo Manfredotti. We weren't expecting to see too many moves from this McLaren in the stint, but here he is. Thomas Ronhar possibly making his final stint of the race, getting his way down the inside of Manfredotti and easily making his way onto the podium now. So it's no longer a battle for 5th place, which he's embroiled himself in, but actually he's up and ahead now and he's in 3rd.
Yeah, let's see if he can push on in P3. Manfredotti, of course, just getting into that car. Ronhar already in the zone. And you can see Manfredotti not able to stick right behind Thomas Ronhar in the way that we've seen others do through the opening sector. And Ronhar will fancy his chances to keep himself firmly on the podium. The only other bit about that conversation about the lap counter that I would suggest is that when I started, when I got into the box a couple of hours ago, it said 290. So I don't think it's going to reduce too much. I think you're right, it will come down a little bit. But either way, it's going to be close. I think 285 possibly what we could be looking at, maybe 284, but it's still going to be close for the drivers and teams that want to go 41 on the stints, because they're still going to have roughly at least 115 laps to go with 3 stints, and that's not going to be terribly easy.
But based on your lived experience, it's coming down by about a lap an hour, so let's go with that. It would be 285. As you say, maybe 284 if we're ticking down a lot more. So there we go. That will be the lap count at the very end. But it's still not easy, as we say. Still not easy at all. So Williams Esports have gotten out back in the lead. Let's have a look at the proper gaps now that they're actually sorted. It is Grid & Co still second. They're up 12, by the way, to get up into second place so far today. Cody Deef is 9 seconds behind Sobrero, so that is, 4 seconds lost in the pit stops. The number 3, Ford, not Ford, in the McLaren, Thomas Runhart, is 15 seconds behind. He's third, ahead of Apex Racing Academy now, who are fourth. Mac Performance SRT are a lot further behind. Forgive me if I'm mistaken here, Dara. I thought that Ronhar and Mag Performance were battling with each other in the last stint, and now all of a sudden Ronhar's gained 7 seconds somewhere, and I can't really figure out where at the moment. I know that Bristow will have had to make a pit stop 6 laps earlier, but I can't believe that would have cost him 7 seconds. That seems quite extreme.
No, I don't know. It could have been the length on pit road, something to do with that. Of course, pitting a little bit earlier, maybe they had to... Well, actually, I have no idea. Maybe Bristow just lost a little bit more time. Maybe there was a mistake somewhere. But I do know that we did see that working it out now, the WSR Esports butt kicker, Antoine Le Charité, has dropped down the order. And I'm not sure why. That might have been when we had the little fan immersion part about 10-15 minutes ago. And it may be because of the length of pit stop, Ewan.
Yes, it's 1 minute 21 in the box last time round. That's way too long. That says to me it lines up exactly the length of time it would be for a what was that? Speeding penalties. Sorry, the words completely left my mind. For a speeding penalty, if you're too fast on the way in, 1 minute 21 would be about where you're at. For a stop time, so that might be where Antoine Lasserit lost so much time. We'll see about that. Just having a word through from someone in YouTube chat, by the way. 1:38.6 was qualifying pole. Thank you very much for that. That's why the calculated laps is coming down as we are racing, because we're racing mostly in the 140s, a few 139s in that last stint, but most of the way through the field it is 140s. So that doesn't really explain why Thomas Ronald's gained 7 seconds over Mag Performance, but anyway, at least we've explained one thing about the top 10 that has changed pretty dramatically here, is that WSR Esports Book Kicker are no longer part of it. They're now behind Falcon Sim Racing Team, who interestingly are battling back from exactly the same problem a lot earlier in the race. So I wonder whether those two have had the same problem and they're just sort of leading the charge of those who have had speeding penalties so far. I'm not sure.
Yeah, a lot of work to do for them. There's no doubt about that. They've got a lot of time to find now after that extended, if you can call it that, pit stop. I think it'll have felt like an absolute age and a day to be sitting in the box for 80 seconds, especially when that's, you know, just shy of a full lap. So not good for WSR Esports butt kicker. But the Charité has shown some very good pace so far. I have no doubt that that gap will close. I doubt that they'll be dropped, you know, below a lap. They're about half a lap down right now. I'd be heavily surprised if they drop much further back than that. But we'll have to wait and see how they can try and progress through the field. It's been difficult to make moves. Turn 1's been the best overtaking spot. Turn 10 at Dunlop, it's been possible down at Dunlop, but it's not been easy. Apart from that, it's been really tricky to find a way through, and I think we're going to see a couple of the teams like WSR find that. They've had a lot of time to be kind of with teams that are on their pace. If they rock up to a team who maybe are struggling a little bit, then they're going to be struggling to find a way through. But mind you, the team they're directly behind at the moment is Falcon Sim Racing, and of course Falcon Sim Racing took pole. So two teams in a similar position at the back end of the top 15.
Yeah, and it cost them so much time as well. To be fair to them, even taking the 40-second penalty away, they wouldn't be ahead of Williams right now, would Falcon. I know they will have had to work their way through a lot more traffic as a result of a speeding penalty, so that maybe makes it a bit of an irrelevant point. However, it's still true that Williams probably would be leading, even without that speeding penalty for the two of them. They're leading by 9 seconds at the moment, but the man on your screen at the moment, Thomas Ronhart, seems to be making the most inroads into the lead. He seems to have really turned the pace on in these last couple of moments. A couple of 139s in a row, 39.9 last time round for Ronhart. That was 2 tenths quicker than Sobrero, but you know, with just over 3 hours to go, we're already at the situation where we sort of know how many laps are to go, and we know how much time you're going to have to gain per lap to get on terms with the leader by the very end, and it could start to get quite difficult for some of these drivers. Let's just make it a really round number that we're, that, you know, it's going to be a bit more than this, but let's say there's 100 laps to go. That would mean a quarter of a second a lap for Ronhart for the rest of the race to catch up to Williams. Even him in third, that's a pretty big amount of time to have to gain every single lap to try and get on terms with the leader. Has he done it last time round, for example? Not really, just gaining 0.5 of a second this time round.
And if you want to be getting that kind of time, you wouldn't mind handing it off to Yuri Kasdorp, would you? Which he will do, presumably at the next stop, but to see him being able to pull away from that Apex Racing Academy car, albeit I think now Manfredotti is settling into that rhythm for the time being. I also think it's interesting that we're seeing a bit of a battle for P6 now. You can kind of see on the timing tower, or P5 even, with that Goderne car right behind Mag Performance SRT. Team 86 and Jaguar Racing aren't far behind either, and you can pretty much see them all in this shot now as they fly their way through in towards turn 7. So this could be a bit of an interesting battle. A lot of these teams have changed drivers. The dynamics have changed in the group. We could start to see some drivers coming back at some others really quite shortly, to be fair.
Yeah, Andrea Bristow ahead of Lasse Bach, Daniel Lafuente, Carlos Veniosa and Yannick Lapchan. That's a good list of names, although it's not a recognisable list of teams, I think it's fair to say, because well, I'm not really sure what some of these guys were thinking when they've named their teams, but anyway, it's interesting that we've got such a strong field here. Nevertheless, Lasse Bach, of course, a plenty time special event winner in the past. He's won the Daytona 24 Hours, among others. So he certainly knows how to do one of these races, and he's very much bridging that gap now to 5th place. And Bristow, who must be saving a lot of fuel here. Last time round he was the slowest driver inside the top 13, was Andrea Bristow. So that is a pretty damning of maybe how much fuel he has to save, as he just tucks up behind the 28th placed McLaren. Lap traffic very much coming into a factor now, but Mag Performance probably not mad about that. They are probably saving fuel from it as well.
Yeah, I mean, lots of strategy games are at play, I should say, as we get ourselves towards the 3-hour mark. There's still a very long way to go in this race. I mean, I've made sure that I've got myself stocked up with everything I need to get myself to the end of the race. I mean, the drivers are going to be able to have a couple of breaks to the end, but I think with the next pit stops upcoming, drivers that get into the car then are going to be going to the end of the race. I think if you have a driver change from now, that will be the last driver change. So it's going to be indicative of some teams whether they keep some drivers out an extra stint and just go with their final driver in the final stint, or whether they give them a couple to the end. We'll have to wait and see how that works out, whether the dynamic will change too much at the next stop, or whether it'll change big time in the final stop. So that'll be something that we watch out for. But again, there is still a long way to go, still 3 hours of the race, and considering that the top, what's that, 12 are split by 2/3 of a minute, it's not the biggest of gaps. Moments can happen, especially when we've got traffic increasingly becoming a problem for some of the front runners. You know, races for the teams can change on, you know, the turn of a pin, so we'll have to see what happens. But for the likes of this train, from 5th to 9th, positioning themselves in this next stint is going to be the most critical factor.
I want to go back to the story with WSR Esports Bookkicker as we try and uncover what happened to them in that last pit stop that meant they spent 1 minute and 21 in the box. This is Antoine Lasserit's pit entry. I mean, they all cut it really fine, don't they? It was very close if they didn't make it. It was very close indeed, but they were noticeably slowing down after the line. I suspect, though, that most teams do slow down after the line and try to make sure that they I don't want to say break the rules without getting a penalty for it, because that's not quite the way, but there you go. Sorry, it was, of course, it was Andrew Caron in the car at the time. Antoine Lasserit has just gotten in, so sorry, I'm giving Antoine a penalty that he didn't get. Andrew Caron it was in the car at the time, and yeah, I mean, did that look like a speeding in the pit lane to you? It probably did to me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they're all going to be close, aren't they? I mean, it's going to be a very fine line, but the element of having a sim is that if you're speeding, you're probably speeding. If the game says you're speeding, it's unlikely that there's some kind of human error involved, considering that there's humans involved to make the error. So, I mean, apart from the driver, of course, who made the error in speeding in the pit lane, but that's beside the point. The idea that the drivers are pushing really tight. They know that the margins are fine, but it's just whether the margins are that fine. Is gaining an extra 100th or two, braking ever so later into the pit lane, going to be gaining you that much more time when the risk you're running is having a penalty that really takes you out of effectiveness in this race. So that's the dilemma that drivers have to deal with, and some are being a little bit more conservative into the box than others, and we are clearly seeing that. And drivers who are running that risk are really running the risk because they're picking up penalties. It's not the first speeding the pit lane penalty that we've seen today.
Oh, Andrea Bristow having a bit of an argument here with, I think that's the Valorous car, isn't it? Project Valorous just up ahead. Oh, it's awkward. Oh, it's very awkward into turn 1. Dear, oh dear, he's flashing the lights rather furiously now. Into turn 2. Well, they don't have to jump out of the way, F1 style. They can just continue on here and make the move. And at the moment, Andrea Bristow would really rather not do that. Here he goes, maybe to the inside of turn 6, or maybe Lasseback will do it for him. No, not quite. He gets right up the back of the McLaren here, almost pushing him around the turn. Oh, and he slides. Oh, forcing Lasseback to get on the brakes, just on the exit of turn 6 and 7 as well. It's getting awkward now between these two. It is indeed Project Valorous. It's Erwin Lucas Liksovitz who's at the wheel of that one. Just a lap down, of course. He's now being lapped, though, by 5th place. And you can see the time he's losing. Andrea Bristow last time round, 1 minute 40.4, slowest in the top 11. This is becoming a real problem for them.
Yeah, they are really losing time hand over fist. I have to say, though, David Zabrero's last lap time and now is looking exceptional. It was a 1 minute 8. I think it's corrected itself now, but he is back on the 140 flats. But for Bristow and back here, this is, well, I mean, Bristow's getting backed up into Lasseback at the moment. It's not going to be doing him any help. He's flashing the lights again, but, I mean, the team, Project Valorous are going to argue that, well, we're on the pace, relatively on the pace. They don't have to jump out of your way, and they're not commanded to in the sim. The blue flags just mean that there's a faster car behind you. They don't have to remove themselves from the situation, and they're not doing it yet. They're losing a couple of tenths a lap. The times aren't massive, but you can see the last lap there from Bristow, a 40.7 and back a 40.8. That's an 8/10th loss to Danny Lafuente just behind them.
The WSR Esports bookkeeper story rumbles on, by the way, because Daniel Ferguson has just come into YouTube chat to say he touched the red on pit entry, which is why he got the penalty. It wasn't speeding, but it was a what would you call that? Unsafe pit entry or something like that? Whatever it's even called in iRacing. But anyway, you can't go out there. That's just to the left-hand side of the actual entry lane. Sort of a bit of painted tarmac, and that maybe looks like what it's happened. This is another slow-mo of it. He has indeed touched the red. That's pretty conclusive. Doesn't everybody do that, though? I thought everybody did that. Maybe not. Andrew Caron, it was at the wheel, of course, and Antoine Lasserie now at the wheel at the time. So not speeding, but unsafe-ish pit entry for Andrew Caron, as now finally Andrea Bristow does get through on the Project Valorous McLaren and can put it behind him, hopefully, but that was pretty difficult as Lasseback now tries to follow through up the inside of the final corner. Oh! Yeah,
and trying to make the move stick. Oh, and that got a little bit dicey on the exits.
Oh,
we do see... is this Williams?
Sobrero.
Williams with the drive-through.
And they seem to have damage on the front end. The race leader has been in the wall or been into someone else, that's for sure, because that is a damaged Ferrari. Williams Esports looking to go a few better than they did 1 year ago. It was 5th place for them in this race. This time, 12 months ago, they were looking on course to better that by some distance, but look at what's happened to David Sobrero. It's into the final sector, it is. Oh, there's a spun McLaren in front of them that rejoins straight into the path of the race leader. This is what he saw. Oh, it was parked on the apex anyway, but it started to move. And there you go. There's your suspension damage. And there it goes. Their chance of winning this race.
It's absolutely heartbreaking for them. They were driving such a consistent race, and nothing at all that could be done to avoid that incident, as that's Tino Hauser going around, and there's just on the racing line moves. Oh,
can't do that.
No. You can't be back onto the racing line, and I think Williams Esports Academy aren't going to be sending any Christmas cards to Tino Hauser this year.
No, you just cannot do that at this level, especially. You are, I know, on the racing line, and you want to get out of the way desperately. However, you can make it worse, as we've just seen. You can very much make it worse. And it's taken the race leader out of the equation. That is a real shame for Williams to have it snatched away from them through no fault of their own, more than half the way through this event after maybe dominating to stretch, but they've certainly been leading for a very long time, and they were ever increasing their margin as well. But they've got into a big incident there at the final chicane, in the final sector, I should say. For what it's worth, they got a meatball flag for that, but they would have had to come in immediately anyway. You saw the suspension damage that was when we were riding in the cockpit with Sobrero there. His suspension was completely pointing the wrong way. There is a very sorry looking Ferrari, I'm afraid. We may not see that one out again.
No, and even if we do see them out again, they are going to be well off any kind of chances of getting themselves into this race again. I mean, where are they in the order now? I mean, they've dropped down quite a way. It doesn't really matter where they are in the order. They are out of contention, no doubt about it. And if they come out, 2-3 laps down, I mean, that's race done for them, quite frankly. So really, really disappointing for them. They've still got 3 hours to go. We've still got 3 hours to go. I mean, that could happen to any of the rest of the front runners. I mean, now we've got Grid and Go sitting at the front of the train. You know, there's no guarantee that they're going to survive an incident that could happen directly in front of them in the same way that it happened to the William Esports Academy team. So we'll have to see if they can continue out in front. But now the leading gap is only 4.5 seconds, and Thomas Ronhaar is the one chasing it down.
Well, exactly. Pretty much what you can do with everyone's gap from here is take 10 seconds off what was there about 20 minutes ago. Then you've got your margin to the lead. So everybody, and a new set of teams probably, with a new set of ambition here as well. Even 10th place, less than half a minute off the lead, which is pretty extraordinary. 5 hours into a race, and Lasse Bak seems to have had a bit of refound motivation as well here. He was very aggressive into the final chicane, flashing his lights at Andrea Bristow, saying, "You want this slipstream probably, so let me through and lead you through." Into 4th place goes the number 2 Corvette. And Lasse Bak makes his way forwards as into the pit lane comes Carlos Feniosa here for Drago Racing. They have certainly given up on making 6 stops. It will be 7 for them as they take a short one now, I'd imagine, with 3 hours to go.
And I think we may see a couple of teams bail on the strategy to try and get home in 2 more stops. We'll have to see if anybody else comes in the next couple of laps, but you're going to have to be running yourself another 40 minutes to get to the next pit stop if you want to be doing it in just 2 more. And that could be tough. That really could be tough, but we'll have to see. The shortest stint so far, Parnell Racing down in P15, 12 laps to stay across the line, but up near the front. Both Thomas Ronhaar and Manfredotti in 2nd and 3rd have done 13 laps, 21 laps for Team 86, 16 laps for our race leaders. So it really is a bit of a mixed bag for the time being. The next pit stops are going to be the crucial ones. It's really where we're going to be able to pinpoint exactly whether drivers can get to the end of the race or not. Because for the time being, drivers, it's still a little bit up in the air. The likes of Bak pushing forwards, it would suggest that maybe they're not saving too much fuel. But we'll have to work that out in the next 20-30 minutes or so.
Yeah, Bak seems to be okay for fuel, actually. He pitted 1 lap before Ronhaar and Manfredotti, who seem to be the most comfortable now on fuel. Williams were most comfortable with them as well, but of course they're not in the picture anymore. They're already down to 37th. If you wanted a view as to how close it is, only crashed 5 minutes ago. They're already well outside the top 30 and may not be returning, so what a shame for them. By the way, Tino Hauser is also into the pit lane. Lion GP, Fenster.com in the pit lane, and now the last car still in the session as things stand. And well, they may be feeling a little bit guilty about what has just gone down there as Live Sim Racing Arnage come into pit lane as well. Yannick Lapchan from the top 10, so that's now 4 Grid and Goes in the top 9, and Door Esports now there as well after starting from 30th place. A new set of drivers into the top 10 then, with WSR Esports, Bookkicker and Williams Esports falling by the wayside in this last half an hour.
I mean, the shape of the race has changed, isn't it, dramatically over the last 10-15 minutes. The likes of Bak getting back up to P4. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say that over and over again. I'm not going to be able to catch myself. Manfredotti and Ronhaar now fighting for what could be a win, gaining on Cody Deether as well. I mean, the number 3 car was plodding around in 5th, 6th place for a couple of hours, all of a sudden made a move or two, and now getting a bit of luck with some bad luck for others. Now they're up into P2, and Thomas Ronha is looking like he's trying to get himself towards the lead of this 8 hours of Fuji. Both Grid and Go VC002 and it's the Ford car, even though it's not the Ford car, started in 14th and 16th. They're now 1st and 2nd. So they've clearly gained, and there's still time for others to do the same kind of thing.
Yeah. There is a long way to go in this race, nearly 3 hours, and if ever you needed a reminder of that, then those last couple of moments certainly are a stark reminder for some that anything can go wrong and maybe will go wrong at some point today. We've mentioned the weather before, of course. The race started just before 9 a.m. in sim time, so we should, I believe, be getting maybe half an hour of darkness towards the end of tonight in the race. The reason I'm mentioning it now is I can already see the sun sort of going down, but I suppose it doesn't get very high in the sky these days at the moment in November. So we may well be getting a dark-ish finish. I believe we finished in the light last year, though, so maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. Plenty of battles going on even outside of the top 10, by the way. This is Alexander Davidson, I think we're watching in the number 4 Audi, trying to get past Andre Castro in the Tatum Vesta Ferrari. That's for 18th place. One of the battles outside the top 10. There's also one for 24th involving the Jazz Mustang we were watching a little bit earlier on. Fiercely Forward Purple and Effect Simulations are both nose to tail as well. There's even plenty going on outside the top 10 here.
There is. It's a really good situation to be in the last 3 hours with lots of fighting still ongoing. And it's good to see that really nothing is decided after the opening 5 hours of the race. I would just like to double check. Are we in sim? Are we on basically today in sim? Because if so, the sunset should be, if this is to be believed and if it's completely accurate, about 5:15, which would mean that it will get pretty dark towards the end of the race. I think Jake mentioned earlier that he saw a forecast about light fog in the last 45 minutes as well. So make it a little bit more, make it a little bit more, darker, closer. But we'll have to wait and see.
I love commentating when I can't see. That's going to be great. So we look forward to that. In the light fog a little bit later on. No, I'm confused because we did a broadcast on Racebot TV endurance racing last weekend from Motegi, and the sunset was at 4:30. So what's going on there? I guess we're in a different part of Japan to Motegi. I don't know where Motegi is. I know that Fuji's near Tokyo, of course, but I've got no idea where Motegi is near, whether it maybe is further north or south, and whether that changes things. I guess maybe if it's further north, sunset might be earlier.
It is a different time zone. I've just double checked. No, it's not. Oh, I don't actually know anymore then. I don't know. It might set at 4:30. If it does, that means it's an extra hour of darkness. You might be right. But this is going to be fun to find out. What I've just looked at wasn't telling me the exact truth. Well, it was. Maybe I was looking at the wrong thing. 4:45 it says now instead. Sunset time? Hey. Whatever it is, it's probably going to get dark. Let's settle on that one.
I suspect you can't tell the time.
Brilliant. Well, brilliant.
That still wouldn't really make sense, because that would be still later than it was last weekend, which doesn't make any sense, does it, really? But anyway, that's we'll just
depends where you are on the time zone, though, doesn't it?
I don't know.
If you were in New York, then the sun will set earlier than it will in Chicago, and they're in the same time zone, I do believe.
I mean, that's the kind of thing I'd ask you if you knew or not. Don't go asking me those kind of things. I haven't got a clue.
Anyway. Chicago's in Central Time. Oh, I've messed that one up.
So it's not, is it? So anyway, into Yannick Lapchan out the pit lane, by the way. Oh dear, that is contact with the number 19 Fiercely Forward McLaren, and that could cost Yannick Lapchan maybe even as serious as a top 10 there for the 788. Now, was that a case of the Porsche not giving room on the outside, or did the McLaren turn across Lapchan there? I reckon Lapchan might have not given enough room as he should have done or could have done, because he maybe thought he was clear. I'm not sure though.
No, I mean, let's see it again from the aerial, down in towards turn 1. It all gets a little bit tight as they make their way into the corner, and I mean, it doesn't really look, it's just the exit, isn't it? I think maybe there's a bit of an overlap, maybe there's a bit of confusion by the car on the outside. Lap train not really doing too much wrong, and the lap train will continue on, but clearly not in a happy mood. Is that an inside move from Team 86? It looked like it was an attempt from La Fuente, but Andrea Bristow fending that one off relatively well.
Yeah, certainly did. It's difficult to pin that one fully on lap train, isn't it, I suppose, but I'm not sure I'd be pinning the blame too much on the McLaren on the outside, although I guess maybe the live sim racing team would be, but let's see about that. 4th place, the battle continues. And you can see the last lap times. We're monitoring them so closely because the McLaren in second is very much catching Cody Deef in the lead of this race. Another 0.2 of a second taken out of the grid and go driver those last time around. 3.5 seconds the gap now comes down to. It's hovering around 3.5, certainly less than 4 as things stand. Don't forget, when Williams went off about 20 minutes ago, the gap was 5 seconds between the two of them, and Lorenzo Manfredotti is going with Thomas Ronhaar at the moment as well. We may not be too far away from a 3-driver and 3-team battle at the head of this race.
And it's something we've been waiting for hours now. We haven't really seen a battle for the lead, albeit this battle would be at the expense of the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, which is still in the box. Real extensive damage on that car. Now down in P38, 7 laps off the lead. They will not be liking to see this because, I mean, grid and go, all of a sudden, falling back into the grips of the number 3 and the number 99 cars means that if Williams were able to get through that incident unharmed, they probably would have been able to pull away that little bit more and take advantage of the drivers behind battling. But as it is, likely to be a 3-way battle for the lead relatively soon. Team 86 again, La Fuente. He's trying that line. I don't know whether he's trying to push Andrea Bristow wide or scare him off his racing line, but it's not working for the time being, and it's not giving him a very good run towards turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's too worried about passing him for the moment, unless he gets a free place. I suppose he wouldn't turn that down, but I don't know if he'll be desperate to work his way past. They are catching the leader, don't forget. I mean, Cody Deef at the moment is being caught by everybody. Everybody in the top 12 was quicker than him last time round. Thomas Ronhaar took 4/10 of a second. So did Manfredotti. Lassibach took 3/10, Bristow 4, La Fuente 2. So they're all gaining significantly. Jonnecock took 6/10 of a second, which is a huge margin in this field. That's an age at this level. So at the moment, Thomas Ronhaar is driving him and Yuri Kazdorf into a great position to fight this race win out. As I was talking about earlier on, past the 2 hours 20 to go mark, we'll be expecting our penultimate stops of the day for those who are expected to make it on just 6 stops today. So we're still over half an hour, or around half an hour from that. But maybe, just look up ahead, maybe there's the reason that Cody Deef is losing so much time. I suspected he might have been in traffic, and it looks like he certainly is. He's just made his way past that big battle headed by Darchas Automotive in the green Mustang.
This could get interesting, couldn't it, between these two? But Ronhaar getting his way through the final corner, trying to dip his way through the final turn, get the best exit and run towards turn number 1. But you can see that Cody Deef is getting ever closer in front of him. The 002 will be starting to fall back a little bit into his grasp. That Chevy behind a little bit of traffic won't be helping him out too much. But he did gain a couple of tenths on that last lap, maybe just gaining a little bit in the slipstream and not losing too much out in the dirty air just yet. But Thomas Ronhaar will be liking to see if Cody Deef gets held up a little bit more as they run their way through the next lap or two, because that gap now, 3.6, is falling. And if Ronhaar can keep up this pace of gain over the next couple of laps, particularly if Deef gets held up, he's going to be finding himself a lot closer, a lot more quickly than he was expecting.
Yeah. But it's confusing, isn't it? He's back in the 39s now, so he might be okay. But we'll see how the traffic treats Ronhaar. We'll get back to that when we know. As Lassibach continues to lead the line from 4th here. Last time round for him was a 41.4 at 1 minute 40.1, I should say. As it was for Bristow and La Fuente, who pretty much stuck with him last time round. As I say, Jonnecock's going very quickly as things stand. Another 39 from him last time round, one of only 2 in the top 10 to do that. and he's closing on his teammates. Adrian Gurecki is just up ahead, then it's Guntal Dillon in the Grid and Go team. They're really expanding our Grid and Go in size and taking on a few names. We saw David Boschke driving earlier on in the 002 that's now leading the race. Of course, former Simify driver. There's David Boschke. Now Cody Deef, of course, at the wheel of that one. Lafuente again taking that weird line into the final corner. Don't really have an answer as to why on earth he could be doing that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'd know. Well, that doesn't really help us as to help us know why he's doing that, but he's clearly enjoying doing it. I don't know why else he would be taking that line, because it's really clearly not working for the exit. It might work in terms of absolute lap time in qualifying, but it's not working here in racing conditions. But either way, he's staying nice and calm where he is. He's not really risking any kind of big moves. He's not risking getting some incident points. So for the team, it's not going too badly at all. But I'm sure they'd want maybe a bit of a look at Andrea Bristow, especially if Bristow is trying to look at Lasse back, because, you know, the door could be open for Lafuente to try and attack Bristow when he's unaware. Maybe that's what he's doing into the final corner. But doing it lap after lap makes Bristow a little bit aware, and I'm sure he'll know exactly what's going to be coming every time they go into Panasonic.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Team 86 car is... Well, I don't know this for sure. I'm suspecting it's a Williams Esports affiliated car, not just because Lafuente is in, but of course Augustin Canapino as well. Those two driving. Although I don't want to say it's definitely Williams affiliated, if in case it's not, because then I'll be in trouble. But I feel like it may well be. They're currently running in sixth place. One of the only Williams car remaining, I should say, in case you weren't with us earlier on, the number one Williams car. Retired on the, I think, either very opening lap of the race or certainly the opening 10 minutes or so in an incident. So it's a very early bath for them. Fortunately, recently the race-leading Williams Esports car has gone off the road, and now it's left to Team X6, who are in sixth place at the moment. Andrew Caron in YouTube chat says he feels dumb for that error. To be honest, I wouldn't have known you couldn't do that either. So. I don't know how much that would make you feel better, actually, but anyway, that's it's true. So there we go. Of course, WSR Esports Bookkicker getting a drive-through penalty for a unsafe pit entry, I guess we'll call it, an improper pit entry. They're 12th though now, just 5 seconds or so behind the Falcon Sim Racing team, 40 and 45 seconds off of the lead respectively, trying to regain some of that ground, and maybe they'll get a top 10 by the end of the day in recovery after their penalty, but we will see. Still 25 minutes until they'll all be in again, I would thought. Next in will, from the top 10 anyway, be Team 86, who we've just been talking about. They're completing lap number 31 of their stint now. That's pretty worrying, considering how much time we've got remaining.
I think at this stage of the race, if you're getting towards a pit stop, then you're going to have to commit to 3. There's no way you're going to be getting to the end on 2 stops. It's just not feasibly possible. I mean, you may be able to crawl around the circuit and save fuel, but I don't think that's going to be very time economical. So we'll have to see how this pans out. But for the teams that have done an extra few laps in the stint, the likes of Team 86, 30 laps now done on this stint. If they can go another 11 more, then that's going to be, what, another, well, 15 minutes or so? It's not enough. It's just not enough to get to the end. Do you try and box now, get an undercut, just try and work your way through it, or are you happy with the position that you're currently in and wait to make that stop, or wait and see? Bit of a flashing of the lights as we see the battle that developed for P4, as I think that was Team 86 getting through on the laps traffic very nicely into turn 1. Much easier than we've seen other cars do. Go a little bit wide at turn 1 as well.
I think that's the fiercely forward yellow car that recently tangled with Live Sim Racing, although I'm not entirely sure. It's just a yellow McLaren like the one you're using, so I'm going out on a whim there. Don't know though. I think it might be a different one of them. There's quite a lot of fiercely forward cars in this race. On board we go with Daniel Lafuente in the McLaren. Nice chance to ride on board with somebody here actually, and the new McLaren, of course. I don't know how long we can call it new, but it is one of the newer GT3s, that's for sure, in the iRacing service, making its debut at this race. the Fuji 8 Hour, although its predecessor did win this race 1 year ago. It was Sontec Racing who took the honours that time round with 2 cars inside the top 3. It was Grid and Go Esports, the other car onside the top 3, in 3 McLarens in the top 4 that we had on that day. We also saw Lamborghini, Mercedes, Audi and Ferrari represented. Good variety inside the top 10. As of right now in this race, we've got Corvette, McLaren and Ferrari in the top 10, and that is it. So a little bit less variety as the newer cars really come to the fore, as they so often do here in these iRacing special events. Over the line for Lafuente, who completes lap number 32 of his stint. I don't really understand why he doesn't make more of an effort to try and pass these guys and just push on here. Instead, he's still fuel saving. I think he might be better off just going on full speed and trying to maximise the pit stops he's got remaining, because as you said earlier, he surely knows this is not going to happen. He's not going to make it on 6 stops today, surely.
Yeah, it's not like they're going to be waiting for any kind of pace car or anything, is it? So I don't necessarily know exactly what the strategy is from here. Maybe the idea is to just keep following these guys, keep as close as they can, and keep the pace up. If they pit now and they fall back, and they fall behind some other drivers, they may not have the same pace. They may end up losing more time overall than if they just follow this strategy with the others and end up having to pit with 20, 30 minutes left of the race. So there are options on the table. They can go for a couple of different ways, but at the same time, I think their options are limited in the aspect of they can't really go with the strategy that everybody else is looking to do. So that is going to limit them somehow. It's going to put some cuffs on their strategy options. But still, 2 hours 41 to go. There's lots of different ways you could decide to go. There's lots of different ways that this race can explode into life. And when we saw the incident with the Williams Esports Academy team, that can happen to the Grid and Go 002. That could happen to a train somewhere, maybe down at Dunlop, where there's a few cars involved in the pile-up. Things can change, and staying where you are, staying in the safety of a small train, may be favourable to Team 86, as they're able to kind of predict how this is going to go for the next couple of hours, even if it means that they're going to come out or have to do an extra drop and come out well behind these guys.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see how their strategy plays out for the rest of the day. Someone in YouTube chat, by the way, has just used an exclamation mark and then typed commentators. Is that what the kids use on... I thought that's what the kids use on Twitch. Can you enlighten me on what the kids do on Twitch? I don't know. Maybe don't, actually.
I don't know, Ewan. You're asking the wrong person there. I'm
not cool enough, so I don't really cool. Understand. I hope he's not.
You're far too old, aren't you?
Just I know, yeah. Well, not far too.
Big,
no, not old.
You.
Just a bit dim. So don't really understand. Maybe he wants to get rid of us. I'm not really sure what that even means. But anyway, we'll move on. The position gain on the left-hand side of your screen. Look at some of the movers, and Tor Esports obviously stands out as they've gained 20 to get inside the top 10 from 30th for those good at maths, where they started. Paul Lang now at the wheel of that one. It has been for a little while in this race. We're aboard though with Lorenzo Manfredotti, who is just in behind Thomas Ronhart, who again is gaining time on the race leader of this race. Cody Deep got 4/10 of a second taken out of him last time round. The gap's down below 3 seconds for the first time.
A little bit interesting between Cody Deeth and Thomas Ronhart. Deeth, we've talked about pit stops all the way through. He's done 4 laps more on this stint than both. 3 laps as they cross the line. 3 laps more on this stint than both Thomas Ronhart and Lorenzo Manfredotti. So you'd say advantage. The ball is in their court for the chasers at the moment. Cody Deeth and the team really have driven a relatively quiet race up towards the front. They've been in P2 for a very long time and not really had a challenger with that. Oh my word, that's going to change the outcome for Thomas Ronhart, but he keeps on the circuit. Just about that could have been much worse than it was.
Well, he's been saved a little bit by the runoff on the outside there at turn number 2, and Ronhart just about gets back onto the road, but Lorenzo Manfredotti may well seize this opportunity. Does he decide, now's my chance to get up to second? Is he flashing the lights as if to say, just you carry on there, I'm not going to overtake you, or as if to say, get on with this please, otherwise I will pass you. We'll see. Down in towards turn 10, he doesn't decide to go for it there, so it looks like he is going to be staying behind, but there's a Little error from Thomas Ronhart, I believe, right the way towards the end of his driving in this race. He's certainly coming towards the end of a double stint. Not sure if he's going to go one more. I'd be very surprised if he goes to the end, because that'll be about 5 hours of driving in one go. I suspect that would be probably too much, but Lorenzo Manfredotti doesn't decide to punish that error on this occasion.
No, and he'll just stay where he is. But Thomas Ronhart, it's the first real mistake that we've seen from him on the broadcast in this race. And like you said, he's been in the car for quite a while. He's been a very consistent performer so far in this race. So a little bit surprising just to see a slight lapse in judgment. But I'm sure that will almost refocus him in to the task at hand. He knows exactly what he needs to be doing. Manfredotti, though, has now got the impetus to try and make a move on Thomas Ronhart. Maybe there's a little bit of a crack showing in that number 3. Can Manfredotti get the Apex Racing Academy car back in front of the number 3? They were in front for a very long time. Ronhart got the jump at the start of this latest stint, but Manfredotti hasn't let him go as he's settled into the car. He's tried to keep right on the tail. If the number 3 team swap their drivers, Manfredotti might have the advantage of being dialed in, whereas we're going to have to see if Kasdorp can get dialed in immediately, because he's going to need to, quite frankly, because Manfredotti's going to be on his tail right from the get-go.
I mean, it's not his first endurance race, Yuri Kasdorp, that's for sure. So you'd expect him to be on the money straight away, but you never know. It is always difficult, hard to overstate just how difficult it is to get on the pace immediately. But that's what you're going to require here. It's such a close race. Nearly 6 hours gone, nearly 5.5 hours gone, and the top 6 are covered by 13 seconds. You very rarely see races quite like this. Of course, in the last few moments, Williams Esports involved in a crash in the final sector as one of the back markers came back onto the road at turn 13 right in front of them. They went straight into the side of the McLaren, got big suspension damage. They're now out the picture. It's giving Gridinko the lead, but everybody else a bit of extra ambition because they are 10 seconds closer to the lead than they were half an hour ago. And all of a sudden, a lot more teams believe that this might well be possible. The race win may well still be within their grasp. And it's showing in the way that everybody's driving. There is still a couple of stops still to go as well, of course. The Grid and Go car at the front of this race is in the least comfortable position as well, fuel-wise. They're currently on lap number 32 of their stint, and so maybe that means there will be fuel saving. If not, then it certainly means these two will have a shorter stop later, and they'll gain a bit of time back in that very final stop, but that's all to be played out in the next 2 hours 35 we've still got to go here at Fuji.
Yeah, and this race really has been set up absolutely beautifully for this final kick towards the end, the final quarter of the race. Manfredotti getting close, but not close enough again, down into Dunlop. Cody Deep being reeled in. It's almost like Ronhart's got a tow rope attached, and he's ever so slowly being able to pull himself closer. As you can now see him as they run their way through the final sector. He is really in view for these two now, and the target has been very much set, and closing that gap is going to be mission number 1. The problem that they're going to have for a few laps is it's likely that the Grid and Go car is going to come in earlier and by a few laps, so they're going to have a bit of an offset. They're not really going to know where the 002 is and how that difference is going to impact the race. When we all find ourselves back out of the pit lane again, we'll have to see if that gap has closed, and you'd suspect that the strategy that's favouring the number 3 and the number 99 may see them close up in the 2 pit stop phases that we've got towards the end of the race. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen, but I think the teams might be thinking that they may be able to close up that way as well. So lots of opportunity throughout the rest of this race as Manfredotti maybe just clearing the window screen. There's no rain on the circuit, I don't believe, but yeah, maybe it was just a bit of a rogue wipe there.
Well, we I've had a few of those. Yes, it's it happens from time to time. 2 hours and a half to go. I was just listening there, almost chuckling to myself down towards turn number 1 at the length of the early lift-off actually from Manfredotti on the way towards turn number 1. It was quite substantial. Shows you that even at this stage in the race, fuel is everything, strategy is everything. It's been such a tactical race, and you can just feel with 2.5 hours to go that the tactics are being stripped back a little bit, and the actual racing is starting to come to the fore a little bit more with 2.5 hours to go, because they know that the penultimate stop is coming up, and I suspect as well at this next pit stop the last driver change will be made as well. 2 hours 15 to go or so. That's a very comfortable length stint for these drivers to get in and go to the end, I would suspect.
Yeah, they probably do that in practice well, whenever they do practice. They probably are used to doing that kind of length of stints, and I don't think it'll become any problem, particularly to the front runners, for them to settle in for a couple of hours worth of driving to get their teams possibly onto the podium, possibly into the victory lane for final, long form road special event in the iRacing year. Of course, there's still a couple more upcoming, isn't there, throughout the rest of the year, including into December, but nothing of the same ilk of this Fuji 8 hours. So the last real chance before we get ourselves back towards Daytona season for these teams to claim a win on the calendar, and I think there's going to be quite a few right now who feel like they're within a shout. Realistically, I think the top 5, all of the top 5, could put in a good case for them trying to get themselves towards the front. And we've been going 5.5 hours. There's 13 seconds between the top 6. It's incredible to see how close they've stuck. There's not necessarily been too much fighting, but it's almost kept them close together as they haven't lost too much time with each other.
Yeah, interesting you bring up Daytona. We obviously don't have the calendar yet for 2025, but it's probably only 2 months away. Rolls around a lot quicker than you always expect, does Daytona. Sorry, what were you going to say?
No, I was going to say, you like to think it's at the start of the year. It's going to mess up a few people's perceptions of the calendar.
Yeah, it does roll around very quickly indeed. That is for sure. Daytona. So, of course, we'll get confirmation of that. As you say, the events coming up last are not like this. As you say, it's the ones I don't really understand, to be honest with you. The events at the end of the year, they're often on dirt, and I don't really know what's going on. So I'll leave that to other people. So. That will be ending out our 2024, of course, in the calendar. Still a couple of events still to go. 2.5 seconds now, the gap at the front of this race. Last time around, a 39 from Thomas Ronhaar. That gained him another 10.5 over Cody Deep, who is beginning to get caught here. Now, for him, I guess you'd be hoping he's only getting caught because he's saving fuel, but I'm not sure how true that really is. If we're expecting 41 laps to be the limit here as well, Daz, 7 more laps would be another 13 minutes or so. It's going to be quite tight for them making it home. I reckon they might well need to do a few 41 lap stints to the end here.
Let's see, if they put around lap 203, then there's likely going to be at least another 82 laps to go. And obviously, 41 times 2 is 82. That's a relatively easy one for me to do in my head. But that is going to be running it fine. Very fine. It looks pretty comfortable at the moment for the number 3 and the number 99. I have a sneaking suspicion that might end up being R2 towards the end of the race in the last 20 minutes between the number 3, of course, it's the Ford car that isn't the Ford, and the Apex Racing Academy car. We'll have to see if they end up trying to pull ahead of the Grid and Go VC002, but for the time being, you have to wait to write off the 002 because they're still out in front. The strategy, though, the numbers aren't exactly looking good for them at the moment. That could change, though. It could still change. 2.5 hours to go. They might be able to save enough fuel, but it's going to be tough, really.
I can imagine that calculators are steaming up and down pit lane at the moment with the amount of calculations that are going on. Not least for Drago Racing, actually. They've pitted about half an hour ago now, accepting the fact they're not going to make 6 stops today. Instead, it's going to be 7. And so this might be around the place they end up. They'd probably have shorter pit stops than some of those around them at the moment, but come the end of the race. So maybe it won't quite be down here in a fight to even be in the top 20. However, and it probably won't actually for Nicholas Rubilot, former Arnage driver. But yeah, it is a big drop. Oh, and a big incident, a big concertina effect, and a bump into the back of the driver ahead of them there, as I think Simify were trying to get out of the way. There was a bit of a miscommunication. Drago got straight into the car ahead of them, and they were then rear-ended by the other Mag Performance car. That is not the car running in 5th place. However, it's the McLaren running just outside the top 20, and it's certainly damaged on the front end now as a result of that contact.
All getting a bit testy into this final sector, isn't it? Drivers tripping over each other in a way that we haven't really seen too much throughout this race, but getting to a stage where drivers really have to be positioning themselves well, and you can see the jostling for position clearly causing a couple of issues. And also with these drivers all being on different laps as well, not all of them, but a couple. It creates a little bit more of an interesting dynamic between them. Which drivers are really in the fight? Which drivers are kind of in the way? So difficult to pick your way through. And for this Drago Racing car, not had the best of second halves of the race so far. Was running inside that top 10. Now dropping back, albeit the stint is, well, it's kind of off stint. They'll easily be able to get home on 2 more, but they're not going to be able to get home on 1 more. So they really are in this same train with drivers that they are fighting around. The problem is they were fighting inside the top 10. They're now fighting well outside the top 15 and nearly a full lap down.
I can't help but feel that big hole in the front of the McLaren can't be helping them, as Daniel Lafuente, speaking of McLarens, comes into pit lane. That is a stop after how many laps for him? 41, as far as I can tell. The Door Esports car from the top 10, by the way, has just been in as well. I don't think they're going to make it home on the amount of stops they're hoping for. It will be Falcon Sim Racing Team in next from the top 10 as they finally get back into it from their recovery, but we're still 2 hours 26 to go. It's still too far. There is Daniel Lafuente. No driver change. Will Calapino get in for the final stint or not? We will wait and see. These two for Grid & Go are both on 39 laps. Oh, sorry, they're all on different laps, actually, Grid & Go. So I'm looking at the wrong columns here. It's 39 for Yannick Koch, who's ended up ahead of both of these two. And then as you look at it, 34 laps for the 003, and then 37 laps in for the 004. They are running line astern as things stand, and they're probably going to make it, considering the time remaining. We're about 8 minutes away from that crucial point where we think the penultimate stop is an okay one to make.
Getting close to it, but I think you want to go a little bit longer. Of course, we're going to see Grid & Go likely go another 4 laps here. So from this moment, so if you say that's 25, 30, another 4 laps, you're going to see them dipping just about to the 218 mark, give or take. A little bit off that, between 218 and 219. That's going to be tough. We're talking about how a stint is looking to be about an hour 5. It's really going to be tight. I think they are really running it close to having to make a splash and dash somewhere, and they're going to have to fuel save more than the others. There's no doubt about that. This race could very likely come down to the fuel save in the end. We see a couple of other drivers come into the pit lane, as must have seen something I didn't see there, Ewan.
I thought Adrian Garecki was going to hit his teammate. He didn't, and it probably wasn't that close in the end either, but I just thought he was going to. Sven-Ola Hasse gets in, by the way, to the 001. As Nicholas Laubish also gets in. But very interesting, actually, for the 001, they were only able to do 40 laps that time round. So maybe 1 lap shorter than normal, but even if they did go another one, they wouldn't be able to make it without a splash. So I think they are resigned to the 7th stop as well here. But as I said earlier, the pit lane, I should say, is far too long to be getting away with that, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not helpful when you have a long pit lane, as you do here at Fuji. Of course, it doesn't really make too much of a difference, but it's a little bit of an aspect that you're going to add in to your calculations. Excuse me, as you run through your strategy options, but even so, drivers really have to be efficient on pit lane, not hitting the red part of the circuit, as we've found out, and not speeding either, as we've found out. So,
make it feel worse.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least it's not something like the Singapore pit lane, because that is just absolutely horrific. At least this is you come off on the straight, you come back on the straight, you just can't hit certain parts. Let's see if it happens with the number 004. Are they going to hit the red bit? Are they going to stay well within the white lines? I think they're going to stay well within the white lines. Oh, did they?
I don't understand.
They hit the red bit there.
I don't understand this, because I swear everybody hits the red bit on the way in, but I don't know what the rules are, but anyway, he definitely did hit the red bit, but maybe he just clipped it less. I don't understand. In towards turn 10 in this battle that has now a rather shortened Lamborghini, both at the front and rear end, because Drago Racing got into the back of Chatham Vesta and then they got rear-ended by Mag Performance a few moments ago. We saw it live as they were trying to pass the Semi-5 BMW that's now back past them again. Not, though, battling with them for position. In fact, they're 5 laps down in that number 14. Of course, they've had problems today, and so they are rather out of position, out of sequence. It means they're fast when they otherwise wouldn't be. Strategy-wise, it's a very weird situation. Team 86 have come out, by the way, 9th place. They're still behind Parnell Racing, who are doing a great job and going long in their stints and also retaining the lead every time. I think they are finally going to have to give up the lead this time round, though, but it's been a long time coming, that, for them. So it's all changing in this race, as the top 8 are still yet to come in, don't forget here. Waiting next of all for Cody Deef to be in. This is lap number 40. It's getting very close, and I'm not entirely sure the 002 is fully safe just yet, making it on fuel.
No, I think we're really going to be talking about fuel right to the final lap of this race. It's going to be very, very close. Teams are really pushing the boundaries on what they can and can't do, and this is really going to be quite a close one to the end. Team 86. I'm going to be honest, I don't think they're making it. 1 hour 11 in each of the stints, it's just not going to happen. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. It's going to be touch and go with the likes of Grid and Go. Very much touch and go with the MAG Performance SRT, who have gone 40 laps. They're, I'm going to say, unlikely to make it as well, unless they can somehow miraculously save fuel, or just, you know, turn the fumes into more fuel, something like that. They may need some divine intervention for that to happen, but it's looking unlikely. The best placed teams are the teams, or are the cars currently manned by Thomas Ronhart and Lorenzo Manfredotti in 2nd and 3rd. They have the best fuel number of anybody, apart from Parnell, but you'd have to say Parnell are likely to be out of it, because I think they're a pit stop down on the leaders anyway. But it's going to be touch and go with everybody else. I don't know, maybe we're just misinterpreting how long they can go in the final stint, but for the time being, this looks like teams may have either miscalculated by a lap or 2, or they're just going to be a lap or 2 short, and we're nearly going to see an exodus of drivers into the pit lane at the end.
Oh, let's see. I'm on the fence at the moment. There's the last pit stop lap. I should probably tell you what lap we're on right now, just for some reference. We've just started lap 202, so that's what we're looking at. Lap number 40. Oh, sorry, yeah, this is lap number 40, I should say, for Cody Deef. So is he going to be able to do another one? Probably. You would expect in this race, but there's the key, I think, there on the left-hand side. Grid and Go 162, but they're the number 3 and number 99 165. They're in much stronger positions. Parnell Racing, we know, are going to make it. They've been in a strong position all day long, but I'd be really concerned if I was Grid and Go at the moment. It's a good job they've got their best positioned car up towards the front right now, fuel-wise and position-wise. However, I'd still be very nervous. Just less than 2 hours 20 we tick down to now. These 3 are currently making their way through the final sector, just ahead, I believe, of the leader, who is not long behind them. They're 2nd and 3rd, so yes, there's the leader. He's actually found some of his teammates here. Wonder whether that was planned or not. Maybe not, I suppose, because those other teammates want a top 10, but will he be in this time round, Cody Deef? I think he needs one more.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, he needs one more at least. If he comes in this lap, it's going to be even worse on the mathematics for him to get to the end on 2 stints. Let's see if he comes in. I'm pretty sure he'll stay out yet another lap, but let's see, just to double check. Going down the straight, they're diving late. I don't think he is coming in. They'll stay out once again. But Cody Deef, if he comes in next lap, which I would suggest he's likely to do, that would be at the end of lap 203. Which would mean that, yeah, indeed, he'd be at the end of lap 203, which would mean we're looking at least another 43 laps to the end. Currently predicting that we're going to have 288 laps in this race still, so that actually hasn't come down since we had the conversation about that over an hour ago now. So even if it comes down to 286, that's going to be tough to get to. It's really going to be touch and go. I think a lot of fuel saving is going to be in the offing. Does that mean we have changes for the lead? That could be the key.
It's very tricky at the moment. Very tricky. What a headache. At one point, the other thing as well, it's not just them making it, by the way, and they've, you know, it's not like they've built up a big advantage that they can really fuel save into. They've got to go fast at the same time here. Thomas Ronhardt's done a great job bringing this gap right down. They were well over a quarter of a minute away from the race lead. only an hour ago in that number 3. Now, Yuri Kasdorp, we believe, is going to get into the car with a great chance at closing and maybe taking the lead during his stint. Don't forget Lorenzo Manfredotti has been getting the free ride behind as well now. He pitted on the same lap as Ron Hart last time round, so even if this 002 does make it, those two behind will have shorter stops or indeed a bigger push towards the end of this race. But let's see about that as we get 2 hours 17 and a half. Cody Deef has got to be making his way in this time round, and he is. There he goes to the right-hand side. Do not speed or go across the lines you're not supposed to, I think is the main aim for Cody Deef. But after that, make the normal pit stop and then hope that this is enough. He is going to hope for a 285 lap race, because that would be another 41 lap stint twice, and he might be able to do that if it is.
Yeah, this is this is the maths race, isn't it? On the strategy. Call it the strategy race. That sounds less nerdy. If we call it the strategy race, this is really going to be a case of how much fuel can you save. Ron Hart, Manfredotti in a cracking position, considering that he's been able to sit behind Ron Hart for this entire stint. How much fuel has he been able to save? I think it's unlikely that he'll be able to go one more than Thomas Ron Hart. I don't really know why he'd need to go one more than Thomas Ron Hart. But if needed, maybe a possibility, but I'll have to wait and see on that one. But the sun is really now getting a little bit lower, maybe getting to the driver's eyes as they look out west of the circuit, which is down towards Dunlop, which there we are finding our P2 and 3 battle now. But this is a really, really intriguing part of the race. How far can Ron Hart and Manfredotti push it? You'd think they can go another 2 laps after this one. And if they can, they're going to be in a great position. We really are talking about a race that's finishing in well over 2 hours, with the fine margins coming down to a lap or 2. So the longer these guys can go, the better it looks for them. But at the moment, compared to everybody else in the top 10, it's looking pretty rosy.
I think Lasse back, because he's closing in, I think he'll be in the pit lane at the end of this lap in 3rd place. But it's just worth keeping an eye on number 2 as well, just because of that closing margin. 7 seconds. I mean, last time round he was quickest of anybody inside that top 3, so he is one to watch. But there on the bottom of your screen goes Cody Deef. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, and someone from Grid and Go could correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's very early in the morning indeed for Cody Deef at the moment. Could even be as early as 5:30 in the morning, or as late as 5:30 in the morning, depending on how you want to view it. Probably as late as 5:30 in the morning. So, if he is over in Australia at the moment, that will be the challenge for him as well. This late on in the night, as Lasse back does indeed come in. As I say, he's been pushing, so could only do 40 laps that time. Pushing instead of fuel saving, and that's probably the best idea considering where he is in the race. There on the top of your screen again, Thomas Ron Hart and Lorenzo Manfredotti. Are we expecting them in this time round or the one after? Can't remember.
I think they'll come in the end of this lap time. Yes, because they will cross the line with a 41 lap stint. So yes, it should be at the end of this one. We're expecting them in. They should be able to get to the end from here. I mean, this is lap 205. If they can do 2 more stints at this length, they'll get to 287, and you suggest that that's far enough, especially with the lap times that they're setting. So that should be enough. I mean, it doesn't look comfortable for them, but compared to everybody else, it looks pretty easy on the strategy. Everybody else is going to have to be, you know, almost bending metal to make sure that they can get the fuel home to the end. But we'll see them likely go into the pit lane. Are they going to work their way off the racing line? Yes, they are. Can Manfredotti go out one more? No, he's just being a little bit later to get down into that pit lane. Don't make any mistakes coming through. Staying well off that red line. Nowhere near that bit of red tarmac, so no risk of them picking up a penalty unless he sped.
Let's hope not. And let's see if there are any stops here as well, or driver changes, I should say. They'll both stop, of course. Thomas Ron Hart now pulls to a stop. Does Yuri Kasdorp get into that McLaren? Or will Ron Hart be going on another one? No, Kasdorp gets in. So it will be Yuri to the end, I would expect, with 2 hours 13 and a half to go. And when they leave, probably 2 hours 13 remaining. And it's a driver change for Apex Academy as well. It's been a 3-driver. Has it been a 3-driver team there today, or has it been less than that? I can't remember. But Alex Gall is getting in the number 99 now as well. So that is a driver change to the very end now for the number 99. So am I mistaken in saying they've had 4 drivers today? Anyway, we'll get to the bottom of that. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of that in a few moments' time. Kasdorp's done with his stop, 41.6 for him, but he's a lot earlier in the pit lane than the Apex Academy car is. Of course, they qualified down in 16th, whereas Apex qualified in 4th. So there goes the McLaren. The Corvette really needs to stay with them, and so does Cody Deef. Here he comes on the right-hand side, but I'm not sure he's quite going to get there. He is just alongside the McLaren in towards turn number 1 here. Right on the outside line, Cody Deef, he's just going to get there. He just gets the lead of this race, but it's by a very bare margin. And here comes Yuri Kasdorp right out the pits and straight ahead of him. Cody Deef knows immediately, I need to save fuel here. I've just seen some numbers that suggest he might even be 1 lap short in this race, so he's got to get in behind someone and he's got to start fuel saving, and that's exactly what he does with 2 hours 12 to go.
Incredible to get Kasdorp into the front of the field. Deef just going a little bit wide through turn 1, but look at the drive off of the corner from Yuri Kasdorp. He has that inside line through turn 2, and all he has to do is take the shorter line through the corner. Cody Deef having to go those extra few meters, costing him the position into Coca-Cola at turn 3, and all of a sudden the fuel numbers suit Yuri Kasdorp, the position suits Yuri Kasdorp, and he's in the lead of the race with 2 hours 11 to go.
It's 3 temps back to grid and go, 1.3 to Apex. Team 86 are only 4.5 behind with Daniel Lafuente, although he will be making an extra stop today. The number 2 Corvette is 7.8 behind. That's Lasse Bach still going quickly. Then Mac Performance, 12.7 behind. I don't think they can make it home though. Neither can Drago, neither can Live Sim Racing. The other grid and go Corvettes are going to be struggling too. It's going to be very tight indeed on fuel. Vince Cussy, by the way, asking what happened to the Williams Racing Prodigy car. In case you were with us about an hour ago, 50 minutes or so ago, that car was, or hit a rejoining McLaren on the racing line at turn 13, got a meatball flag and destroyed their suspension. And so they are not only out the running for the race win, but indeed the race itself. Goodness me, that was close for Cody Deef as he very nearly rear-ended Yuri Kasdorp into turn 1.
This is the most frantic action we've had for the race lead pretty much since the opening couple of laps of this race. So incredible to see Kasdorp getting himself into the lead. I mean, the It's a Ford, which isn't a Ford car, has done so well to work its way through the field. P16 to start with, up to P1 after just shy of 6 hours. Can Kasdorp pull away? We know how much of a wily competitor he is. He's used to these situations. He is in a team with Thomas Ronhoff for a very good reason. You could say vice versa there. But these guys now have the numbers for them. They have the position. Can they pull away? For Apex Racing Academy as well, with Alex Gal now in the car, and I think you were right about there being a 4th driver in the car. There's definitely been at least 3, there's no doubt about that. Means that they've now got a fresh face, and Alex now has to really dial in quickly. Cody Deef's been in that car for a long time. Kasdorp now leads the race and has been around for a long time. The decision for Gal now has to try and keep pace with the top 2, as they will likely start to try and pull away, but Cody Deef's got a lot of work to do. Alex Gal got even more work to do.
Yeah, I think Beckham Jasir started the race, then Guillaume Levesque got in, then Lorenzo Mafrodotti did a couple of stints, and now Alex Gal is doing the end of the race. So I think it is 4 today for them, as Kasdorp weaves around. So Kasdorp knows that he has a lap in the bank here, or 2 I should say, in the bank. He knows that he can push a bit harder and make it home. If he makes it as hard as possible for Cody Deef to stay in the slipstream and then save the fuel, he knows that he's going to win this race. Well, not win, but he's certainly going to see off grid and go on pure fuel basis, and then he's only got Apex to deal with. The other advantage as well of going quickly, especially early on here, to maybe make grid and go lose the slipstream, is that you're keeping everybody else at bay. The likes of Lasse Bach, who probably is the only one within range now, who we know can definitely make it on fuel. He's only 7.5 seconds behind, and Kasdorp would very much like to keep him out of the fight as well.
And I mean, even though Team 86 aren't really in the battle for the win with the strategy that they're going to have to take, I mean, Lafuente is doing a fantastic job to get himself only 4 seconds off the lead as well, with the massive undercut that they will have ended up having. I mean, their stint is, I say massive, they've gone 8 laps longer on this particular stint than Apex and it's the Ford, not the Ford team. So I think it's definitely going to be a very interesting little phase of the race here, because you're right, Karsdorp trying to pull that gap to Deeth. He knows that Deeth is going to have to start saving fuel earlier than he does. So if he can keep this pace up, even if Deeth stays there for a couple of laps, if he can just pull away to the point where Deeth has to almost, you know, tap out and back off for a lap or two, which will then break the slipstream, then Karsdorp has done exactly what he needs to do. So everything at the moment is working in Karsdorp's favour. He just needs to not make a big mistake here, and then he should be able to pull this gap. It's eking out a couple of tenths each lap. We'll get the reading this time around. Karsdorp with a 40.015, Deeth though with a 40.092.
So he's still got the slipstream, that's the key, but then he's having to lift off in towards turn number 1, and it's getting difficult here for Deeth. I'm not sure how he's going to keep this up for an hour and 8 or an hour and 9 or whatever it's going to need to be here, because this is difficult. This is a high pace being set by Yuri Karsdorp, who has no intention, I don't think, of even doing 41 laps. He knows that 240s might take him home. That's going to require a lap's less fuel than Cody Deeth, who might even need to find a 42 somewhere, depending on how... I think it's in some ways going to depend on where the white flag is shown and how much time is remaining at the time. It could be that close for Cody Deeth. We'll wait and see, of course, when we get down to the end of the race. But this is very, very interesting indeed. It's also keeping Alex Gall out the way for now. This pace from Yuri Karsdorp. He's currently just a second or so behind the Corvette, so that's helping the McLaren as well here. Alex Gall fresh into this car, the first time he's been in, of course, this race. And he's struggling to keep up with the leaders right now. The winning margin last year, by the way, was 24.6 seconds for Sontec Racing and their McLaren, who were victorious this time last year. At the moment, that's the margin that covers the top 9. It's an extraordinary race with just over 2 hours to go.
And maybe the lack of battling and the importance on the strategy has meant that drivers have kind of had to do the same thing with fuel numbers, not really fighting too hard, not wanting to reach the incident limit either. So lots of factors in play this year, but clearly an incredibly tight race compared to what we saw last year. Yes, you can just see on the bottom left there's a lot of drivers and teams that haven't been able to finish this race, but those who have been able to finish this race, I think when you took over, and there were 28 cars on the lead lap, there's still 23. I mean, it's still a busy racetrack for the lead lap, and although there's quite a few cars a lap down, there's far less a lap down than there are on the lead lap, which is great to see, because it means that most of the battles on the circuit really are for position rather than us getting mixed up with loads of traffic on the circuit.
I do think, though, traffic will be a problem in these final 2 hours, to be honest. So far in 6 hours, if you've lost a minute and a half, you'll be caught by those leaders. If you've lost a minute and 20 as well, I think they could be lapping all the way up to about maybe 15th would be a stretch, but you know, sort of 17th, 18th kind of region. That means putting at least 5 cars a lap down from here on in. And of course, there are the cars already multiple laps down. There are still 38 running in this race. Even the Line GP car that Williams hit at turn 13 are going again after a nearly 9-minute pit stop after that contact. So there's plenty of lap traffic here to get in the way of the leaders. It's just a case of whether you're putting them a lap down for the first time or not, and I don't think that really matters. Look, I mean, look at just up ahead here, just the left-hand side. That is a lot of traffic to deal with, and we saw the way that was hurting Cody Deeth as he was fighting his way through in the lead of the race during the last stint.
It's very true, but Cody Deeth may also be leading the race by the time they get there, but judging by how close he is to the back of our leader, of course, Yuri Karsdorp, but I don't think he'll want to go past at all. I mean, he needs to gain a little bit of fuel back into that car, and he's not going to be doing that by breaking the air in front of Yuri Karsdorp. He needs Karsdorp to be helping him a little bit down these straights to let him save a little bit of fuel as they make their way in towards each of these braking zones. It's not much of a braking zone down at turn 3 at Coca-Cola, more of a flick left, a little bit of a dab on the brakes, and then just make sure the car gets turned in. But clearly Cody Deeth knows he needs to stay there, but the risk is he knows he can't go for the move really, but it means that he's always playing catch up throughout the rest of the lap. If he has a bad lap, you know, through sector 3 one lap, he could be out of the slipstream and could be out for good.
This race has just been set on fire here. It's absolutely fantastic. This race is getting very interesting now indeed, as Jaden Comright has been passed by a fiercely forward McLaren down the inside there. That was Daniel Antunes in the fiercely forward pink car. Now they've really named that wrong. That's not pink in any way, is it? Is there even a pink wing end plate? No. Thanks for that, Fiercely Forward. They're tricking with us today. 21st for them, a nice pass down the inside towards turn 10. But these are the drivers that are going to be in the way of the leaders. So how willing are they going to be to jump out the way when they're involved in a fight like this? I would suggest not that willing. There is Kastorp just in the background.
Yeah, they're not going to leap out of the way, are they? I think Kastorp will will try and make his way through. He probably has a little bit of an advantage of being maybe recognised as the race leader. Maybe, I mean, it's a bright orange car. It's difficult to miss, especially in this kind of dying, fading light, as it really stands out with the light turning a little bit tingy orange as the sun starts to set. But I'm sure Kastorp will have a plan as to how to make his way through. He's made his way through traffic already. He probably found some places where it's good to try and put the car right near to a lapped car, maybe try and force them out of the way, make them realise that they're really holding us up now. There's lots of variables, and when the blue flag runners don't have to get out of the way, they're not going to voluntarily jump out of the way unless they're a couple of laps down and in a fight. So Kastorp's not going to have it his own way, but I mean, I think if you're Cody Death, you're almost hoping he doesn't get held up, because any fuel gain for Kastorp is going to be realistically a gain, any fuel gain for Death is going to be a fuel gain for Kastorp, and Kastorp can't, or Death can't afford Kastorp to do that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, certainly. Alex Gall is losing time here, I'm afraid, for Apex. Just hope that is some early cobwebs being blown away from him as he gets into the car for the first time today. That's the difference he's got between those two ahead of him, is that he's not been in at all today, whereas Kastorp, for example, is just regaining control of that car after driving earlier. So it's a bit different, but he is losing an amount of time that would be concerning probably to the Apex Racing Academy just for the moment. We'll see whether he can get back in touch again here. Death seemingly is a bit closer now, and Kastorp putting less emphasis on weaving down the front straight. 2 hours and 1 minute to go here. Trying to work out how many laps might be remaining in this race. It's going to be very, very difficult to figure that out at this juncture as we start lap number 13, excuse me, from what I'm seeing. And maybe that fog that Jake was talking about earlier on is starting to get over us here. I cannot see. Let's have a look through this camera shot here. Normally you can see Mount Fuji. I can see the outline of it, but not very clearly anymore. I have a feeling that camera shot might well not contain the big mountain any longer by the end of this race.
I don't think Mount Fuji in Sim actually has any snow on it, which obviously, which happened for the first time this year in recorded history. Yeah, first time in recorded history. So maybe there's a bit of synergy there. Maybe they changed it. I can't imagine that's iRacing's priority to get snow capped on the mountain for whether it is actually there or not. But I mean, either way, it even more of a simulator, isn't it? Even more accurate to life. Yeah, if the fog starts to roll in, it's just going to make things a little bit more complicated for these drivers, make it a little bit more difficult for them, well, for them to see each other, and really for us to see them, which is an absolute pleasure. But let's see, because it has started to roll in. Let's see how quickly it rolls, and it feels like it's quickly covered the surrounding areas, and it looks like it is getting mistier down this front stretch, but it's still manageable for the time being with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, the previous camera shots made it look like it was the sun going down that was making the visibility get a little bit difficult, but actually it looks like the mist now. Or is this mist or fog? I mean, what is the difference? Oh. I don't even know. But looks like fog to me. I don't know. It's difficult to tell. It means that we won't be able to see very well. That's the main problem here. So we'll do our best, but very shortly I think our helicopter shots might become a little bit redundant. On board we go with Cody Death. This may be the lens we view a lot of the last part of this race through. The conditions not so bad that these guys can't see where they're going for the moment, which is the main thing, I suppose. You can still very easily see the next corner from the previous one, which is not a luxury they may be afforded later, as we do finally tick below 2 hours to go. There's a change between Good and Go drivers for 10th place as Adrian Gureka gets back past Gun Tasdalan. Oh dear, as the number 18 vaults over the anti-cuts at the final sector.
Yeah, that's not the racing line to take through there, and paying a bit of a price to see them getting hit, or not getting hit, or just the car being hit by the curbs and spinning them around eventually. Not what you want to be seeing, and they are quite aggressive curbs, they really are. They're basically a boundary. You do not want to touch them. If you touch them, you're likely to be in a world of pain, but we'll see now with our leading duo. Oh my word, that is quite the camera angle. Yeah, maybe just trying to get higher in the car to get some good phone signal. I don't know.
Very good. Didn't the ST Racing car, one of them, I know there's one still in the race, the ST Racing Esports pink car, Peter Brett, didn't that retire that car earlier on? I know they definitely did. That's one of the Porsches that were in earlier on. I know they definitely did hit one of those anti-cuts earlier on. I don't know whether that was the reason for their retirement or whether it was just before that, but they certainly did smash into an anti-cut curb earlier on, and it can do some real damage. For as much as we're joking around about the spectacular sight, it can really do some damage, so better be careful of that. As Yannick Lapchan and also Nicholas Rubelar make their way in for Live Sim Racing and Drago Racing, as I said before, they have resigned themselves to pitting on the hour for the final 3 stops of their race, so they're only now making their penultimate stop of the day. Daniel Lafuente is probably not going to be too far behind them, making his penultimate stop of the day either. He's probably about 10 laps away, 15 laps away from doing so.
Oh, I don't even know if it'll be that far, because I don't know whether he'll push this stint longer. We'll have to see. Obviously, only 17 laps done in this stint. Yeah, you're probably right, maybe another 10 laps or so, but just trying to split it up evenly may work out nicely. We'll see where he decides to go, because, I mean, he's still gaining on the leaders. The gap is 3.6 seconds. It was 4.4 when the leaders came out. So he's doing an incredible job at the moment to gain up towards the front 3. But yeah, we'll have to see how the pit stops do pan out. I was going to quickly go back to the point about fog and mist, and I did know this, but I double-checked that mist is basically fog, but the visibility is greater than 1,000 meters. Fog is when the visibility is less than 1,000 meters. So at the moment it's mist, but it could then become fog, if that makes sense.
Rubbish, isn't it? I mean, that's just stupid. It's weather. It's just, we don't change the name for rain, but depending on how hard it is.
Well, I mean, it depends. You can have rain, then snow. It's all precipitation, isn't it?
The snow is very different to rain. If not in chemical makeup, but it is very different.
I know your science brain there.
Well, I haven't got much of a science brain, to be honest, but I know enough to know that that's stupid for mist and fog. So there we go. So we're calling this mist then, or can we see it? How do we even know if you can see 1,000 meters? What a load of rubbish!
I mean, they're pretty. I don't know. Maybe they have, on weather stations, they may be able to point a light or something. I don't know. I know that we can see 1,000 meters though, because the front straight is more than 1,000 meters. We can see down that, and we can see the mountain, and that's not within a kilometer. We're definitely in the mist area.
Okay. Okay, fine. I'll take your word for that.
I'll ensure to let you know when it becomes fog.
Okay, thanks. I look forward to it. Hour 55 to go, and Yuri Kazduk is finding himself in some real traffic now. Daniel Lafuente catching him as well here. He's mostly gaining, but watch out for Lasse back as well. Just under 7 seconds for the first time. This will really hold them back now, the leaders, as they are in behind the Mac Performance McLaren. That is Pierpaolo Repucci in the 151. Just in behind, he's actually lapping someone here, so this is a 3-time lapping going on now. Just up ahead of him is the ST Racing Esports blue car, the remaining ST Racing car, Zachary Rivard in that one, going 2 laps down here. So Yuri Kazduk going to have to work his way through on 2 in 1. Cody Deep is going to follow past the Porsche first time round.
Yeah, let's see if he can keep this position, whether he can keep his way rolling through this traffic. Got through on 1, got another right in front of him up towards the Coca-Cola curb. He's flashing the lights, which will be all the more effective as we get into darker conditions. Was that a bit of a slide? No, it was just my eyes as we go through turn 3 with our race leader, but not going to be too happy if this continues for another few corners. Wouldn't mind getting through at Dunlop. I think that'll be the target for Yuri Kazdorp. If Kazdorp can get through at Dunlop, Cody Deeth could be in a little bit of trouble though, because he'll probably be stuck throughout the entirety of the final sector, albeit Kazdorp doesn't look that close to going to Dunlop, although he may make a bit of a send.
Oh, he's flashing the lights. He's absolutely wanting to get through, but not able to. Oh, that was close. Goodness me, Zachary Rivard was late on the brakes there and very nearly rear-ended Cody Deef. He just about made the corner, and now he'll have to let Alex Gal pass, but that would have been a heart-in-mouth moment. If not for Cody Deef, then certainly his teammates watching, as there will be plenty of them. Grid & Co putting their faith in the 002 here, you would imagine. Their other cars are A, pretty close to not making it and in more of a precarious situation even than Cody Deef, and B, are nearly half a minute behind this battle as the conditions do get really murky now. You can see the headlights making much more of an impression on the road. There's a bit of weaving around from Mac Performance. What are they saying there? Are they saying, get through if you can, or I'm going to let you through? It looks like they're finally going to give up the ghost here and go a lap down, and they know they've got the leaders behind them. There they go, lifting off. Kastrup and Deef both go through again in towards turn 1.
And Kazdorp comfortably getting the line right. Deeth having a little bit of difficulty, obviously, overtaking the lapped car, but gets back into queue and will continue where he is. Battle for P3 brewing now, albeit we know that Team 86 aren't going to be able to get home in one more stop, but even so, Daniel Lafuente really is doing an incredible job. I think one of the quickest drivers on the circuit last time around, second quickest inside all the drivers on the lead lap, actually, quickened only by Sven-Ola Haase in the Grid & Go VC001. So really good job in the Team 86 by Daniel Lafuente, albeit it's not going to be for much, is it? Because he's going to have to come into the pit lane twice more to make sure that that car survives to the end of the race. But it is good to see that we've got 4 teams by just 3 seconds in this race, and tightening all the time as well as we get towards 1 hour 51. We are getting dangerously near fog as well, by the way, Ewan, so I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you. I wonder whether, I was going to speculate whether it was down to the weather, or actually I've just figured it's probably down to the fact that these cars are still probably very heavy, actually, since they're not far out the pit lane. But interesting that no one's been able to do 139s in these last couple of moments. So we are going slower than we were before. I think a slow race helps Grid & Go here. I think they're precariously close to making this race go on 1 lap further than they can manage. I think we're very close, and in all likelihood going to have a 286 lap race, whereas they can only do a 285 laps. So they will want to slow this race down, and I wonder whether they will sort of manufacture in the final stint a big battle for the win that slows everybody down so much that they can actually shorten this distance by a lap and hopefully win the battle. That will be quite a fiendish strategy, if you like, but it might be what they have to go for here, because otherwise, if we go at a really strong pace, I don't see how they're going to make it unless they do a 42-lap stint somewhere.
No, you're right. I mean, I'm just doing a little bit of maths. With 90 minutes to go at the pace we're currently going, when we cross the 90-minute mark, we should have 54 laps to go on the 90-minute mark. So I'll have to try and work that out for a little bit longer for the near term. But current stints, Cody Deeth has done 15 laps. He'll be able to go another 25. So you'd think that that'd be getting him towards the 1 minute 10 mark if he's able to do another 25 laps. But then it becomes a little bit difficult, because we know with 1:10 to go, you're going to be finding yourself needing to do about 40. It's going to be close. It's really going to be close. Yes. I don't think we're really going to know until they make their pit stops, to be honest.
So 41 laps at 1 minute 40 average lap time, which is about what they're doing. Maybe that's a bit too quick, actually. But at 1 minute 40 average lap time, that's 1 hour 8 minutes and 20 seconds. As far as I got Hugo to do the calculation for me, because otherwise I'll be gone for 15 minutes again, like I was earlier on. So it's 1 hour 8 and 20 seconds. For 41 laps, but that might be a slight underestimation of because their lap times are a bit slower than that at the moment, as Daniel Lafuente does get through in towards turn number 1 on Alex Gal. He's still not quite bedded in here, Alex Gal, and Daniel Lafuente is flying. He's now just less than 3 seconds off the race lead.
Could he challenge for the race lead before he comes to the pit box? I don't think he'd mind, and the team would mind leading the race for a lap or two before he has to come into pit lane. I mean, again, it's not going to be for too much. We know he can't get to the end in one stop. Well, we said we can't get to the end in one stop. he could try. I think it's going to be tough, considering he's got 19 laps on this stint, really tops. Yeah, you know, I've gone from saying he's not going to do it. Let people dream, Ewan. Why not?
No,
it's not
going to.
Yeah, okay. He's probably not going to. But at least he can try and lead the race. I mean, that's a benefit.
No, I think that could be a name for them. I mean, I think they are going to run out of time in that as well, to be honest with you. 23 laps about to be completed for them on this stint. I reckon they can probably only do about 30. So is there going to be enough time for them to quite do it? I'm not sure. But it would be nice for them to lead the race. I think for Williams as well, it would be nice to just say, you know, we do have the pace to have led this race. And, you know, our luck didn't go our way today. But don't forget we had the pace for this. Yeah, it's been a disappointment for them. David Sobrero is out, down in 39th after hitting a rejoining McLaren at turn 13 about an hour and 15 minutes ago now, hour and 20 ago. They have been in the pit box ever since and not re-emerging. It's left this wonderful situation for the lead, I've got to say, with a very tight battle between number 3 and number 002. Yuri Kastrup and Cody Deef at the moment leading this race. They just get past another lap car in towards turn number 1. That was one of the Mercedes that they have just passed there. That was going for a second lap down, Boots and VDS that was. They're not far behind Jaden Comright as well. There is Jaden in the Ferrari, so a lot more traffic to deal with here in this point in the race for Yuri Kastrup and Cody Deef, and Deef has to make sure he follows the McLaren through. He can't let a gap open.
No, he has to keep right behind, but the only issue for Deef is he can't afford using up too much of that fuel in overtaking these cars. Kastrup inside line is going to allow Deef to still up the inside as well. 1 and 2 file their way through, and they're now both through on the duo of lapped cars. Problem for Daniel Lafuente is he's stuck behind, I think, is it 3 of them now? It's at least 2 of them between himself and the drivers he's chasing for P2. Yes, it is 3. You can see that bright red car behind 3. He needs to overtake quite a few to get himself back into contention for possibly the lead of the race. But as they make their way through the final corner, oh, it is getting a little bit testy, isn't it, with the mist still? No, I don't think it's fog yet. We'll have to see the front on shot. I've worked out that the front straight is about 1.5 kilometers here at Fuji. So if you can't see the pit entry from here, which you still can, it's still not fog yet. So it's still a bit misty out there.
Here comes Lafuente down the inside of the Mac Performance McLaren as well here. That Mac Performance McLaren, by the way, trying to catch Jaden Comright in the Chatham Vesta Ferrari. So that's a fight now as the first driver's 1 lap down. These are difficult conditions. I think Jake said earlier on that they would only come about 3/4 of an hour from the end, but we're an hour and 3/4 away from the end here, and it's getting pretty difficult. So this is maybe a more difficult final part of this race than everybody was imagining. You still see the outline of Mount Fuji in the background as well, although no definition on it because of the conditions. So it is getting more difficult out there, but unclear really as to whether these drivers are noticing at the moment. Distance of visibility is still good enough that they can more than see where they're going when they need to here.
Yeah, and that's really all that they need to be doing, to be fair. Yes, it's a little bit more difficult as that's a wide moment there going into Dunlop. I think that's a loss of position for the lapped cars. It's a bit of a change in position for the lapped cars as we run our way through. With was that Thomas Imborg, I think it was, losing the spot. Could have been Pecorini. Either way.
There's Boots and VDS going a lap down to the Mac Performance McLaren, so that they weren't on the same lap. The McLaren further back is on the same lap as the Ferrari, but not of the Mercedes, which is confusing, I know, but that's what we've got at this stage in the race. And Cody Deef is getting very close into the final corner there as well. He's surely not going to go for an overtake, but he's applying the pressure to the McLaren at the front of this race. Yuri Kastrup by 0.2 of a second leads over the line, and Cody Deef is going to get a big fuel save this time round.
Yeah, and Cody Deef is doing what he needs to do, frankly. He's in an awful position right now with the fuel. He's in a very tricky spot, but he knows that he needs to stick with Yuri Kastrup. That's the only way he has any chance of winning this race. If Kastrup gets up the road, I mean, realistically, it's race done for the Grid and Go VC 002. So Let's see if he can stay there. Doing an incredible job on this stint so far. Of course, he lost the lead at the start of this current stint. Now, I'm starting to think, was that maybe slightly tactical? Did he go slightly wide to almost create that overtake, knowing that the fuel numbers were tight? It's likely. But then, the ability that he's been able to have to stick with Kasdorp has been the key factor. If he led him through, if he got overtaken either way, it doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is the fact that he's been able to keep that gap well under half a second for the last half an hour. We'll have to see how much it pays him back, because will it pay him back in being able to get through to the end of the race with only one more stop? Will it give him a chance at the win? We'll have to wait and see, but it's still going to be tight from on the fuel number.
Yeah, I mean, Deef's in second right now, absolutely on purpose. There's no doubt about that, I don't think. He has absolutely meant all of this, and he's saving fuel delightfully as a result now in that Corvette. Up over the curbs, sparks flying, which you can see a bit more of now because of the daylight fading. 1 hour 43, just less than remaining here at Fuji. Still probably over half an hour until this man will have to come in. Have a listen to this. That is a significant lift before braking. Don't forget, Kasdorp probably needs to save a little bit as well, but he's nothing like the Corvette at the moment. And it does seem he's toned it back slightly from the start of this stint, where he really was weaving around trying to break the slipstream to Deef. He's weathered that storm as Cody Deef. He's stayed with him. It looks like Kasdorp has stopped trying to drop him now as well.
Yeah, I think Kasdorp just almost accepted the fact that Deef's going to be sitting there, but if Kasdorp can stay ahead, then it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Because Kasdorp's got the advantage with track position with the numeracy towards the end of the race, so it's looking good for him. I don't think he really minds if Cody Deef stays there for the time being. It may become a bit of an issue if Deef starts to fight this one into the final stint, although we may not even see Cody Deef in that car. Depends if anybody will jump into the gridandgo.com VC002. But again, things we'll find out in the pit stop. When we get through that last pit stop, we can almost start trying to work out the maths, and we're pretty much going to the end. It may still be tight on a couple of fuel numbers, but we'll be able to almost say with some confidence we kind of know how it's going to play out on terms of the field, not necessarily in terms of what's going to happen on the circuit, because as the first 6 hours 20 have shown, we just cannot. Williams looked like they had this under their thumb, really. It was in complete control, and then all of a sudden something happened with a lapped car. They crash into it, they're out of the race. It's changed the face of the race completely, so still a very long way to go in the grand scheme of things. Anything can happen with these guys. We're talking about this battle as if we're in the closing stages. Still a lot can go wrong for them.
Have a listen again. It is so significant, isn't it, on the way towards turn 1 especially. Just get right to the top of the rev range in 6th and then slowly bringing it all the way down. Lafuente just 2 seconds behind them, by the way. You might be able to catch glimpses of him in the rear view camera, which is pointed the wrong way for us, I know, but you might be able to catch the headlights for the Team 86. As I said before, though, Lafuente is not too far away from stopping. This is lap number 28 now of this stint for him. There he is in the bright red behind. So he's got a bit more catching to do, but he will be here probably by the time he makes his stop, and then unfortunately will go out of the picture. I actually think he's going to lead in the final hour, but we'll pit in to let these guys back through again after he's made that final pit stop. Of course, we have already seen 2 stops from the top 10 during this stint. Liveries Racing and Drago Racing have both been in. They took pretty much full stops though, so they'll still be behind these guys by some margin. We won't see any new leaders, I wouldn't have thought, other than maybe Team 86 in that final hour. But 100 minutes to go here at Fuji. In the last hour or so, this race has absolutely been lit up by an unfortunate incident for Williams Esports, giving everyone in the top 10 almost a chance of winning at the time. And a great strategic tactical battle between Yuri Kasdorp and Cody Deef at the head of this race. Yuri Kasdorp is striving, by the way, he posted on Twitter the other day, striving to get to 10,000 iRating now. That's when you know he's getting to a real big level in iRacing. Not as him, he's always been on enough to get to 10k, but he is these days, and he's on his way there. And Cody Deef, of course, who's been on this sim for a very long time as well. Both of these two at the top of their game at the moment. Just over half a second. Deef with a small error through turn 1 that time round. So half a second is the gap. And it's status quo between the two of them. A long time to wait until the pit stops here. Still another half an hour to go until we should be seeing that Corvette in.
Yeah, let's see when it does pop into the box. Lap counter now for Cody Deeth on this stint is 22. For a second I thought it was 28, but no, that's the Team 86 car on 28. So 22 for Cody Deeth. I'm going to be honest, it's looking better every time I think about it for Cody to get to the end. It's still going to be very close, but if he could stretch this stint out another 18 laps, I mean, we're looking at least another half an hour there, and then he's into that 1 hour 8 range. So it's definitely looking close for Cody Deeth. Kasdorp has this locked down. He knows exactly what he needs to do, which is, you know, drive, don't necessarily worry about the fuel too much, get to the end of the race. I think if Kasdorp can go longer in the pit stop, we've seen every time Deeth pit early, Kasdorp has gained in the pit stop phase. We've seen it a couple of seconds throughout the last few hours. So if Kasdorp can do that the next, on his final set of pit stops, he will just break that train with Cody Deeth. And then he won't really have anybody to worry about. Maybe Alex Gal may come back to him, but we've seen Gal fall away throughout this stint. He was a second and a half behind. He's now 4.5 seconds behind. But there's lots of different options here at play for Yuri Kasdorp, so you can almost choose how he wants to end this race, whether he wants to end it matching Cody Deeth and knowing that he can keep him behind, or trying to go a little bit longer and pull that gap out a little bit more whilst they're off kilter. So options galore, but still 97 minutes left to go, and you know, a lot of laps. I mean, well over 50 still in this one. Yes,
that's another key as well. We've talked about it before, but a real key, how many laps are indeed remaining now. The beauty of endurance racing, we often do not know in a timed race like this. 8 hours here at Fuji, of course. Last year we ran this race. I don't know how much you take notice of this, Darrell. Last year when we ran this race, it was 286 laps. Now, are we going slower this year or not? I don't know. The fastest lap that day was a 38.5. That's faster than anyone's been able to do today. So I wonder whether either the conditions were quicker or the cars were quicker back then. I'm not sure, but I don't think Grid and Go can make it if it's a 286 lap race for the second year in a row. I think they'd fall one short in that event. If it's 285, then I think they'll be okay, but we are still a long way from knowing, as Daniel Lafuente in the background comes into pit lane after a 29.30 lap stint.
Yeah, and let's see if he can take the race lead on this overcut. I'd like to think that he will. He's going to have to come into the pit lane one more time after this. You'd think about roughly the 45-minute mark, give or take, but you've seen how well the overcuts, or the undercuts have done, and the overcuts, well, the undercuts for Lafuente and the overcuts for Kasdorp have done a bit of a on opposite sides of the spectrum. But let's see what Lafuente can do. He'll come out of the pit lane just outside of the top 12. I mean, the top 12 still only split by 43 seconds. That gap really not growing out too much. Big gap between La Charité in 12th and Francis McGinn for Parnell Racing in 13th. It's a gap of nearly half a minute. So Lafuente likely to find himself in a lot of space. There may still be some lap traffic, but definitely a little bit of room for him to work with, and let's see if he can get himself into a net race lead over the next few minutes.
Patrick Jordan in YouTube chat asking, is rain coming? We don't believe so, but it looks, the conditions are ripe for rain at the moment, aren't they, really? Foggy conditions, or misty apparently still. Darren's on watch apparently as to when fog becomes mist and mist becomes fog, or whatever it is. And we're looking to the skies as well, because it is overcast now. The sun was out earlier on. It got very dusky actually as the sun was going down, but we don't believe there's any rain forecast. There certainly wasn't any earlier on in the day, so with 95 minutes to go, it may well stay away, but that would really throw an extra spanner into the works as well. I kind of want to see how this race between the top two runs out, to be honest, though, without the interruption of rain.
Yeah, but it would spice it up a bit, wouldn't it? If there was nothing else we could add to this race, we could add a little bit of rain. That would be interesting. I kind of agree, though, in that I'd like to see how this battle pans out with everybody else. But you can never say no to an added little bit of spice when we've had this much added already. I mean, it'd definitely be a hot meal. I don't know where that analogy was going, but I'll end it there. The end of the race now is the target for a few teams to get there. The likes of Grid and Go, VC002, are part of that, but also the likes of Mag Performance SRT. They've gone 28 laps on this stint. The Grid and Go 001 card's gone 30, the 004's gone 29, so they're not looking very good. I mean, the only real safe teams at the moment, it seems, definitely safe, are it's the Ford, not the Ford, currently piloted by Yuri Kasdorp, and the Apex Racing Academy of Alex Gal. Apart from that, it's touch and go with everybody else. And Grid and Go 002, which was looking pretty poor early on, is now looking pretty good compared to, the teams in 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th. So this is really going to be an interesting race, if anything, just for the back end of the top 10 as well, to see if the likes of Team 86 can actually end up getting a top 5 result by virtue of other teams having to pit.
Andrew Curran reassures us there is no rain forecast still, so it would be a big surprise to see any during the final 90 minutes of this one. Yuri Kasdorp and Cody Deef make their way down the front straight again here. Lasse Bach is just about quicker than them on this stint, or has been. He's just less than 7 seconds behind them in the number 2 Corvette. I think his more realistic goal actually might be for a podium here, because Alex Gal is struggling in the final part of this race compared to Yuri Kasdorp and Cody Deef. As I mentioned earlier, this is his first stint of the race entirely. Cody Deef is already warmed up from a stint previous to this one, and Yuri Kasdorp has just gotten fresh in for a last couple of hours after having been in for a couple of hours earlier on. So he's up against a very uphill struggle at the moment, and he hasn't been able to quite stay with these two leaders. But Lasse Bach may have a chance at a podium place there. 4.5 seconds now. The Apex Racing Team Academy behind these two, battling for the lead.
Yeah, and this is getting close now in terms of the weather, the pit stop phase, the end of the race. We're all getting towards the climax of this great event, but Yuri Kasdorp keeping Cody Deeth at arm's length, but Deeth, as we've said, doing exactly what he needs to do at the moment for the time being. I am somewhat enjoying how Grid and Go are running 6th, 7th and 8th almost in tow. It's almost a slight shame that it isn't that they aren't all together, because it's the 01 and then the 04 and then the 03. It'd be quite nice if they were all together. I'm sure Cody Deeth wouldn't like to be there, and he'll come out well behind him in the pit stop phase, but it might just be a nice little synergy between those guys, considering that they started miles away from each other. The 001 started in 10th, the 004 started in 20th, 003 started 2nd, and the 002 doing the best started in 14th. So they weren't really together at the start. They found each other on the circuit though, and it doesn't seem to be doing them much harm as we work our way towards turn 1. And Ewan, I have to say, I think we've turned it to fog now. I can't see that white line for pit entry.
Oh, excellent. That's cleared that up then. It would be nice if those four were, yeah. It would be nice if those four were in number order. Definitely. Yeah. We've just seen number 4 pass number 3 for 7th place. Adrian, well, I'll say just seen. It happened about 20 minutes ago now. Adrian Gureke getting through. Just behind them, by the way, Damon Woods and Paul Lang at nose to tail. Falcon Sim Racing Team versus Joy Esports. My time screen is showing me Falcon having had a bad lap there. No, they didn't. It's telling lies to me. It's fine. 1 minute 40.0 from him last time round. Damon Woods, actually, that's one of the better lap times than anybody's done that time round. So it really was playing tricks on me. Paul Lang right in behind. That's the battle for 9th place. There's still a lot going on here. I know that we've been watching the battle for the lead, and rightly so as well, but there is this battle for 9th place happening. A 3-car train for 16th at the moment between Impulse Racing, Dory Sports Academy and Drago Racing, who have also, of course, made their penultimate pit stop. That's legitimately where they are, and those three are not long from being lapped by the leaders now as well. And so those are the other couple of battles that are going on around the circuit as things stand. But Falcon Sim Racing Team, I think, are going to view this race maybe in a couple of months or so, once the initial hurt of missing out, very possibly, on a chance of winning this event. I think they're going to look back with pride at the way they've recovered here, because they were a long way down earlier. Now they're only 35 seconds off the lead. Again, take that penalty away, they would be in the lead. I know it's not as easy as to say that, but They'll be disappointed today. They'll be proud, hopefully, in a couple of months of how they've recovered with this and how they may have driven themselves to a top 10. We'll see what they're like on fuel, but they may be in with a shout of a top 10 here.
On fuel, I mean, stint 32 laps is the latest stint. They are how many laps behind? 4 laps behind Cody Deeth. So I think 9 impossible to get home in 1. But I'm sure they're going to try, and you can't knock them for trying. But we'll have to see how they can do. But it has been a great recovery throughout their race. They've kept the pace up. They've got through traffic for position effectively, and they're looking at picking up a top 10 still. So full credit to them for sticking in this battle and keeping going, because it all looked lost early on, but they fought their way back and can still claim a top 10, which is no mean feat in a field of 48 that started this one, with some big names as well. I mean, there was a Williams Esports pit fit car that went out very early indeed. I think it was on the opening lap. The WSR Esports butt kicker, one of those cars, the 223, went out early as well. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, of course, has gone out since, and other teams have found themselves further down the order than they otherwise would have expected. So keeping going has been a really impressive feat, and Falcon should be very proud with how they've done, and they're still on for a top 10, it seems.
Yeah, may not feel like it today, but they have driven well, as 0.2 of a second is the gap for the race lead. Deeth almost pushing Cast up into turn 1 and then lifting off. He's getting a great load of fuel saving here, is Cody Deeth. He is getting an armchair ride, and they're just staying off the back of this next little bit of lap traffic as well. We know that can wreak havoc in a leading battle. The last lap car they passed was quite a close one for Cody Deeth, I thought, in terms of staying in touch with Kastrup. It was in towards turn 10. He had to go around the outside, sort of, at turn 11 as well. I can't remember who it was, but Kastrup got down the inside easily at 10. Deeth found it a little bit more tricky, but he got there in the end. And he is still there, but that could have been a make or break kind of day. But look at all the traffic up ahead here. That's make or break stuff as well. You just saw going through the bottom of his shot the Impulse car. That's currently being driven by Lemmy Mischke, just ahead of Tour Esports Academy, driven by Malte Johansson, and then Drago Racing, driven by Nicholas Rubelat. Rubelat will have the shortest of the final stops, because they've all got well, actually, Johansson's got still 2 to go, I think, in the middle of this train, because he's on lap 38 right now. But Mischke's got a lot longer of a final stop than Rubelat, so that battle will be sorted eventually, but it's not something you want to be coming across as the race leaders here. This long line of cars making their way down towards turn 1.
And it's tricky. All of these variables are tricky for drivers to try and manage, especially when you've got so many cars still in your way, and with the weather closing in on you. I don't think that the dropping of the light is helping at all with the fog that we are seeing. But an hour and 25 still left on the clock, and so many difficulties are ahead for these teams. I mean, we've got the traffic that are staying in clumps. They are staying pretty close together, even if they are a lap down. Not helping the situation at all. We saw it about half an hour ago with our front runners. We're still seeing it now. And even if they're not on the same lap, we're just seeing a couple of clumps here and there. There's battles towards the back end of the runners on the lead lap, 16th through 18th. Impulse Racing by Vulderat, Tour Esports Academy and Drago Racing. Those guys are split by less than a second, but they're not far off being lapped either, only about 10 seconds or so. So they may become a little bit of a problem towards the end of this race, and it's going to count when all is said and done by the end of the day. Kastrup really just wants a calm race to the end. He knows he's got the numbers beneath him. He knows he's got the pace to use as well to make sure he can bring it home for himself and his teammate Thomas Ronhaar, but for the time being, it's still up in the air. Still a lot of work to do, and still you have to concentrate. You cannot make mistakes at this stage of the race that can be so costly. Not least because you're going to lose the positions and the time, but because you've not got that much time anymore to regain those spots as you did a few hours ago.
And there you go, Johansson's in. So the 3-driver battle will come to an end, and they should actually finish all quite far apart because of their respective strategies. But there you go. We can still just about see the Ferrari at the end of pit lane, whatever that means for fog. There go the leaders, Yuri Kastrup and Cody Deeth, past them again. 1 hour 24 to go. We're getting towards the business end of this stint now. the most important pit stop of the race coming up very shortly. The stint now 31 laps old for Cody Deep. Can he go 10 more? And does that mean he can go to the end of this race? We've still not seen a 39, I don't think, from these guys in this stint. So this is a slower stint, and a slower stint helps Grid and Go.
Does, but at the same time, slowest thing could be an extra lap or two. So, in the same way that they'll be able to save fuel, they'll lose. I mean, there's a possibility of losing an extra lap, which means they could therefore need to save even more fuel. So, in a way, it's a give and a take, and they kind of have to hope that they run that really quite fine line of going a little bit slower and saving the fuel, but not increasing the lap count. That's going to be the real key. Towards the end of this stint, but we're coming towards the end of it. Last 15 minutes or so of the stint, with it's the Ford team able to, I mean, they can go another 12 laps, which would see them well towards the hour mark. The problem that we're going to see for Cody Deep is that he's only got another about 10 laps to do. I think actually 9 at the conclusion of this one. And that's going to keep running him quite close. I mean, 9 plus 6, 15. That leaves him 1 hour and 7. Oh, that's going to be tight, I think.
Yes, I think to be absolutely sure of making it, 1 hour, 8 and 20 seconds, to be very specific. That's when you're making your way in, by the way. I never buy into this theory of what the time is when you're on your way out, because you can't pit in with a minute to go at the end of the race. So if you're doing it a minute earlier, I don't really understand how that helps, but that's the key number we're looking at. But as I say, I think that's an underestimation of what the length of time could be, because that's an average lap time of 1 minute 40 with a 41 lap stint that we've done the calculation of. So obviously it's more complicated when you start doing decimal places, so I didn't bother with all that. But it is a average lap time that is just above 140, so maybe they can get away with 1 hour and 9. And if they can, then Grid and Go might be just getting away with this. But look at the traffic up ahead again here. 3 cars right up ahead of them. I thought maybe Kastrup was just letting off them just so that he didn't have to pass them before the pit stops, but he's going to have to. There's just over 80 minutes to go. He's got a long way to go until there's stop here, Kastrup. And so these lap traffic cars on back markers are going to have to be negotiated.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and not really what you want to be seeing, especially when you're coming towards the end of the stint. Absolutely. For Grid and Go, if they've got another 8 laps to go in this stint, that would be about another 13 minute 20, and they'd get down to pretty much exactly 1 hour 8 to go. And you're right in saying that it'd be about 1:08:20 to get to the end on 41 laps. So, I mean, this is running it as fine as you can get. And that's not considering the fact that if we cross the line with 5 seconds on the clock, we're going to go for the better fuel on the final lap. I think that's how close it's going to get. Everybody else that's currently gone longer in their current stint than Cody Deeth is in big trouble, and that is going to be the Mag Performance SRT, the Grid and Go 001, the Grid and Go 004, and the Falcon Sim Racing team. They're in big trouble for making it to the end. Everybody from Cody Deeth and then the rest of the top 4 should be safe. Grid and Go 003 with Tasdalen in that car looks like they could do well, and the WSR Esports butt kicker just inside the top 10. They could find themselves right in on the edge of the top 5 by the end, if those teams do have to pit by the end of the race.
Yeah, I think so. I think WSR could be 6th by the end of this, but let's see, because they've got Team 86 right behind them, and that's the other concern as well. What about those who are stopping short here? Where, you know, they're not going to disappear from the earth completely. They're going to be somewhere behind them, but how close? Daniel Lafuente is only 16 seconds behind WSR at the moment, and it is still Lafuente. We can assume he's going to the end from here, so he's one to watch as well. He will be in the top 10, I'm pretty sure, for Team 86, and maybe they're sort of short filling for the final 3 stops in a row has paid dividends for them. There they are, just under a minute off the lead, and the ultra benefit they've had as well is just being able to push all day. I reckon they might actually be leading once the 2 leaders come in.
Well, Team 86,
yeah.
You were saying, could be leading.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be close, but I think they've lost a few seconds on this stint, because I believe they came out with 57. down to Kasdorp and Deeth. It was definitely within a minute, and they are now over a minute. So they have lost a little bit of time. I'm not exactly sure how much, but it's going to be close again. It could end up being close with Gal and Back and La Fuente as we see them now. But I mean, this race is opening up new opportunities and new strategies and new endings that we didn't necessarily know were possible a few hours ago, to the point where it's going to come down to the final minute, the final lap. When does the white flag fly? Which is really what's keeping this race so entertaining to keep an eye on. And you've got to give it the fact that, look at all of the teams inside the top 10. Look at how close the teams are together. It's been a really tight race, and one that I think will stand out for quite a while, actually.
Yeah. Sven Hasse already in, so they've given up on making it, and he will be going to the end as well for Grid and Go. As we have a look here at Alex Gal and Lasse Back, by the way, this is a legitimate battle for third place. The top four we know can make it, and it looks like the top four will be the top four at the end. It's going to be difficult for them to lose this amount of time now, especially considering Bristow's not really the one you're worrying about. Instead, it's the 001 that was... well, so I suppose it is Bristow, isn't it? He's closest of those at the moment. He's about 12 seconds behind them. But of those who can make it, Lasserie is probably next, and he's over half a minute behind them, or around half a minute behind them. So they've got time to play with here, these two, and not much fuel to save either. This could be a fight even now for Lasse Back. Does he want to go through on Alex Gal, or will he wait for the pit stops? Oh, he is going to go for it. Thought he might wait there. He looked like he was going to, but eventually does duck down the inside. Alex Gal won't put up too much of a fight. He knows he's not quite as quick as Lasse Back. He'll hope, though, that the slipstream he'll now be getting will tow him along.
Yeah, and Alex Gal, can he use this to his advantage? That's really what he needs to be doing. Clearly, Cody Deeth has done that after being overtaken at turn 1 nearly 40 minutes ago now, but he has to make the same effect throughout the rest of this race. Gal clearly been struggling a little bit more than some of the others who've been able to be dialed in earlier on in this race, whether that's a symptom of the weather conditions coming in this last stint, whether that's a symptom of Alex Gal maybe just not having that tenth or two that the likes of Back and Deeth do. But even so, we're talking about a loss of 6 seconds over the course of an hour. This is really a minute change lap after lap, but it all adds up in a race as long as this. And Alex Gal having to try and attach himself to the back of Lasse Back, who, and I think Back needs to be given a little bit of praise here as well, because that Caderna car, the number 2, has really flown in his hands. He's been able to get himself up from, I think they were in the battle for P6, 7 and 8 a little while ago, now up into a legitimate podium position. This is a really good looking part of the race for Lasse Back, especially considering that whatever happens to Cody Deeth, if he can't finish the race without having to make a pit stop or without running out of fuel, Caderna's in the best position to pick up P2.
So, an hour 16 to go. How many more laps can Cody Deeth do? Is it 5 including this one, or after this one? Is that enough?
It's 5 including.
5 including, okay. Hour 16 to go. It's going to be... what's that? Just over 7 minutes, I think. So, he'll be in just under an hour and 9 to go. This is going to be so close. I really think this depends whether this is a 285 or 286 lap race. And the fact the average lap time here has been a bit slower this stint may have really helped him. Yuri Kasdorp, I've not seen him do a 39. Maybe he has during this stint, but I've not seen him. And it's the first time I've seen Cody Deeth do a 39 this last lap. So this speed is going down a bit with the cooler conditions, which is a bit abnormal, but it's helping. As they're in traffic as well here, that will help too. Yuri Kasdorp and Cody Deeth are working their way through traffic, and some of it is Grid and Go teammates as well. It could be falling into place for Cody Deeth, or is that 004 just come out behind them? It looks like it may have done, but anyway, on board we go with Cody Deeth. Look at the amount of traffic they've got to deal with here in the next few moments as Kasdorp pulls to the right-hand side. He surely can't require a pit stop at this stage. No, he's just searching for the slipstream of the BMW. And over the line they go. 4 to go for Cody Deeth here. I think it's going to be just under 109 to go when he pits in.
The issue that Deeth has got at the moment is the fact that our timing page, my timing page at least, has just updated to make it a 289 lap race. It's getting worse, not better.
Really?
If it was a 208, well, it has for me. I don't know if it has for you, but it may just be changing. It may be on the bubble. It may be changing for one or both. But even if it's a 287 lap race, so even if it's 2 laps shorter than that, he's going to be planning to come in, I'm sure, at the end of 244, I do believe. So if he comes in at the end of 244, then if that goes anything longer than 285, I mean, if we're talking about 287, 288, I mean, there's no hope that he saves that much fuel to the end of the race. So.
But I'm sorry, there's no way that we're getting 289 laps out of this race.
No. Okay.
It just isn't.
I think my point is that even if the idea that the indication that it's going up rather than down suggests that it's unlikely to come down to 286. So even if it goes to 287 or 288, I agree, it's unlikely to go to 289. I think that's far too far out. But the point is, if it's going further away, the likelihood that it goes to 285 is looking slim, considering that our lap counter was at 288, hours ago at this point. So it's looking tough for Deeth.
I think this is 44 laps to go here now. I don't see this at all, that this is going. I don't see any further than 286 here. I don't know where these numbers are. I'm looking at the same numbers you are. I don't know which computer has generated this, but I think it needs a whack because I don't know where they've got that from at all. This is not going 289 laps, even 288. I think it's 44 laps to go here. As long as Deeth does another 3, he might just about make it, but he can't afford an exceptionally fast final stint. Otherwise, this race will. Well, put it this way: Kazdorp will cross the line with about 3 seconds left, and he'll force Deeth to do another one that he can't do. So that's, or at least he'll push him to do another one that he can't do, whichever one it is. But same result. This race will go 1 lap too long, and that'll be it. So. They've got to be very careful here, and as I said earlier, if these two fight a lot, then they may well bring others into the fight, yes, but also they may bring the lap count down, which could help Grid and Go make it, because the number 3, Ronhar and Kazdorp, are not worried about anything like these kind of fuel concerns. No,
you're absolutely right. Yeah, I think you're right. We're looking at 44, but again, that's touch and go, and even if it is 44, that requires 2 41 lap stints from Coach Deeth to the end of this race, so he cannot do anything but fuel save. It gives Kazdorp a little bit of range to either underfuel the car a touch or be able to push on that final stint where Kazdorp, whereas Coach Deeth just can't. So it's just going to be tight. As they cross the line, they're going to cross the line with what? 2:11 on the clock. 1 hour 11 on the clock. That would suggest that we would have another 43 laps to go. So yeah, by your maths, I think if he comes in at the end of next lap, there would be 41 to go.
Not this one.
Tight. We're talking about when we cross the line for the white flag, and it's not going to be a big margin.
Yeah.
Because by rights, we should have 43 laps from now, and they're only coming into turn 3. So it's not the biggest range.
And there's Mag Performance coming in as well. They've just got this wrong. They did 42 laps there as well in an effort to make it, but they're not going to. That's really painful for them. What a performance from them, though. They've had a really great drive today, in amongst some big names as well. And they're really asserting themselves into this kind of level of sim racing now, especially Andrea Presto, who's been driving with them for a little while now. I haven't seen as much of Emanuele Oliveri, but he is clearly just as quick in that McLaren today. Looks like the result may not read on the results sheet quite what they deserve. We'll see in 1 hour and 10, of course. Into traffic again. This is the car, by the way, that rejoined the circuit in front of Williams Esports, and unfortunately, there's no other way of putting this, ruined their race and created this battle for the lead. Maybe Williams would have been involved in it had they still been here. However, it's impossible to know, and it's great that we do have still 2 for the lead despite everything that's gone on today. Deeth is staying to the left-hand side. He can do one more. He's given himself the best possible chance here. I reckon this is enough now. He's still going to need the saving, but he won't need anything extra on top of what he's currently doing.
I've also just had a dawning realization here that I don't know why we hadn't factored this in. They're going to have to come into the pit stop and lose a minute, aren't they?
Well, I've already factored that in, but
oh, okay, but by that reckoning, then they're going to miss that extra lap. At the end of this lap, they'll be 42.
No, I've seen the time this time round. I'm a lot more confident for Grid and Go than I was half an hour ago, that's for sure. But then again, still, they're probably going to require a 41-lap stint, and let's not underplay how difficult that could be in a situation like this. Cody Deep knows he's coming in this time. He wants to slow it down Yuri Kasdorp, or at least get a car length on him here. He goes down the inside at turn 6. He's done all the fuel saving he needs to for this stint, so he's going to try and use it to get the lead here. Does he bonsai down the inside here as well at turn 10? No. He's not desperate to get that car length, but he would have liked it. He gave it a go in towards turn 6.
Yeah, and let's see as they run through the final sector. Likely that Cody Deeth is coming in. That's why he tried to fling it to the inside at turn 7, but it's not going to work out for him. Kasdorp knows that Deeth is going to be a little bit desperate with the strategy that it is currently going his way. But he just needs to know that he needs to get to the final couple of corners. Deeth is almost certainly coming into the box this time around. Let's see as they come out of the final corner. It'll be the final pit stop if Deeth does make it in the 002, or is Kasdorp coming in, maybe doing a little bit of a dummy. Here comes Cody Deeth. He has to come in, and when he comes out of the pit lane, there'll be what, a minute and 6 minutes 45 to go. He's going to get 41 laps to the end.
They are committed on the way in, aren't they? Goodness me. Cody Deeth into pit lane with just less than an hour and 8 to go. We believe he's okay for fuel now, but how many laps remaining, we don't know. It may not matter. I think the bigger thing is what's going to be the gap to Yuri Kasdorp when the number 3 comes out. That will happen, I think, in a lap maybe. I'm not sure Kasdorp will have saved enough for like 41 laps again here. He only did 40 last time, so let's see what he does this time round as Deeth stops at the top of your screen. Kasdorp continues on at the bottom, and he's got no lap traffic. That's the big thing here for the McLaren. Nothing to negotiate lap traffic-wise.
Yeah, it looks pretty good for Yuri Kasdorp. I've also just realised I did all my wisdom when I said about the pit stop phase. I added time, not took it away. So, yeah, you can forget what I said about that. He should be fine to the end. But this is Kasdorp's chance now to overcut by a couple of laps, to try and maybe save a little bit of time in the stop, to put less fuel in the car. I suggest that's likely what he's going to be trying to do. I wouldn't think he's going to overfuel the car a touch and then try and push to the end. I think he'd try and gain the gap and manage in the same way that we're going to see Cody Deeth managing. Cody Deeth out of the pit lane, though. He's going to be down in P6, ahead of the likes of Streitmatter, ahead of the likes of Sven Olahasa. Olahasa is going to have another pit stop, mind you. He is not really 5 seconds behind the 002, albeit they've made the same amount of pit stops. One more stop is incoming for the 001.
Yes, as Kasdorp does indeed come in now. We were expecting this, to be honest, that he wouldn't have saved enough to do 41 laps. Don't underestimate just what an ordeal even that is here around this circuit. So, what was the pit stop time for Cody Deeth? We'll just have a look here. It was 41.2. That's pretty much standard length. No room for underfueling for him, as expected. And there is a change. Yuri Kasdorp gets out for Thomas Ronhart. What a situation to throw the youngster into. Just 19 years of age, but of course so much experience under his belt already, Thomas Ronhart. A lot of it away from iRacing, but he's got the ambition of possibly winning his first ever iRacing special event here in Top Split. I believe, anyway. Correct if I'm wrong. As up in front of Cody Deeth, one of the McLarens goes, I think over the anti-cut. Thankfully it's out the way, and Cody Deeth doesn't have to negotiate a spun car, but there you go. Ronhart a little bit faster in the box by maybe 0.3 of a second. As near as makes no difference. It's more about the outlaps and the inlaps from these two. The McLaren on the bottom of your screen. Has he done enough to stay out in front here, Thomas Ronhart? And Yuri Kasdorp, of course, who did the in-lap. Out comes the McLaren. Here comes Cody Deeth down the straight. You can see him homing into view. It's pretty much as you were for the lead of this one. As Deeth goes deep into the corner, he needs to grab the slipstream here. And he's not that close, actually. 0.8 of a second. If Ronhart's quick off the mark here, he can break the slipstream immediately.
and the length of pit stop was pretty much level between Ronha or from the it's the Ford, not the Ford car, and the Grid and Go 002 car. So maybe there's a little bit more margin that can be used by Thomas Ronha here in the final stint. But like you said, he's been thrown in at the end. I mean, I'd have thought that Kasdorp would stay in a little bit wide through turn 7, just getting himself back into the rhythm of things as he was a couple of hours ago. But all of a sudden now, Cody Death against Thomas Ronha for the win. They should both be able to make it to the end. My, this is going to be one hell of a battle in the final hour.
And how long are we going to have to wait for the fireworks to start here between these two? Because, as I said before, don't underestimate how much it takes to save and go 41 laps here. Will Death need that little bit of buffer early on by saving and leave the passing for later? He's already looking. Here he goes in the final corner. He wants to strike while Ronha's a little bit cold in the car. Oh, and it's contact. They glue together and he gets the place. A pass for effectively the race lead here as Cody Death passes Thomas Ronha in the final corner. But the McLaren gets into the slipstream immediately now and tries to come back at him again in towards turn 1. Ronha is a feisty customer. He's not going to let this one slide. He's going to have another go here into turn 1, is he? He looks up the inside. He doesn't brake late enough this time, though. Death goes wide, though. Oh, he's handed it to him on a plate. And with 63 minutes to go, excuse me, Thomas Ronha retakes the race lead here.
Incredible work from both of them to get themselves back in front. The final corner, very, very smart move from Cody to try and find his way up the inside, catching Thomas Ronha napping a little bit. Of course, the lines converge, which is where we found the contact. But down at turn 1, maybe playing on mirrors a little bit too much. Cody Death running the brakes too late, maybe worried about the send from Thomas Ronha, predicting Ronha would go down the inside. Either way, he broke too late. There was an inside line. Thomas Ronha walked through the door, and he's back into the lead now. All of this fighting is allowing Team 86 to get closer. They've got to have another pit stop, but if they can start getting involved, it could shake things up a little bit more in this battle.
Certainly could. They probably have 10 laps to go on their stint, so not long, but they could get involved. Sven-Ola Hasse has also made a short stop in the Grid and Go car. Team 86 and Grid and Go 001, by the way, are fighting for a third place in this race right now, but it won't be third later. They are fighting, though, for a legitimate position later on in this one. We'll check in with them a little bit later when this leading battle calms down, if it does calm down in the final hour, because these two, we believe, are going to the end, are cleared to go to the end, and they are going to be fighting for the win to the end as well. Already, Thomas Ronha pulls to the right, pulls to the left, weaving to break the slipstream already here. It's a long way from the end to be weaving around like that, but then again, Yuri Kasdorp was just on the exit of the pit lane of his stint, and there was more than 2 hours to go at that time. Here goes Death. Again, he was late on the brakes last time in towards turn 1. Too late, as it turned out. Very late that time as well. Nearly rear ends Ronha, but he doesn't go for the move this time round.
I really thought there was going to be a little bit of contact between our leading runners there as Death just went a little bit deeper than Ronha. Surprised that he didn't necessarily go for it, but then again, maybe he just has to sit behind and save the fuel. Maybe he has no choice other than to stay here and maybe try it towards the end of the race. You can be rest assured, though, that Death is not going to allow Ronha to get away very easily, and this gap is likely what we're going to be seeing running through the entirety of the final hour. It was, what did you say, 23 seconds for the win last year? I think it's going to be much closer to 23 hundredths, I think, by the end of this race.
Yeah, probably. But there's a long way to go, and a lot can happen between now and then. That is for sure. Oh, Death late on the brakes again there. He's got to be careful. He's missing a couple of apexes at the moment by braking a bit too late. Did it at turn 1 to give the lead away just after he'd seized it a couple of laps ago. Did it there again at turn 10. He's got to be really careful of that. Lasse Pack will be hoping that these two fight even harder right now, because he will catch as a result 6.5 seconds, the crucial gap between he and this battle. As I say, Lafuente and Hasse will be making a stop, so no point worrying about them for the moment, although they will be present for the next 10-15 laps or so.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna become a factor. There's no doubt about that they are gaining ever so slightly into this battle. And don't really rule out Lasse back in that Guderian car, who is, albeit 7 seconds back, but if he can stay out of some of this battling, he could definitely have a bit of a go, as we still have an hour to the end of this race. I mean, we've been through the final stops, but there's still a long way to get ourselves to the finish line in this one, and Ronhart's going to feel like a very long hour. For Deeth, it's going to feel like he's going to want it to feel like a very slow hour. And for the likes of Back, it's almost going to be accelerated as he tries to gain back towards the top two, and it's going to feel like time is evaporating in front of him if he's only gaining a tenth or two a lap.
Don't forget that last time these two were on the circuit together, Ronhart and Deeth, that it was Ronhart doing all the closing. At the time they didn't battle with each other, but Ronhart did come from at least 5 seconds back to be within range of Deeth by the end of the stint before they all had to start pitting in and in the McLaren's case, changing driver. But Ronhart's at an hour away from driving. Well, Deeth has been in the car for quite some time now. Is that going to play a role here in this battle between the two of them? Because the gap is just rising. More than half a second between the two leaders as things stand. Thomas Ronhart putting the pressure on here onto the Corvette, who's trying to keep up as best he can. And the gap is staying over half a second. This is not where Grid and Go need it to be.
No, Cody Deeth needs to close a little bit. Maybe he's just not able to with a fuel save. Maybe he's just losing a bit of time with Thomas Ronhart getting back into the rhythm of things after getting the car up to temperature now. But this is really getting into a stage where you're going to find it difficult to see Cody Deeth coming back through on Thomas Ronhart if the gap opens by even just a couple more tenths. The slipstream is so critical for Cody Deeth just to save the fuel in comparison to Thomas Ronhart. It's looking tough. I mean, the 002 has been right near the front, right at the sharp end all race long. I think it's been running in the podium positions for at least the last 3 quarters of the race, but it's just not close enough for the time being. We're talking about 0.6 of a second. It's really not a lot of time, but the distance is just enough that the gain of the slipstream, the air being broken in front of you, it's reducing. For every meter you fall back, the less air is being broken in front of you, the less gain you get from the slipstream. So Cody Deeth really starting to struggle, and if he can't get any closer on this lap, you're going to really be worrying for him to try and get with keep with Thomas Ronhart for the next 15-20 minutes or so.
Live Sim Racing drop out the top 10 as they make a pit stop. That's Florian Denard pitting it for the final time. Anyone pitting now is absolutely certain of making it home. As we have a look at Lafuente and Haase here, as I mentioned before, they are on the same strategy effectively. I think Haase's final stop will be slightly shorter, so he might well come out ahead, but they're not going to be fighting for the podium a little bit later on. Sort of depends really how long their stop is as to where they will be fighting a little bit later, but are they going to get involved in this battle for the race lead in any way? I think Haase might do his best to try and stop Lafuente from putting any pressure on Cody Deeth here, playing the team game a little bit, or is he just focusing on his own race because there's not a lot he can do for his teammate here? I'm not sure, but he's certainly got a better run out the final corner there. He's right in the slipstream of Lafuente, who's going to have a very distant toe, if any at all, on the Corvette in front of him. Haase's going to have a good one down the very long straight here at Fuji. Tucks underneath the McLaren. Can he have a look here? He does. Does he get late enough on the brakes? Oh, he's not gaining too much on Lafuente, but dives it for the apex. Lafuente lets him have it in some respects, and Sven-Ola Haase does get up to 3rd place.
And we'll have to see when Lafuente decides to come into the box. 23 laps on this stint. He only had a 30-second pit stop, so clearly less fuel going into that car. Sven-Ola Haase had a 26-second pit stop, and he's on 13 laps. So, again, a little bit less fuel in that car than you'd normally see for a full stint. So, interesting to see when Lafuente decides to come into the box, as Sven-Ola Haase decides to play a little bit of ghost with us all as he disappears and reappears onto the circuit, but he is still in P3. These two will obviously drop down. Lasse Bach and Alex Gall are currently the drivers in a net P3 and 4, and then in a net P5 would be Emanuele Olivieri if he can get to the end. He's gone 2 laps longer than Deeth so far in this stint. It is going to be a real struggle to get to the end, and if he can't get to the end, then all of a sudden the Grid and Go 003 with Gabriel Streitmatter. Remember him having some issues some 5-6 hours ago? Well, he's going to be back into the fray, for the top 5 if others have fuel problems in front.
Very interesting final 55 minutes coming up indeed. The winning margin, I reiterate, from last year was 24.6 seconds, and right now the top 7 are all within that. It probably won't remain quite that much, but it will be 4, I reckon, within that margin this year. 11 on the lead lap last year as well. Are we going to get an improvement on that? probably 19 still on the lead lap as things stand, although with many more pit stops still to come. Down in towards turn 1, the top 4 are absolutely line astern. Thomas Ronhart, Cody Deef, Sven Haase and Daniel Lafuente following one another into a lot of traffic again. 3 drivers just up ahead, and they are, I believe, all fighting for position. Excuse me, 2 of them are. Impulse Racing at the head of the train are ahead of Dory Sports Academy, who are at the back of the train. They're also separated by a lap car, so the lap traffic is passing lap traffic. That's how complicated this is going to get.
And it, you know, easy for us all to understand exactly what's going on, especially with the fog setting in, isn't it? With darkness falling on the circuit. But for the guys at the front, they know exactly who their rivals are. They can see them. This front 4, 2 seconds between the front 4. I think if you told me 6 hours ago that the front 4 would be by 2 seconds within the final hour, I would have told you were crazy, because it didn't look like it was trending that way. With the strategy, with the way this race is panned out, albeit, yes, the 001 and the Team 86 car are going to have to take another stop. But they're still in this battle. They're still running line of stern for the lead of this 8 hours of Fuji. And it's such a great spectacle to see us getting into the final stages of this race, with the top 4 running so close together. Team 86, Grid and Go VC, they're kind of fighting over what would likely be P6 at the moment, after they make their stops, maybe P5, depending on what it will be, maybe P7 even, depending on what it'll be. But you've even got Gaderna in P5. They're trying to gain up to the back of this train, and have been a little bit over the course of the last few laps, and that gap was 7.5 seconds, now down to 7, but you'd say it's closing a little bit too slowly. Lap traffic now being dealt with, and that's the car currently in P19. That is the Dory Sports Academy of Yannick Mund, and now he's right in the thick of it between all 4 of these guys.
Now then, is this the opportunity for Thomas Ronhart? Look at Deef flashing the lights, get out of my way, because this is for the lead here, and he's separating the top 2 at the moment. For Dory Sports Academy, of course, doesn't have to get out of the way. A reminder, the blue flag rules, not mandatory, just advisory. But Deef would very much like him to get out of the way at the moment, because it's certainly providing Thomas Ronhart with a chance here. The gap grows to about 7/10 of a second. He's got to do it now into 10, and he will do. The door car gets out of the way. Sven Haase will follow through as well, and so will Lafuente. But interesting that Ronhart was let through there and the others weren't quite. It's a small gap though. It's not a race-winning change by any means.
Not at all, but the margins are so fine. We've been going for 7 hours and 8 minutes in this race, and yet we are still talking about an extra 100th, an extra 10th. Where can these cars position themselves in comparison with each other? I was going to make a point actually about the position changes as well. You could see them on the left-hand side of your screen. The positions that these guys have been in as Team 86 get ahead. No, they don't. I think it was just a bit of a moment with the connection again. But the top 3 realistically in this race are it's the Ford when it's not a Ford, Grid and Go VC 002 and Gaderna. Started in 16th, in 14th and in 17th, and they've worked their way through the fields in such a fantastic manner as we see the Grid and Go swap positions.
Now then, is that Cody Deef saying to Sven Haase, go ahead please and do what you can? That would be interesting. We could well be seeing some team tactics here from Grid and Go, but what can the teammates do? The 001 gets ahead of the 002 for the first time in quite some time. Now then, how much longer does Sven Haase even have? Another 10 laps maybe, but he's got to try and get past Thomas Ronhart, I suppose. I'm not sure how this teamwork is going to play out.
Neither do I, really. Maybe is Haase just trying to stay out, get the position on Ronhart, and then hold Ronhart up? Is that the deal here? I couldn't see why that wouldn't be the plan. Of course, Sven-Ola Haase, he had the shorter pit stop, and he's gone 16 laps. It remains to be seen how much further he can actually go. He can definitely put the cat amongst the pigeons here by getting himself ahead of Thomas Ronhart. Oh, this is across that exit curb. That is not going to help him out at all. I hope the suspension's okay. Now, that can be a suspension killer, but for the time being, with Ronhart caught up behind a couple of lap cards, can Haase make any kind of dent? Not into the final corner. Oh, I thought he was actually sending it there. It's just the line.
Be a very long and ambitious send, that's for sure. It's Impulse. He might be able to just see up ahead there. Then followed by a lap car. That is the Voracious Racing team of Pedro Moreno. going 2 laps down now to Thomas Ronhart, and he's getting right out the way. Well done, because the top 4 are coming through here. And so he gets right out the way, Moreno. And lets Ronhart then lead the charge to the back of Impulse Racing with just less than 50 minutes remaining. To be honest, I think Ronhart's got the measure of Cody Deef. Based on this early showing, Sven Hasse can do what he wants, but I think Cody Deef fundamentally is struggling to live with Thomas Ronhart.
I think he is, and I think that's why we're seeing Haase trying something different here to help the team out, but we'll have to see if it works out. Still 49 minutes to go. I think my point about we don't know how long Haase has got left in this stint is pertinent, because he's underfueled the car just so that he knew he wasn't going to get 2 full stints in. So you might as well underfuel the car, have a little bit of a quicker stint there, and then have a quicker stint towards the end as well. The question is, how much fuel does he have to the end? How long can he try and fight with Thomas Ronhart? The fact is, he's quicker than Thomas Ronhart. There's no doubt about it. You can see him keeping right up close behind. He's got less fuel in the car. Naturally, you'd think he would be. So if he overtakes Thomas Ronhart, which is looking like he's going to try at least, does he hold up Ronhart? Does he try and fight Ronhart to the position where Cody Deef is then getting involved? I think this is where it's going to get a little bit tetchy between the top 3. Where does Daniel Lafuente come through in all of this? Can Lasse back gain as well? This is really we're going to find ourselves into a big old scrap for all podium positions very, very quickly.
Yeah, don't worry about Lafuente, he needs to pit, so he'll be in. Thomas Ronhart, though, does need to worry about grid and go. Now, does he let Hasse through here without any problems because he knows he's not racing them? Yes, is the answer to that. But what does Hasse do in the meantime, now that Cody Deef is the driver behind Thomas Ronhart? It'll be very interesting to see. Lafuente just did 28 laps, by the way, on a 30-second stop, so maybe take a few laps away, maybe 25 laps or so for Sven Hasse. He's currently completing lap number 19. This is lap 19 of the stint. He might be out there for another 7 or 8 laps maybe. And then Deef is on his own with Thomas Ronhart. That's, of course, if Sven Hasse even stays connected to this session. He's looking a bit ropey at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a bit stop-start, hasn't it, in terms of how good his connection has been. He's been a bit hit and miss with whether we've been able to see him the whole time, but for the time being, the 001 in P number 1, likely trying to help the 002 get into P2. Of course, they won't stay there with the 001 of Haase having to pit again, but nice little bit of synergy for the time being anyway, as they work their way through the final sector once again. 47 minutes or so left in this race. We're going to be seeing around 28 laps or so. Actually, no, it's going to be 27 laps with 45 minutes. So actually, yeah, 28 laps. It should be on the conclusion of this. Albeit, I think it's just going to be tight, isn't it? Realistically, it's going to be very tight. It could even go one extra, depending on when the white flag flies. But for the time being, Haase, Ronhart, Deef, they're kind of in the holding pattern, and Haase isn't really doing what I expected him to do.
No, he's not interfering, and fair play to them for that, because Grid and Go could play very dirty here if they wanted to, and they're not, so fair play for that. It's leaving it between Ronhart and Deef, and it probably, in all honesty, helps Haase's race if he's not preoccupied with getting in other people's way. Might help them to get a better result in the 001, and it looks like they might well get that in the next couple of moments. So, where did Team 86 come out? Augustin Canapino got it back in, by the way, and he is 12th, as far as I can see. Yes, he is. 12 seconds behind WSR. I think that's going to be too far to cross, but Door Esports are going to have to come in again. Falcon are as well. 003 might be close. 004 will be in again. Mag Performance will, of course, be in again as well. So there's plenty more positions for Team 86 to take, although they have made an early final stop.
I wanted to make a quick note on the 23 of the WSR Esports butt kicker car with Andrew Caron currently in the car. The fact that, of course, Andrew got that 40-second penalty, didn't he? And they're only 48 seconds off lead. Of course, we said this earlier, with the variables, we don't know how close he'd be, but if you just wipe that 40 seconds off, they'd be kind of in the battle for the top 5 as well. So it's been a case of a race with a lot of contenders. A lot of teams have been running near the front, which we don't often see in races of this length in iRacing special events. But it is so good to see so many teams right up and involved. for Canapino now in that Team 86 car, looking at the amount of teams that are likely going to have to pit in front of them, it looks like there's going to be, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 pitting in front of them, which means they should be in a fight for P8 or so, but that'll be with the number 001, Sven-Ola Haase, and we've seen them battling, so that remains to be seen, but you'd think that the final pit stop for Haase should be coming up relatively soon. This stint's been 20 laps, and we're about 26 laps or so from the end, so it should be in the next few laps.
So, oh, hello. Cody Deef sliding through 100R and sliding into the hairpin as well. His car not looking planted, but we've not spent enough time riding aboard with them throughout the race to really know whether that's been like it the whole race, to be honest, but there you go. Wipers just wiping away some of the debris. Someone asking, by the way, a couple of moments ago when rain is going to be. We don't believe there is going to be any rain, if you can believe that. It's going to be very dark, though, I'd imagine, by the end of the race. We spoke about the sunset time being sort of near. I think sunset is within half an hour of the race end. I'm not sure whether it's on the before end or the after end, but anyway, it's whether it's sunset, whenever sunset is, it's going to be pretty dark when this one ends here, and it's very murky indeed. These drivers will be struggling a little bit to see in certain places, but luckily that certain place may well be down here where they don't really need to see on the way down the straight in towards turn number 1. They can't see the corner from back here, for example, and we can barely see them from our cameras, but they can see where they're going mostly when they need to, as we just saw on board with Cody Deef, though. He shouldn't be struggling to see where he's going.
Yeah, but yeah, for the time being, they're staying where they are. It's difficult to really judge at this stage of the race how this is panning out between Ron Haar and Deeth, because even though Deeth has gone that extra lap, he hasn't necessarily had too much loss. Of course, he got behind Ron Haar and looked like he was dropping out, but after Sven Haase got through on both of them, he's closed up a little bit again to where the gap is 5/10. Now, is that a position where he can attack from? Does he still have to save? It's a little bit unclear, as is the weather, quite frankly, in the closing 40 minutes or so. But I don't think this is over for the win by any stretch of the imagination. Ron Haar does lead. He looks relatively comfortable for the time being. But we've seen Deeth surprise us with a move at the final corner when Ron Haar, yes, didn't have the car at the temperature, but where he wasn't expecting it. So I think Deeth definitely still has a little bit of mystery in him to try and pick his way through somewhere. And Ron Haar's going to have to be wary of that, because he cannot afford any kind of little slip-up, because if he loses the position, they could be on very similar fuel numbers by this point, and we could see Ron Haar having to do near enough the same amount of fuel saving as Deeth and not able to make the same kind of moves.
Yeah, I think early on in the previous stint, Deef did really struggle actually to stay with Yuri Kastor, but he did really settle in eventually. I'm just wondering whether that's happening all over again here, because Ron Haar really looks like he does have the measure of Deef, but will this settle down or not? At the moment it's not really, but Ron Haar just weaves around a little bit there just to try and break the slipstream a little bit, and he's still not quite been able to do that, but I think Deef is struggling a little bit here, and he's not quite where he needs to be if he wants to overtake Ron Haar for the lead. That's why I thought they'd use Haase to try and get him ahead, and maybe he'd have a better chance staying ahead and keeping track position, but at the moment I'm not really seeing how he's going to make an overtake, which of course is more difficult, a lot more difficult than just following.
A hell of a lot more difficult, especially at Fuji, and we've seen that all the way throughout the opening 7 1/3 hours of this event. But you're going to have to pick a way through somewhere, going to have to try something. And Deeth is going to have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, I'm sure, but we'll have to see if and when he can use them. 40 minutes, though, to go. When we cross 40 minutes, it should be 24 laps to the end. So it's going to be close as well, because they are lapping just over 1 minute 40 for the time being, but they shouldn't hit the line before we tick below 40, And if that was to be believed, Cody Deeth's stint in the end, if he went another 24 laps, would only be 39. So he's a couple of laps safe by that. Actually, no, so that's like the 40. 40, so he's 1 lap safe in that regard. There's 40. It's a little bit touch and go. If they go slowly for the rest of the stint and they lose a couple of tenths a lap, it could really be touch and go whether we get an extra lap. And I think they'll be hoping it doesn't go an extra lap, but at the same time, I think they should both be okay, just about okay on the fuel.
Let's see if there's going to be a go this time from Cody Deeth. This is the closest he's been for a while. He has a look at the inside. He's broken late enough. He is alongside. Thomas Ronhard didn't decide to defend this time round, and is that to his detriment? On the outside line, he's got a good run though, and he should hold on into turn 2 and does, but for the first time in a while, the two lock horns, they may have even made contact into turn 3 there.
Yeah, a little bit of rubbing between them there, but it seems that Ronhard, again, maybe caught a little bit unaware, defending the inside though into turn 7. I wasn't expecting Deeth to make a move there. Ronhard did though, and that's lucky for him because he was able to defend the position, but all of a sudden, Cody Deeth is all over the back of Thomas Ronhard, and I struggle to see that he won't make a move into turn 10.
He's turned this around from struggling to hold on to the slipstream and Ronhard weaving around to try and break it, to looking at moves here, including down at turn 6. He was extremely close round 100R there. Almost so close as if to say, well, might as well give it a go. And he did. Ronhard was wise to it though. He's been around the block, even for a youngster as Thomas Ronhard, that's for sure. And Cody Deeth is going to have to pass him somehow in these final 40 minutes. This is not for the lead as things stand. If you're just joining us, Sven Hasse will have to pit before the end of this one. And so this will become the battle for the lead between Thomas Ronhard and Cody Deeth. But as they fight, Lasse Bak gets closer. And in fact, it will now be for the lead because Sven Hasse is in. Bak is now 6.5 seconds behind them. If they fight relentlessly for the remainder of this one, he could be involved. Looking at the inside again, Cody Deeth has another go into turn 1, but less convincing this time round.
Yeah, not able to make any kind of overlap in the same way that he did last time round. Ronhard will fend him off, I think, this time round through 100 R and into the hairpin. You'd think maybe a little bit wider, yeah, a lot wider than Cody Deeth through the Coca-Cola turn 3. And you can see all the while through 100 R, Cody Deeth gaining through the corner, but not able to make a move into turn 7. Whilst we have a short break in this, I would also like to quickly mention the Mag Performance SRT team with Emanuele Olivieri in the car. They, I think, could get to the end here if they do a 42-lap stint, as I believe they did on the last stint.
Yeah.
So they could be getting there. It's going to be touch and go, though.
Goodness, what a performance that would be for them. A top 5 in a field like this would be quite extraordinary. A real statement of arrival, maybe, to this kind of racing for them. As they... as we ride on board with Cody Deeth here into the penultimate corner. It was almost like he was having a look at the inside, but there was no chance really. Through the final corner they now go, and Cody Deeth will get the big slipstream here. These two cars seem fairly well matched actually in straight line speed turns, and so if you just get a good enough slipstream, then you can get involved. But if Ronhard weaves around like that, he will struggle. Here goes Deeth, close it. Less than 2 temps, temp and a half. Looks up the inside. Ronhard this time defends to the inside. The first time he's done that here in this latest chapter of this battle. Deeth is shoved to the outside line. He's given just about enough room, but he didn't have the purchase really to be going around the outside there anyway. And Thomas Ronhard holds on to the lead with 36 minutes to go.
Seems like he knows where to place the car. Cody Deeth is now learning that Ronhard does know that. He's going to have to try something else. Going to have to try something maybe a little bit more drastic throughout the rest of this race. A long way still to go. Still 36 minutes. I mean, a lot of these guys will do, generally just do races on iRacing that won't be this long, let alone having already gone for 7.5 hours. So let's see how this one pans out. Still many trips to turn 1 to shake it out. 20 at least trips to turn 1 to sort this one out between these these two as they emerge through the fog, and you need to get your goggles out to try and see them down at Dunlop as they arrive towards our camera here at turn 13. But a little bit more of a gap for Ronhar against Deeth as they make their way through the final sector once again. This really is a game of cat and mouse right to the final stages.
Speaking of emerging, Sven Harter has come out right behind WSR Esports Bookkicker in a battle for what is now 10th, should later be 7th. Once the Falcon and 2 Grid and Go cars ahead of them come in, and maybe Door as well, actually. So there could be 3 or 4 in there. We'll see just how many can make it or not, because as we say, we're still juggling with how many laps we've got remaining here. So it will be a battle anyway for a top 10 place for Sven Harter, and he might be able to push that a little bit harder than WSR as well, who we think are making only 6 stops today, although one of theirs was longer, which has cost them a fair amount of time. Cody Deeth not having a chance this time round in towards turn 1, but Ronhard just go a little bit wide. Deeth will try and maybe capitalise on that and give it another go somewhere else, but those couple of laps of real assault here have subsided, really, and Thomas Ronhar has survived that first wave of attacks.
Yeah, and the threat has subsided for the time being, but really not to levels that he'll be comfortable with. We're still seeing how close they run through turn 7 for half a moment. I thought the Deeth might try something late up the inside, but didn't go for it in the end. But these two fighting it out hard. If they start to really battle for it, I think we will see the Gudurna car start to become more of an element into this race. I did see in the YouTube chat not too long ago that Jacob had put in that the team name means the goats in Danish, and to get a P3, I think they'd happily call themselves that for quite a while throughout Christmas. If they were to keep that up, as Cody Deeth looked for an inside line, not going to go for it there. That could compromise his line in towards Panasonic, but he looks like he's got so much more grip than Thomas Ronhar at the moment.
Yeah, it's surprising how close he's getting into the penultimate corner. That's not really something done very often, as Sven Harter has got into the top 10, by the way, at the expense of Andrew Caron in the last couple of moments. We'll get back to that, because Cody Deeth will maybe be having a lunge here. He wasn't quite as close, or he isn't quite as close now as he was in the final sector there. So he won't be having a dive here, I wouldn't have thought, from that sort of distance. And no, indeed, he stays behind for now. So yeah, as I say, Sven Harter is now into the 10th position, the 001, and as I say, a few ahead will be pitting in. So in the end, it's going to be a good result, and actually they're a long way ahead of Team 86, so they were 2.
They are by quite a distance as well, so I think they'll be pretty happy. You mentioned them getting up into P7. Yeah, it will be Door, Falcon Sim Racing, and Grid and Go who will have to pit. Mag with SRT, it's a little bit touch and go on them, but for the time being, I think the aim will be P7 for the 001 Grid and Go car, maybe P6 if there's a little bit of misfortune for some others. Late move to the outside of Dunlop. This would be quite a move if it was pulled off by Cody Deeth. Went a little bit too deep though.
Way too deep. He saw his opportunity. He was too late on the brakes though. You obviously need to be a bit later on the brakes when you're on the outside, but he gave himself actually a much longer corner to do, which prevented him from getting anywhere near the race lead there. Just less than 32 minutes to go, and he's had a very good run through the penultimate turn there as well. He had a look up the inside of the final corner about half an hour ago, and maybe 20 minutes ago. He hasn't repeated it since, but just a seed in the back of the mind now of Thomas Ronhart, who is in a situation I don't think he's been in before, holding on, trying to hold on for a win in an iRacing special event top split here. Not sure about Yuri Kasdorp either. As we make our way down towards turn 1, they've got a big chance here. Cody Deeth gets close. Oh, very close. He brakes very late and nearly hits the back of the McLaren there. He goes wide and he's got some work to do to get back in the slipstream and get back close again to the McLaren.
Not the first time we've seen it get very, very close down there, is it? So Cody Deeth may be struggling a little bit on the brakes, but the grip he's able to harness through some of these corners is keeping him right on the tail. They'll run through 100R once again, and you can see that gap closing a little bit as they run their way through the corner. And in towards the turn number 7 we go. Does Ronhard go a little bit wider again? He does. You can just see the slightly tighter lines for Cody Deeth. He's not having to take as many meters to get himself around these corners, and he's sticking as close as he can, gaining a tenth or so in the middle sector, despite being right behind and in the dirt. Yeah, into Dunlop, there's no kind of send around the outside this time, but we've seen how strong he is in the final sector. Again, you can just about see how he's just able to keep a slightly tighter line coming through 11. They come through 13 now, and he's still on the tail. I don't think he'll be able to have a go down at turn 1 this time, but he's definitely going to be rocking up to the back quite quickly again.
0.4 of a second. Yeah, I think this time it's too soon, but maybe next time. As we cross half an hour to go here. Should be 3 laps every 5 minutes, so what's that, 18 to go probably here in this race. That should be fine for everybody in this front two. Probably fine for my performance even as well. So let's see. Just well, close for them of course, but still should be fine. Still yet to pit inside the top 10, we should say. The number 004 will be in. Rennie Lenz now at the wheel of that one, just ahead of Damon Woods for Falcon. He'll be in as well as Jonas Vanner for Door Esports. Those three, who are currently running in 6th, 7th and 9th, will all be in from the top 10. Behind that, the next stopper will be off the lead lap. So that is up to speed with the pit stops, which shouldn't be a factor now for the remainder of this race for these two at the very front. With this amount of time remaining, it's just about the battle now, and whether they fight enough to let Lasse back involved here. Less than 6 seconds, he's definitely closing. It's just a case of whether he's closing quickly enough here. I think he will run out of time.
No, I'd agree with that one. I have just a very quick point to make, actually. The checkered flag, it's going to fly towards the end of the pit wall, isn't it? Rather than at the start. And I'm only asking that because if it was at the start of the pit wall, 18 laps at the pace they're going at, it would genuinely come down to tenths whether they do an extra lap or not. So, that could be a consideration. Well, I'll look closer this time around, but see if Barney's getting himself ready for the next 28 minutes. But either way, the point is this is going to be run incredibly tight. If they start fighting and lose a couple of seconds, we really are running a risk of going an extra lap because they're going to cross the line up towards the start-finish straight. Yes, I think it's going to be right towards here, so they're going to be a little bit safer now. Yeah, but so it's gonna be tight either way. This race has been an absolute thrill from the start to finish. The idea that it could come down to the last corner, this is fantastic. The Cody Deeth has shown that he can get through at the final corner. I would absolutely not rule out that if it comes to it on the final corner of the final lap, he goes for a move somewhere.
It's a prime circuit for throwing up the inside the final corner on the last lap as well. So don't rule that out. Whoever's in front here, as the shadow of Mount Fuji becomes less prominent over this circuit. The conditions have got very dark indeed, and quite a sunny day as it was earlier on. We started around 9 AM virtual standard time. We're getting towards tea time now in Sim, and the sun as a result has very much disappeared, not least because of the fog that has come over this circuit as well. Just up in front of these two, there are some more lap traffic cars to get involved with. Lucas Perez is one of them in the Simified BMW, amongst others as well. You'd hope, though, lap cars, seeing a two-driver battle for the lead like this coming up in their rearview mirror, they would know the score, and hopefully they will get out of the way for these two, who are going to be providing the entertainment in this last half an hour.
Yeah, we're going to be fixated on this battle, I'm sure, to the race. All the meanwhile, while we are, I say coming back into the possibly into contention. That gap now under 6 seconds. It would take a lot. I think it would take a lot of battling between these two to see him really close up Alex Gals, because unfortunately for him, really, in his two stints towards the end of this race, fallen away a touch from everybody else, but consistently keeping himself in P4, and those lap times are looking pretty useful. Again, 40.2 and a 40.1 and a 40.2 as they run their way across the line last time around. So they're quickening the pace by a couple of tenths, and that could be crucial as we work our way towards the end of this race. Maybe Ronhard getting a bit of a hurry up because he is gapping Deeth a little bit, and Deeth not as close as we're used to seeing him now.
Yeah, it's just quietened down in these last couple of moments after those wave of attacks earlier on. You wonder what his strategy is here, Cody Deef, to be honest. I am wondering, because after a few laps of almost trying everywhere, now he's trying nowhere. Is he conserving his tyres for later? I would say that either one of them wants to be ahead when they get into that group. That's quite a bit of a mess, isn't it? One of the Porsches getting down the inside of the Semi-5 BMW there, and I don't know who it was. By the way, nice bit of symmetry further down the field for those of you who that sort of thing like me. Fiercely Forward's 4 entries are 24th, 25th, 26th and 27th, all 1 lap down, and possibly about to be 2 laps down. Depending on how close these guys are, I think they're only going to get past the last of the 4 in the remainder of the race. Oh, he's gone off! Oh, he's off! Cody Deef! He's in the wall! He's gone off in the anti-cuts on the outside line. He's got to be careful rejoining right in front of Lasse back as well. The Grid and Go Corvette vaults over the anti-cut curves of the final corner of this circuit, and with that, his chances of winning this race go up in smoke, I'm afraid. Cody Deef down to 3rd and far away from this race lead.
In search of just a couple of hundredths, in search of that great exit to try and get towards turn 1 and attack Thomas Ronhaar. You will just be able to see it again. Oh, it's just the sliding the taps. He's not even gone that far or that much further wide than Thomas Ronhaar. Maybe it's the visibility, maybe it's a little bit of just this little concentration, maybe it's the eagerness to get on the power. Either way, he spun himself into the wall, and very, very lucky not to have collected anybody on the rejoin. That is, I think it's fair to say, not the smartest of rejoins, and I don't think the Gudurna car is going to be too pleased about that, albeit they're now up into P2.
Well, they will be furious about that, Grid and Go, because as you say, I mean, when we were looking on board there, I didn't see barely any difference in the line that Thomas Ronhaar took versus the line that Cody Deef took there. I mean, it was very, very similar. There must have been some form of difference. Maybe it was an inch or 2 wider, maybe. And you know, I'm not saying it was exactly the same, because that wouldn't be possible, but the margins are so fine that it is something like that that's cost them a race win here. It was a margin there of inches, if that, centimetres, millimetres, so close to them staying alive and bouncing over those anti-cuts okay. Between that and what we just saw there, which is vaulting over them, the front wheels going up in the air and the car spinning around.
It's devastating for Cody to have that happen. I mean, it was such a good position to be trying to attack the lead of the race. We spent last 3 hours really talking about, can they even get to the end on the same strategy? And he's worked himself into a window where, yes, he could. He pushed the car far enough that he was in a position that he could get to the end fighting for the win. And the smallest of errors pushing himself onto that curb. At that point, you lose control of the car, bouncing over the first. The second hits even harder. It's gutting for Cody Deef. We're going to see it again. Yeah, I mean, what, a foot wide? And that's all it takes. You see the number 2 running over it, not too much differently, as he rejoined the circuit. But what a moment in the race for 7 hours and 30 minutes, right on the limit, and just going over in the last half an hour. But
you saw the difference. I think the difference is the full left side tyres for Cody Deef were over the line there and over the anti-cut, so that would vault them a little bit. But if you just watch the others in that replay there from behind, is a good shot. The others were letting maybe half of their left tyre go over it. You know, not quite enough to let the car get air like that. It's such a small mistake. Realistically, it's a massively tiny error, really, if that's a phrase I can use. But it's cost them a chance of the race win, and that's a real shame. You know, it takes in 200 odd laps one tiny error for it all to unravel, and unfortunately that's exactly what's happened to Cody Deef now, whose focus will be hanging on to a podium here ahead of the Apex Racing Academy, who are currently 4th.
Yeah, and now the version of the race has changed yet again in the final 25 minutes. Apex Racing Academy, it felt like they were out of it, didn't it, really? Now they're in with a shout of a podium. Of course, still yet to pit in this race, you'd say, are the Grid and Go 004, the Falcon Sim Racing, and Door Esports in the top 10. So they're going to drop themselves out of that. I mean, for the likes of Mac, still looking for that top 5. For the likes of Grid and Go 003, still looking to get inside the top 6. I mean, Grid and Go now, they were looking for the win. It's now looking like it's gone away. Now they have to try and hold on for the podium, because is there any damage to that car? I mean, even if minuscule, it could be a 10th a lap. It could still be impactful with still 20 minutes to go and all, 13, 14 laps that brings.
Well, this is quite a remarkable end to this race. Maybe not the battle we were hoping for at the front, but a dramatic moment that looks like it's decided the Fuji 8 Hours for 2024. We've gone back to the battle here between two very early stoppers through most of the second half of the race. Live Sim Racing Arnage versus Drago Racing. They're the last two on the lead lap now. You can just see the McLaren in the distance. The Porsche ahead of the Lamborghini. You'd expect the Lamborghini driven by Nicolas Rubelar here to have a good chance of firing down the inside into turn 1, but it's not quite this time round. He'll stay behind. This is a battle for 15th place as things stand. It's actually the battle for the highest position in the field now, despite the fact these two are just about only on the lead lap. So Rubelar will continue to try and find his way through here as Cody D picks himself back up from that. I mean, I think the only thing left for me to comment on that incident now is to ask once again why anti-cuts perpendicular to the racetrack are even there in the first place, but that's not any of these drivers' fault by any means.
No, but I mean, it's so difficult. I mean, all the drivers know that they were just on the outside of the circuit. I mean, Cody Deeth would have known, wouldn't want to get near them, maybe just a little bit unsighted coming out of the corner. I don't think he would have been out there intentionally, obviously. Oh, I think there's another little bit of a hit there for the car we're on board with. Hitting one of the curbs through turn 11, you can see a bit of a jump as they make their way through 12. But this race, again, we talked hours ago, and I'm talking in the first half of the race, sort of 5 hours ago or so, about how important fine margins were going to be in this race. How, an extra 10th here and there, going a little bit wide here and there, could make all the difference. And in the end, that's clearly showing to be the case. Cody Deeth dropping to P3, he was in with the shout of the race win, and it's just those little margins that have taken out other teams, the likes of the number 23 car, the likes of the Williams car that was winning the race, the fine margin of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, 5/10 slower over the course of the opening 4 hours or so. They wouldn't have been involved in that incident. They would have been able to avoid it. So, it really has been a case of making sure you nail the fine details, and that's exactly what the likes of our leading two teams, it's the Ford, not the Ford, and the Gardner team have done. And coming up from 16th and 17th on the grid, they look set to finish first and second in this race, incredibly.
Yeah, all of those on the podium have gained double figures, as you can see. And they will be the top gainers later, I think. Jonas Vanna still needs a stop, so I don't think he'll remain 20 positions gained. Oh, that's well timed, wasn't it? There he is, making his stop for Tour Esports. The Ferrari makes his way in now. It's not a drive-through, is it? He's staying very pinned to the left-hand side here for my liking. Get 40 incidents, by the way, today before you get a drive-through. Don't know if we've seen any. We certainly haven't for the leaders. Here he goes. Yep, he's just he's abiding by real-life rules when he doesn't even have to. Very nice of him as he pulls in for some extra fuel. 15 minutes worth, about quarter of a tank. He wouldn't be stopped for more than 10 seconds, I wouldn't have thought. Not much longer than 10 seconds or so anyway, but he does drop outside the top 10. That will put a bit of a dampener on things. Will these two get ahead? No, not quite, I don't think, but they're not going to be a million miles away. Gabriel Erdely will be close for WSR Esports bookkicker. Will he get through? Yes, but not by much. Jonas Vanna will be just behind him. Indeed, there is the battle between the Audi and the Ferrari.
Yeah, and they'll run their way through turn number 1. It's been a bit of an up and down day overall for the 788, I should say, the Arnage racing car. They were fighting inside the top 10, they were fighting for a P7, and then they've dropped down Dinar back in that car, and now having to try and hold on for P15. Only 16 cars now on the lead lap. It feels like your prediction of 15 cars finishing on the lead lap, Ewan, may be ending up coming true. I think you said a couple of hours ago we're on track to have 15 on the lead lap.
I said I'd be surprised if they have to lap 15, is what I said. So I wasn't really predicting anything. But
I was giving you too much credit.
I'll take it. Yeah, no, I said that, yeah. I'll take it.
They're fighting over the last position on the lead lap, which means they're probably going to have to go that extra little bit longer than everybody else, considering, well, if they don't get lapped, that is, which is not looking like they will at the moment, but they should be fine on fuel, so we'll have to see whether Livesim Racing on Arch or Drago Racing, who were fighting hours ago for P10, which one of those can come out on top for P15.
Yeah, we are certainly going to get more than last year, let's put it that way, for the lead lap. Looks like we might get 5 within the winning margin of here as well, 5 cars, so it's looking very good indeed. One of the smaller winning margins in iRacing special events this season, of course, between looking like, well, at the moment, if the race was to end now, it would be Thomas Ron Lasseback, of course, just less than 6 seconds, the current gap. Lasseback has been quicker in these final 3 hours, but just started a few too many seconds behind, and so couldn't quite get on terms. Yuri Kastrup and Thomas Ronhol look like they've been quick enough to hold them off for the moment, but they've still got a lot of traffic to negotiate here late on, and they have still got to do these last laps, of course, into the last 15 minutes here at Fuji. We're watching the battle for 15th place between Florian Denard and Nicholas Rubelar. They're about 6 seconds behind. A battle for 13th between WSR Esports Bookgiger and Dory Sports as well. There's still a couple of things to be sorted here before the end.
Yeah, by no means over this race. There's still a little bit to shake out. A few teams that I think are still trying their absolute best to push towards the end. Grid and Go 004, Falcon Sim Racing still out there, need to pit. I mean, unless they can somehow miraculously make a 44 lap stint, which again might need divine intervention, but they maybe are just going as long as they can. But yeah, interesting parts of the grid include this battle for P15, include Sven-Ola Haase catching the 003 Grid and Go car, obviously running much quicker on lighter fuel, and let's see if they can catch. The gap is now only 2 seconds between those two, and that would be for an overall position of what would likely be P6 and could even be P5 if Mag Performance SRT aren't able to get to the end of the race.
We'll see on that, of course. We don't know that yet, as Nicholas Rubelar closes and doesn't go for it again there. 13 minutes to go. You just see in the background there the headlights of the McLaren that is leading this race, and that means these guys don't know whether they're even going to finish on the lead lap here. That could also affect a battle if they get put a lap down and have to let someone through. They could be interrupted by that, so let's wait and see on that front. Rubelar gets a cover and through 100R this time round. Is he close enough for a dive at 6? No, not quite, but he's getting close now, really close to the back of the Porsche.
Yeah, running up right on the tail, and not going to make it comfortable at all for Denard, who was just being involved in either attack or defence all race long. For the time being, it'll be defence. He'll hope that it's defence for the closing 12 minutes and hope that he can stay in front for the remainder of this race. But through the final sector he comes. Difficult to make any moves through here. We've seen it time and time again today. It's almost impossible with the lines that you have to take. I think the one time we did see a move happen at turn 13, there was contact and there was a car spinning around. So it's not been the most efficient place to make your overtakes work today. And it'll mean that the 788 is clear towards the final corner, but won't be clear at turn 1. They'll emerge through the mist with less than 12 minutes to go, but applying the pressure, just turning the screw as much as he can. Nicholas Rubelar trying to find a way through and sucking up the slipstream as much as he dares.
He should be able to get on terms with a Porsche here on the straight in the Lamborghini. It does seem to be struggling a little bit. This is the first time, though, that Denard feels the need to defend. Nicholas Rubelar on the outside line. Oh, it's a long way around there. Cut back to the inside and go for a run on the exit here, down the hill. Does help the driver that goes in a bit deep there, the gravity. So Rubelar can't get the run on the exit there and can't go through either. With 11 minutes to go here, just up ahead, by the way. Banner's still applying the pressure to Gabriel Erdely for 13th place as well.
Yeah, so a couple of spots still to be decided. Esports looking like they could try and find a way through after their pit stop. I think they'd fancy themselves to get into 13th. WSR Esports butt kicker with Erdelayi is now really under pressure. Of course, they've been out for far longer. They came in at the same time as the likes of Thomas Ronhaar and Lasse Bak, so they're really going to be in a bit of danger up in front of these two, and you'd expect that we'd see Esports and Jonas Warner get himself through and up into P13, but from there I think it'd be tough to gain up to Parnell Racing and Francis McGinn, albeit that 10-second gap may disintegrate with the maybe the advantage in the Dory Sports car, but I wouldn't have thought they took new tyres, so I wouldn't necessarily think there's too much of an advantage at all.
There's a bobble over the curb from Rubilar there. Big bobble over the curb as he won't get the slipstream and the run onto the front straight that he was really hoping for now as a result of that. So another lap survived in towards turn 1 anyway for Gabriel Ridley in the Porsche as this battle for 15th continues on. As I mentioned earlier, these two resigned themselves to a 7-stop race from pretty early on in this race, but it's been clear that making 6 stops a lot quicker than 7, even with all the fuel saving that was necessary for those who have done this strategy to eventually make it home. So unfortunately they've picked the wrong one here, but they've tried to make the most of it, and in the end it doesn't really look like they've done that either. I think that the problem with their strategy of pitting early so often is that actually a lot of the time they ended up in traffic, which meant they were making overtakes that other teams weren't having to, and now if you look where they are compared to the best placed of those who have made 7 stops today, that's Sven Haase, he's found them 50 seconds behind. You know, that's a pretty big margin that I don't think has all come through pace.
Yeah, and it's been an up and down race. Drivers have ebbed and flowed with the pace. They've had, you know, moments with other drivers, moments on their own, as we saw with Cody Deeth not too long ago. Maybe a couple of incidents in the pit lane, differing strategies, going a little bit longer, going a little bit shorter. All of the variables have all factored down and boiled down to the last 8 minutes of the race. And come on, a P15, it's a 48 car grid. Yes, P15 isn't a headline result. I know people watching will be thinking, yeah, but why? It's only P15. This is a top split iRacing special event. Every position really does feel like it means something. So they will be fighting really hard over this spot. 2 lapped cars fighting in front. They're both on differing laps down. Bit of a move to the outside, nothing going. And they will stay in the order that they are. Time really ticking away, though, in this race. And it's just a matter of can Thomas Ronhaar get it to the end now, make sure he just can coax the car home.
And he certainly is doing that. He's not pushing anywhere near as hard as he was in that battle, and you can tell that by the gap. Oh, Mac Performance are in. Oh, they can't make it. They can't make it home. And Manuel Oliveira's in after only 38 laps. He's clearly decided from early that he's not making it home here. I suppose he would have needed another 4. Were we going to get another 4 laps at this race? Maybe it was going to be 5. Oh no, it would be more than that, wouldn't it? It would be. Oh, would it? Ooh. I'm not sure well, maybe they realised they couldn't do 42 again, which would have been quite a task in itself. So anyway, Mag Performance dropped down. That's a real shame for them. They've driven so well today, and they are going to finish 8th by the looks of things. They're just ahead of Agustin Canapino. But I mean, even so, they finished ahead of a team with Agustin Canapino and Daniel Lafuente. They finished ahead of one of the Grid and Go teams, the Falcon Sim Racing team, both WSR Esports teams. It's been a great day, I still think, for Mag Performance, I've got to say.
And still within a minute of the lead. Even with that splash and dash, still within a minute of the lead. I mean, it's been an incredible performance from them. They're only 15 seconds off the top 5 with the splash and dash. So really has been a highly impressive display from them, and they should be heavily proud of what they've been able to achieve, especially if Olivieri can bring this home in front of Canapino, who of course has been driving an IndyCar the last couple of years. So that's not a bad name to finish in front of at the end of a special event.
No, absolutely not. There's Thomas Ronhaar, possibly about to reach a height in iRacing special event competition that he Hasn't been able to before. 5.5 seconds is the gap he's nursing, and he really is nursing it ahead of Lasse Pack, who's been catching him in this stint as well, but coming through the traffic, he's just being careful. I think there are 3 laps to go here at the line. So, should be a nice cruise to the end for them, and hopefully not going through that bit of traffic just up ahead here. That's Rubelar, by the way, and Denard just at the back of that group. What a precarious situation for that battle to be in now, in the dying stages of that 15th place fight.
I think for Thomas Ronhaar, though, he's got a 5-second lead with only 5 minutes to go. Even if he's sitting behind these guys, as this is an attempted lapping from Florian Denard. This is a driver not on the lead lap. I believe that's the car in P30, and that'll be the Effect Simulations 909. Indeed it is. So they're going to both try and get through here. If you are Thomas Ronhaar, you don't need to overtake these guys. You've got the gap behind. You've only got 3 laps to go, 2 times before the white flag. He doesn't need to make these moves on the lapped cars. He can just try and sit in behind as gets close into turn 1 between Jaguar Racing and the 788 car, but they'll stay where they are. But again, Thomas Ronhaar, he could just stay where he is. Yes, he may have the pace against these guys. He doesn't need to force the issue, though.
No, you just fear that they have a humongous battle ahead of you and lose 5 seconds on the last lap. Maybe that's my pessimistic mind coming into play there, but I would be very scared if I was in a situation about that. Because it isn't a big gap. I mean, 5 seconds can be lost very, very quickly indeed, and we hope it isn't now for the for the pair of them, because it would be a well-deserved win if they can hold out here. But goodness me, it's not comfortable by any means. It's 5 times less than last year, for example, and certainly a lot less than most of the special events we've seen this season.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride, isn't it, really? This race is a bit of a microcosm of the year overall, and it just kind of sets us up really nicely for 2025, which I'm very much looking forward to. Of course, we've still got some special events. Of course, we've got those SCCA runoffs this time next week, next Saturday, November 23rd. But in terms of the longer form road events, like we see here at Fuji, this is the last one of the season, or of the year, I should say, before we get ourselves hopefully back into the groove in January. And what a great way to end the year in that aspect from so many of these teams who maybe wouldn't expect to be where they are, but absolutely deserve all the flowers that they get.
Absolutely. It's 2 to go now. Might be 3 for these 2, as long as they're not lapped by Thomas Ronhaar in the orange McLaren behind them. Nicholas Rubelar has been trying for a long time now to pass the Porsche up ahead of him with Gabriel Erdely. And he's... sorry, not Gabriel Erdely, that's the battle up ahead. Florian Denard, of course, who's driving that live sim racing Arnage car. Just in behind one of the McLarens here. Not sure who that is at the moment, actually, but they're just in front and slightly in the way of these 2. I think it could be fiercely forward, but I'm not entirely sure as things stand. There goes Denard. Does Rubelar get through as well? Yes, he does. As meanwhile, 2 Grid and Go cars go side by side there. And it looks like Sven Hasse is trying to get past Gabriel Streitmatter on the last lap as well, though he's still struggling with internet connection. Oh no, he's gone off. Sven Hasse's gone off, I think. He's dropped down to 7th here behind WSR Esports putt kicker, number 23, who've gained a place up to 6th.
Yeah, what has happened there between the 2 teammates? Down through turn 1. Oh, a little bit of contact on the entry, and there goes Hasse around. I mean, that wouldn't be terribly happy families down there. Does he get it back through it around? No, he has to then reverse it and then get it back going again. Gutting to lose out on what is the penultimate lap to WSR Esports butt kicker after their issues throughout the race. But for them in the 23, after picking up a 40-second penalty, some 3 hours ago, to finish 46 seconds off the lead in P6, I think they'd definitely be pleased with.
Think so. As the last lap now, and the white flag is taken by Thomas Ronhaar. He's not a driver that started out his sim racing life in iRacing by any means, but even at his young age, he has a lot of sim racing experience under his belt already. Supremely quick right from the very start of his career. He's proved that now in these last few years, and he's about to prove it on a very big iRacing stage here as well. We're hearing further behind that the 003 may have got a black flag for incident limit with that very incident, so they may have a drive-through, and WSR are going to get a top 5 after all this. We'll go back to that story again in a few moments' time, because Thomas Ronhar is in the final sector at the moment. It's a sector heavy with traffic. A story a little bit of this race. Only 15 are going to finish on the lead lap, or 16 I should say. That is more than last year. But it is meaning that more than half of them are to be lapped by this race leader, and have been at some point. And with the help of Yuri Kastor, the two of them look like they're going to take a top split iRacing special event here at Fuji. Out of the final corner, and Thomas Ronhar weaves his way to the line. Here's an iRacing special event winner with Yuri Kastor in the number 3 McLaren. The checker flag waves. The 8 hours of Fuji goes to Thomas Ronhar and Yuri Kastor here in the mist and the fog at the very end of this race. It comes in by just 5.5 seconds, their gap at the line.
And what an achievement. After 8 hours of racing, they weren't quite at the front to start with. You can see they started down in P16. They chipped away, they worked their way through, and they put themselves into positions that enabled them to gain when others made mistakes. I feel like the donut's probably very fair to see.
There we go. He's got it off now. He's enjoying himself. Oh, that was close. Not sure if that was a photo finish or not for a position. It might well have been, actually. It was. Oh, my goodness. 1,000th of a second between WSR, Esports and Mag Performance SRT. That's not the one that finished in the top 10, of course, but that was 1,000th of a second for 20th place. Not sure who. I think Mag Performance might have been running out of fuel at the end there, because they were 40 laps into a stint, but otherwise not really sure why they were slowing down quite so much. There's Ronhar sliding and spinning his way around and celebrating. A very good win indeed for him. Gabriel Streitmatter, by the way, we reported that black flag at the very end. He finishes down in 10th place at the end of this race. Grid and Go get 4 inside the top 10. That's the good part of the story. I think the what if is it could have been so much more for them.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of what ifs going on in this race, because, you know, you look at some of the teams that weren't quite able to make it. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy leading, long-time leaders, taken out of the race by an incident that wasn't their fault. You had Grid and Go with Cody D thinking what of. You've got the likes of Team 86. They had some great pace but had to do that extra pit stop. What if they could be on the same strategy as everybody else? You know, more teams come to that as well. I think there was WSR Esports butt kicker, the one with Andrew Caron piloting at the end, that ended up getting to P5, but they were in with a chance for quite a long time. There's so many teams that would have decided, or would have been close, but you know, only one could end up winning the race.
And it is Thomas Ronhar and Yuri Kastor who win in the number 3 McLaren. A couple of laps less than last year. 5.5 seconds though, the margin at the line, a lot closer indeed. Lastly, back to a lot of the late driving for Gaderne to finish in second. Grid and Go, first of their 4 cars inside the top 10, is third to 002. Apex Racing Academy and WSR Esports Bookkeeper end up in the top 5 with those late problems. Sven Haas's late spin dropped him outside that top 5, with Mag Performance SRT having a great race, finishing in 7th then of Team 86. That's Augustin Canapino and Daniel Lafuente, with the 2 Grid and Go cars, 4 and 3, finishing 9th and 10th. 11th place, still on the lead lap here, by the way, was Falcon Sim Racing team after their early penalty and extra stop. Parnell Racing were going very long on their stints indeed and got multiple laps in the lead, but they finished 12th. Head of the Esports bookkicker number 4, who held off Tour Esports. Live Sim Racing on Oz held off Drago Racing as the last teams on the lead lap. Impulse Racing were 1 down, just ahead of Greek Freaks Racing, who really rose towards the end of that race actually. Chatham Vesta finished 19th ahead of WSR Esports bookkicker, who you can't see there, but finished 1,000ths ahead of 21st place, which was the other Mag Performance SRT car that I believe was running out of fuel maybe towards the end. Delta's Automotive, Joy Sports Academy and Fiercely Forward Pink all finished 1 lap down as well. Then it was the other Fiercely Forward cars 2 laps down, gold, yellow, then blue. Project Valorous were 2 down with them alongside Veracia's racing team, with Boots and BDS, the first team, 3 lap down. Then it was Effect Simulations in 31st ahead of IFR Esports. ST Racing Esports, only car to get to the finish, finished in 33rd ahead of Fiercely Forward Purple and Greek Freaks Racing 77, also 3 laps down. Genius Vincere were 4 down with Simify 6 down and Line GP set a 9 down. Then those DNFs. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, who were leading at the time. WOR JSM Motorsport, of course, rounding up top 30 at 40, I should say. Then Geodesic, Maniti, PGZ, ST Racing, SimRacing.School, WSR, Frick Racing, and Williams Esports, who both crashed on the opening couple of laps of that race. Well, that looks like it's just about it for this one, Dara. It's been a very fun race indeed. That's the last of your endurance racing here in the 2024 iRacing special event season. We'll see you in 1 week's time, of course, for the 23rd of November and the SCCA runoffs. Let's say that 5 times quickly. On the 23rd of November, then the Wheater Derby and the Chili Bowl in December. But it's been a great end to the endurance racing season here, Dara. Only a couple of months probably until the new Daytona 24. But what a way to end the season with a very close, tactical and enjoyable Fuji 8 hours.
And us on our toes all the way through the race. I mean, the drivers know how tight it was on the fuel, how much strategy was involved, how much stress would have been involved. But a race of such high quality with so many teams involved, so many drivers that will have felt that they were in with a chance of winning the race in the end. A duo wins out, and deservedly so. But an incredible way to end the endurance year on iRacing, and really sets us up for a brilliant 2025.
Yeah, it doesn't end here in terms of iRacing special events, though. For other types of racing, if you enjoy the SCCA runoffs, you can catch them on the November 23rd on the iRacing channel, so make sure you tune in next Saturday for that. For now, though, from myself, Ian Leary, Dara Thacker, Lorenzo Ponda, Jake Sperry from earlier on, and Hugo Louise who's been behind the cameras all day long. We bid our farewell from Fuji in a fantastic 8-hour race. It's Thomas Ronhaar and Yuri Kastrup, the victors in the end. Goodbye for now.